Welcome to Illuminati News. Your special host, me, Special Ed. No. uh, Tonight we may have a variety of guests possible. I'm not sure. It's kind of late because of the card game. Let's see here. Yeah, so there's not a lot. I mean, there's a lot going on in the news, but there's not a lot of Well, it's all just such a coincidence that it all happens at the same time. You know what I mean? Uh, the damn it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, looks like we have a guest waiting for the aliens. Welcome.
Welcome. Oh, you have your Christmas tree back. Cool.
Yeah, it's snowing out, so the light's back on. We're back to
Or have you traveled in time?
yeah, we reversed the turn order of the of the seasons.
Trump has introduced in the golden age of America time traveling, right? And the aliens from the Galactic Federation are helping you. But seriously, is this your Christmas tree in the background?
Yeah.
Cool.
You got some kind of problem with it?
No, it's
That's my
freedom of
girlfriend.
religion, and when you like this castration cult,
Well, the Tammuz thing is about cheating death. I mean, technically.
it's a castration, a symbol of castration.
Well, I mean, that's your opinion, man.
Yeah, we have free opinion in the golden age America, freedom of religion. Isn't that great? What
Well,
are the aliens on the White House lawn? Are there there
uh, the aliens.
aliens on the White House lawn?
I don't know. Maybe some maybe some whatchamacallit. Yeah. What the fuck are the, maybe
Alien.
some Ethiopians. No. Where the fuck's the scissors at?
What do you have that we Germans don't have? Because the aliens are only looking for you and want to have contact with your wicked smart presidents and leaders.
They probably want to disarm the world if they are real.
Yeah, I read. Do you remember that allegedly Werner von Braun said to his secretary, "Oh, that the last thing they do is the alien card, and it's all a lie." Do you remember this?
Yeah, that's what I was saying about it. Could just be a big world takeover plot.
Yeah, and it is. I don't know if he said it, but it can be they want to weaponize space. Nukes in the space or something like that for any reasons, and therefore they need the evil aliens to.
I mean, that's what's weird. The because Project Excalibur is real.
Yeah,
We've
yeah.
got giant.
Excalibur. Okay, didn't know the name.
That's the laser program. That's
Oh,
the satellites with lasers. Yeah, yeah, it's real.
I know. This is a few years ago. It was in the German press as well. How it's critical to weapon, yeah, to make the space weapons, so to say. And this was a real discussion, and I think they need to have a reason to for the sheeples, yeah, the stupid sheeples. They and the aliens out there, of course, the government is helping and protecting us with the space lasers. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's possible that. Well, I think it's just it's a world conquest move if it's not real aliens.
yeah, and they want to shoot at the QAnon right wing conspiracy theorist wicked smart people, not the aliens. This is their intention.
Well, I don't. I
Because
wouldn't classify the QAnon people as wicked smart.
the okay, they label they label all in one, yeah. And then because the Georgia Guidestone said we what was written on it 500,000 no million people no I don't know how many people that do the elites wish to have on planet earth 500
uh, 500
million
million, I think,
yeah
or
so
500 billion.
therefore
I don't
you need
remember.
base lasers and you need social media to figure out who is wicked smart and who is wicked dumb.
Well, what if it's a scenario like a meteor coming to Earth, and that and that they're gonna take all the smart people and put them in underground bases to survive the meteor impact.
Oh yeah, maybe. Tomorrow the ring bells on your door and you
The-
open and the man in black stand out there. Hey, Clint, Mr.
they,
Eastwood,
they say you're unvaxxed, right?
you are wicked smart. Come with
Well,
us in the underground bunker. And the stupid sheeples we shoot with the laser, the space lasers. Do you want to shoot as well? Not
lasers.
always playing cards. How boring. Do you want to experience something new? And you can take your Christmas tree with you. What would you do? Aren't
uh,
you sick and tired of the stupid sheeples around you? Hmm? Come on.
well, as long as they're polite, sheep are cool.
And we have the best weed ever on our spaceship. On a bunker, of course, in the Earth.
Whoa.
Anyway, yes, but I don't think that they will succeed in this, but I think that this is their intention with their project. No, there was another name. You said Project Excalibur,
Yeah.
Space. What was the other name? Space. What the fuck? Can't remember the Golem Project. No, it wasn't the Golem Project. It was. Oh man. Anyways,
Yeah.
yeah, but and because of that, you have to take the vaccine that you can have the signal in you, or maybe you are full of micro nanochips nowadays. Who knows? And
It could
so
be
they
about gene altering.
and you can't hide anymore, even if you throw your smartphone into the trash can. No, they see, oh, here is Clint, the wicked smart, who has figured out what we what we are doing. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, this is what they are doing, and we are dumb as fuck because now, thanks to Elon Musk and X, it is clear that we are wicked smart, no?
So,
And we shit.
uh,
We have to turn ourselves into stupid sheepos.
well, hence the weed.
Oh yeah, good idea.
You better spark up a joint. Oh yeah, yeah. So, oh
Oh shit! I didn't realize that you are live. I
yeah,
thought
I'm like,
we are in private, in the secret. in the secret space
Ugh.
privately. If I had known this, I would never joke about your Christmas tree in the background.
Uh, damn, I'm trying to see if I got some new anything new that I swear when I screenshot shit, it only screenshots half of it. Damn it. Yeah. So what was I saying the other day? Fuck. Okay, where were we left off? The first there was nothing, and then there was something.
But it's not nothing. Yeah. This was before the Big Bang. I know. Unfortunately, and this is so wired. It does not matter what you believe in. Isn't it crazy that something is what is not nothing? Why all this? Why is that? For what?
I mean,
Huh.
it's interesting because all these different crazy religions think we're all gonna evolve into some kind of spiritual form, which is pretty wild.
Yeah. And then, okay, let's pretend that is true. Okay. And
They're all crazy. I think it's just a carrot on a stick. Just to
it is horrible. It's a nightmare to become all one to the source where we all come from, and the balance and the Kali Yoga, chakra.
yeah, they want
Mm,
everybody to do that chakra
do you
stuff.
want to be one with people you don't like
No,
forever, for
I don't want to be
eternity?
one with anybody.
And you can't escape because you are a part of the all. It's not happened without you, with your consciousness.
I think it's all just hypnotism. I think they're all getting hypnotized. Every,
And there is no weed. There is no internet. You can't escape. This is the worst nightmare ever. When this is true, isn't it? Imagine you become all one consciousness with all people on the earth, and then forever you can't die. Do
yeah,
what? Do what? What is
it's all
this
just a
about?
con. I think it's a con artist trick. It's like imagine you put somebody under the spell to be under your control. Uh, that's what they're doing. That with the hypnosis in the group mind. Uh, they're putting people under, but to enter into the spell, because remember, hypnosis only works if you believe and if you willingly do it. And so to get them to enter into the spell, they must have to they must trick them into believing it and into entering into it under their own accord, uh, to enter into it of their own free will. Uh, so they have to choose to enter, and so you go to that's why all the secret societies you gotta ask them to join. They don't ask you because you have to come of your own free will. Uh,
Really?
yeah, that's how magic works.
Oh, okay.
I mean, according to the
Okay.
hypnotist type of magic.
Wait a second. Magic is not to be understood, it is to be taught.
Yeah.
So don't try to understand it. I learned from you, and now you want to explain me how magic works?
Well, I mean, that I would say.
Contradict
Well, I'm
yourself.
talking about the hypnosis, not like real supernatural magic.
Yeah. Yeah.
I heard the sarcasm.
Yes. Look, I'm a very good scholar. Um, yeah, hypnoticism. Is this the right word in English? Hypnoticism.
Yeah.
Yeah, hypnoticism is really wired. I have no idea why it works, how it works, and it's horrific. Hi, Danny.
Hello, Ellie.
Are you waiting for the
Well,
It's okay.
aliens on the White House lawn as well? Say
The
excited.
aliens.
I'm watching the camera of the White House all the time, the live camera.
I'm
But
still waiting for that new season of South Park to. No. I don't know if you guys seen the new one.
aliens are coming. Imagine after years and years waiting, today the aliens are coming.
Lord
How
Zeno.
do you feel?
Lord Zeno is here. Time to
You're talking
celebrate.
about that thing that what's his name said? That Trump said that he's gonna announce the
Yeah,
aliens or like
July
extraterrestrial
4th.
stuff.
Yeah, July 4th.
Yeah, I think it's because I think it's like a distraction. Like I think the Epstein files didn't go
Dare
over.
you? How dare you? It is real. How dare you? Shut up. Even the German press is writing about the aliens, and this is something new. And because of that, it has to be true.
Well,
You
remember, I think Putin said he was going to do it also. Didn't Putin say a while back that he was also going to expose the aliens and the extraterrestrials and yada yada yada?
look, and you are blessed because the aliens always want to be in the United States. They are not interested in Germany and the Europeans, UK a little bit, but they are interested in the United States. You have to be the smartest, interesting, most interested, most fucking
Yeah.
interesting, fucking whatever.
How can you say that? You guys had the air battle of what was it, Nuremberg in like the 16th century? That happened in Germany. The battle of the sky battle at Nuremberg.
But
Yeah. If aliens are real,
Remember?
they're already running shit.
oh, I didn't know that. This is cool. We had aliens as well. Oh, now yeah, this
Hold on,
is
can I find it?
Yeah, wasn't it 1666 or something?
I think it
Or
was in
what?
actually the 16th century. Hold on.
Okay, yeah. 1580 or
Air
something?
battle. Yeah, air battle of. Oh, here we go. The air battle. No, wait, that's a video game. It looks like. Um,
really
what the?
Go
Look up sky phenomenon.
really. I never heard about this.
I got a picture of it.
Um,
What's that about?
It's
I
just
think
a
it was
bunch of weird.
Nuremberg.
I
It's a
didn't.
bunch of weird UFOs in the sky in the
Who
picture.
won?
1561. The celestial. Yeah.
Oh,
It was an April 1561 broadsheet by Hans Glasser described a mass sighting of celestial phenomena or UFOs above Nuremberg, then the free imperial city of the Roman Empire. Somebody even drew it.
Yeah. I was
that's
going to
the
bring it up.
Catholic Church. Who is the source of this mismaking of this true on fact based history? Come out from the
The
Catholic
picture's
Church.
real.
Okay,
Hans,
I think I look into.
Hans Glasser. Yeah, let me see who Hans Glasser was. He's the one as a, let's see. Oh, 50. He's a brick cutter, publisher in the Holy Roman Empire. German artists.
Yeah, here's the picture.
Wasn't Catholic, Roman Catholic?
I would
This-
imagine.
There's a bigger picture.
At a workshop in immediately the parish of St. Lorenz. He's most known for printing a broadsheet news article.
Heard about this.
Yeah, I posted the thing in our.
Battle of and who won the battle? The aliens? Oh, come on! What's that? The sky doesn't show this way.
I mean, it does look like some of the common UFOs. Like it has the cylindrical ones, the orbs.
No, this looks like a kindergarten child has.
Well, people weren't the greatest artists back then.
It was before the Dutch Renaissance, you know.
Not everybody can draw that great.
A serious picture.
Well, I mean, it might have actually looked like that.
Come on, no. No. Really?
It's weird.
I'm trying to keep this
No,
up.
and artists were really good in this time, and they could make it better if it really had happened.
I mean, they
But
did the city good,
a
but
kindergarten child has drawn a picture. Oh, mom, hey, dad, look what
Yeah.
I have. Oh, we need money. We need money. Oh, people, but you missed. Haha. Have you
it's so
Uh,
seen?
sweet.
it was for a newspaper, so that might be also why it wasn't like
Yeah,
it was
easier.
for a broadsheet.
No, come on. No way that the heaven looks that way. No way. Even if the clouds and the weather and the thunderstorm or whatever is very yeah, I don't know. Even if sometimes the clouds look like figures, like yeah, like there's a word for it. Yeah, phobia. No, what's the word for it? When you see faces or pictures or animals in the clouds. Yeah,
Mm.
maybe okay, but not this.
Well,
I don't buy it. Sorry.
Go if you live near Nuremberg, see if you can find any go to the archives of the city and see if they have any information about it.
Ah,
But
good
yeah, here's
idea.
one.
did
But
they like
This one's
Danny,
got
you want to
UFOs.
distract me from your
Or
alien
something.
invasion that happens right now, right? As always.
alien invasion?
Yeah,
Hmm.
are you excited?
Well,
Because
supposedly they posted pictures of that three-eye atlas when it was getting close. I mean, remember that just kind of fell out of the news. People were reporting on three-eye atlas, and then all of a sudden it just went away around like a little before the Epstein nonsense came out. And they go getting pictures of it, and it looked pretty gnarly. Like so I didn't know that there were people who actually got some pictures of it in the sky, and yeah, it looked pretty gnarly.
Yeah, it's interesting.
yeah, this for sure. I don't want to make jokes of all of this
Mhm.
phenomena. Of course not. The psyop the government is putting out here in this moment when the Epstein files are underway and everyone is looking into it. Oh, all these people are in the one or the other way involved, and the government. Oh, look, the aliens are coming. We
Mhm.
the, in this moment, yeah, okay. I think this is really stupid. But that people have seen, and Clint you told me the other day that you have seen a cigar or something like this in the air with your ex-girlfriend, or what was that
Yeah,
about?
I seen
And
the orange orb move all crazy. Oh, my camera froze. It was moving all crazy, and it fucking went into the sky. And then the other one was the cigar tube thing. That was fucking giant, scary.
Outside my old summer camp in upstate New York, which has a lot of which has a long history of UFO phenomena. There was everybody knew there was like for many, my camp had been around since like the 60s, and they always talked and said that there was a UFO tracking station behind the mountain. And we used to see some pretty crazy stuff like over the mountain that was right adjacent to our camp. And I think it was in like Dutchess County, New York. And there was one time where there were these lights like just above the mountain, just chilling there, and we were all just like, what the hell is that?" And they were like, "Oh, it's probably of course because our counselors had to appease us. They had to be like, "Oh no, it's nothing special, it's nothing big, it's whatever, it's an airplane or a helicopter." But nah, there was we used to see a lot of weird phenomenon and right above the mountain. Like it was my camp, then it was like a mountain, and it was like right
Which
above it.
mountain?
I don't know what it was. It was part of, I guess, a range. I was in like my camp was in Dutchess Putnam. I forget where. I think it was in Putnam County actually. So
Oh yeah,
whatever, there was like a mountain range going through there. That's
yeah.
what
They
it
might
was.
have a base there or something, like a military base.
It might be.
Yeah, because
They
people
do have
seen
a big
shit
one.
flying out of mountains before.
Let's see where Fort Drum, because there's upstate New York has Fort Drum, but I think that was further away from my camp because we used to see a lot of military stuff. Fort Drum.
oh yeah, interesting is that a lot of these
I think that's
UFO. What is this? Oh my
What?
God, aliens are knocking on.
I was gonna say, you have aliens knocking, or the men in black suits, knocking.
Knocking on the door.
Anyways, now I have forgotten what I wanted to say. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, no, I do believe in. But I think UFOs. I don't think they're coming from outer space necessarily. I think they're coming from like beyond. I mean, I guess naive. Maybe I'll put beyond the ice wall.
They could be coming from the ocean.
It could be coming from. Yeah, that's true.
From Area 51.
People claim that they've seen them go into the volcanic. What do they call that? Where the tectonic plates meet. That they claim that they've seen the USOs, the submerged UFOs, go into the lava, into the tectonic plate parts or whatever. Also into volcanoes.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
That's definitely very strange.
But
Oh, what's
isn't
up,
it?
Pedro? Hello, Sabrina. I just want to say hi to that because they said hello to me. And I just wanted to say, if you're saying what year was the aerial phenomenon, 1561 over Nuremberg, if that's what you were asking.
Oh, he might have been wondering about the. I think he might have been wondering about the camping year.
Oh.
Or unless I don't know how long ago it was. I guess it could have been about the UFO that I seen. I don't know. No comprende.
Yeah, no, there's some. There's something, but I don't really believe that we can actually go into space. I don't believe that that's actually possible. I do believe in firmament, and that's why I think that it's not coming from like a vertical; it's coming from a horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or submerged in the water. I do, because they had that phenomenon. I remember that thing outside the Navy ship took a photo of. It was like an orb, and it was like flying, like shooting past. At on the water, and then I think it just suddenly went splash, just went under the water and just disappeared.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think in my opinion, I have this feeling we are in the extension of the Cold War. That the Cold War never ended or ended a short time, because come on, this Russia is the enemy or China, and in the meanwhile, I think that they are working together in the background and making the excuse to the population for all this drones technology and space lasers, maybe, no? And these weapons, they need to tell the people something, yeah? And now this Ukraine war and Iran and whatnot, yeah? People don't believe anymore in this, and now they have to come with the aliens. Oh, but the aliens are now here, and we have to take weapons into the sky, into the space. But do you think satellites exist, and then you can put a weapon on a satellite?
My friend thinks the satellites are all on balloons.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be true. I don't know. I think that.
Yeah, something is photographing. When you go on Google Maps, you see the Earth from above. Somewhere has to be there, otherwise you couldn't see it.
I think that there could be like some kind of ghost world in space that we can see the planets and stuff, but once you get in there, you could see more or something.
I think they will put weapons into space, nukes or lasers.
They tried.
According to the alien stuff, the aliens can't be certain aliens supposedly can't be injured. They can teleport through walls and shit. They can read your mind. So I mean, I wonder if that's what part of the hypnosis stuff is all about. If there was aliens and if they could read your mind, you would have to be like under hypnosis and programmed to do a mission or something, like to that if aliens are real.
You know about that couple from New Hampshire that was abducted on like a rural highway back in like the 50s, and they put them under hypnosis, and they were like talking about exactly like what they went through, and because they were like made to forget it. I think I forgot the name of the couple, but it was like an interracial couple, and people was like,
Yeah.
oh, they're just doing it for um just because of attention. And it was like, no, like the doctors, the psychiatrists, people who would and the hypnotists were like, everything they say is consistent, their stories never changed, and they both describe, when hypnotized separately, they both describe the same thing. What was the name of that couple? New
Well, it's
Hampshire.
interesting because JJ says that that couple was part of some kind of cult.
Oh,
Yeah, that brings a new perspective where it's like, what if a bunch of the other people that seen the sightings were in some cult or something? Man, this roach joint tastes really good.
I know somebody who, Bonnie and Betty Hill. I remember when I was told a story about someone who, when they joined a Masonic lodge and and they got their first degree, and the first thing that they asked was, when do we get to meet the aliens? Everyone just kind of looked at him like, what? And needless to say, he never came back.
That's funny.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a Foo Fighter right there.
A Foo Fighter, yes, the Foo Fighters.
What is there?
Yeah, 1561 was the
Foo
Nuremberg.
Fighter.
The Battle of
Like
Los
World War II.
Angeles. Yeah, they called it the Battle of Los Angeles.
Mysterious.
Yeah, there's a lot
I
of.
see nothing.
This one's an
Okay.
official picture. I've seen this in the books.
Do you? It's real? Okay. No.
Well, the Battle of Los Angeles was real. They really did shoot at, like, they were
What?
shooting at something
When was that? The
during
battle?
World War II.
Yeah, like 43 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, they were shooting at stuff that was just there flying through the air. I think they even shut off the power.
Hmm. Well, that looks cool.
Like they shut off the power in Los Angeles.
Yeah. That picture is huge. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, there's been all sorts of weird experiences. There was pictures over them flying over DC, a big fucking fleet of them.
I have seen a video about 9/11 that was so horrible. I have never seen this one again. It was in front of the World Trade Center, and there was a demonic voice, the Holy Spirit come down, and you saw the two towers, and in the middle was like a portal, a lot of wind, and the people were freaked out. Holy shit! And what the fuck is that? And I think it was real that in between the towers and in front of the World Trade Center was party, and some people were baptizing other people, and I have never seen this again. And I was so shocked, really, what this was about. And when
Right.
the plane or whatever, or the first tower exploded, it looked like a cross. Yeah. Oh,
You ever
this
seen
was
this picture?
so evil. This was 100% cult activity. A ritual, a really evil
This
thing.
one's a famous picture from DC when the UFOs were over the Capitol.
Yeah. Remember the Phoenix lights also?
Yeah, those are freaky.
That was really freaky. But that's why I kind of wonder if that's why they've been kind of blocking out the sky like the past at least few months. They've been like really doing a lot to keep the overcast, because
Yeah.
like maybe there's something that we'd be able to see.
Yeah, they want to hide the ships moving, if regardless of whether they're human or alien. There's definitely ships out there.
Yeah. Well, there's something like, where is it coming from? There was interesting. They were talking about the what was it called? The those planes, the military jets, like a whole bunch of them were taking off and flying up the East Coast and into the Atlantic. So, but I don't know. I just figured but yeah.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of also in Mexico. There's a lot of weird phenomena like this, like
Yeah, Mexico City's the UFO capital of the world.
yeah.
I mean, if it's interesting because if the OTO and the Nazis went to Mexico,
Oh yeah, the Mexican government showed some aliens 2 years ago. There was something. Okay, it was obvious fake, but why? Why? The question is always why.
Mhm.
Do you remember the Mexican government with the aliens? 2 years
I
ago,
mean,
3 years ago, four
well,
years ago.
say they do have these crafts and that there's a limited number of them, and that technically, okay, so if there was, theoretically speaking, if there was aliens, that according to the documents, it says that they had to do whatever the aliens want. That they had to that the only way to stop them would be to have to learn more basically, because there could be nothing that could be done until we learned more about them. I mean, like, because I mean, the whole thing about them reading the minds, if it's real, it's like, uh, no matter what someone thought, it would always know that you were trying to backstab it. The alien.
How is it possible to read a mind when, according to you, Clint, a mind does not exist? You said you don't believe in the mind.
Well, you can still read what people think. Uh,
Okay, and you think with
your spirit.
okay. Got it.
Hmm.
Yes, it is very, very important to know.
Yeah, that's
This is
interesting. It's
cool.
got a
This
green light.
light show during Mexico. I
That's
have my
weird.
wrong glasses. I can't read.
That's just like what Donut was saying. A green aura over the city.
Mhm. They had a pink sky over England like 2 weeks ago, like a bright pink.
I don't know if it is in the United States the same. In Germany, we have all the monasteries, the abbeys, the churches. Um, um, mm, light, lightened. No, there's light.
Lit.
They are very bright. Yeah,
Mm.
and different colors. I don't know what it means, but anyways.
Just
And
lightning.
when you have a weather like this, dark clouds, then you can see the red light, or
Mm,
what light they have chosen
that was
in the sky,
great.
reflecting in the sky, like this one with the green. This is
Mm.
very normal when
Is
you
that
when
just
you have clouds and fog.
I can't tell if that light was a flash or what. Yeah. There's a lot of
Triangle UFOs.
different shapes, like tops or whatever, or like
Yeah, this is why
uh,
a lot of people say they have seen this triangle-shaped
Mm.
UFO, and there is a patent out there that they are working magnetic, and they can put stuff from the bottom into the sky. Allegedly.
oh yeah.
Supposedly, the Nazis had like the saucer shape. They had like a UFO, like not a patent, but like a design for like a saucer shaped UFO too.
Yeah. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, I think it was the Horton brothers.
I mean, for all we know, the UFOs could be. Well, that's the thing. It's like if they were piloted by people, that there's no way that it would, unless it somehow was outside of the laws of physics,
Mm.
because nobody could survive those trajectories.
That's
And
true.
and then like the thing flying underwater as fast as it can fly in the air. That's impossible unless
Yeah.
it's somehow. Uh, and then the flying into the volcanoes. One of there's a video where somebody some like army fighter jet or something like shot a missile at the UFO and it ricocheted off the UFO. It didn't
Well,
even yeah, so it like hit it, but it failed to so there's definitely some strange shit going on. I mean, because
yeah.
if that's some kind of some kind of who knows if it's a Nazi or commie or both. Because if they're all man-made, then that means that there's the commies and the Nazis probably still have UFOs, and that we have our own, but that there's I think that's where it all went to a space war, like
And
instantly. We're like,
don't forget Japan, Japan,
Mm.
because they were way far more ahead than we Germans were back the time.
do you think Japan had UFOs?
Yeah, and they have the technology. Yeah, the Japanese and technology. What the fuck?
Mhm.
I don't know when it comes to underwater. You what is the name? I'm so dumb today. What is the
USO.
name? Water ship? Underwater ship. U-boat.
USO.
You're not
Oh,
uh,
you mean like a submarine?
a submarine. Thank you. They will have a lot of high technology in submarines for sure. When it
Mm.
comes to aircrafts, I don't know, but back the time in World War II, all people think, oh, the Germans were so cool and technology. Okay, maybe, but nothing to compare with the Japanese.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, look into it. Japanese aircraft, Japanese submarine, something like that. Google it. I think it will show up. It says crazy.
Hmm. Yeah, that's cool. They got GIF pictures of the UFOs. Wonder if they still move when you open them. Oh, sweet. All right. Yeah, this one looks like a submarine. The
It looks
UFOs.
like a beetle.
What's that?
A beetle, a flybot.
Mhm.
Well, I think they're just like solid-looking orbs with like one groove around the edge.
What is that? Ah, this is the famous video day of the disclosure.
Well, this one looks like it's from the 40s or 50s.
The thing what came out of the ocean. Mm. This looks a little bit silly. Look, it hops. It doesn't fly. Hop, hop,
Well, it's
hop,
probably like
hop,
moving
huge
so
again.
fast.
Hop, 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 hop. Doot, 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 doot.
I don't know if that one's real. This one's definitely real. I've seen this one. Does it say Puerto Rico?
Oh, that's I think that one from the that Navy one where they, yeah. I think that one suddenly dipped into the water too. Like it suddenly like just drops into the ocean, or that one's the right, if that's the same one I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty
I think it's moving.
all of the ancient cultures, they all have like like they discuss things coming from space. I mean, or coming out of the sky. It's like I think the Hindus have it. What's the Hindu thing called? Like in Hindu culture, there's like they named their, like, I don't know if they named one of their airplanes, or their space mission was named after it. And then In the Torah, they have the Merkavahs. I think the Merkavahs came from space.
Merkabah.
Yeah. And
I didn't
then
know it was like a V.
in Hebrew, it can be a V or a V. Same letter, just a dot changed it. And then somebody wrote, was it Vimana? Yeah, something like that. I forgot the name of it. It is something with a V. And yeah, it's fun. Like all these cultures talk about it, so they all know this. I mean, think about it. Like back in the like 1,000 or 100 years ago. That's why I think that just that thing that you're showing. That's why I think we have water. I do believe in the firmament, and if you look at it, it looks like it's kind of, because that's a zoom in, and it looks like it's like there's water in front of it, and that's what it looks like. That's why I think there's like water above it. But what was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say.
Interesting. The idea of, because what if the Foo Fighters were? I mean, I hate to go off into. Well, I mean, what if the Foo Fighters were like people who somehow went into their spirit form or something and was able to travel like the fucking Dragon Ball Z type shit? I mean, I don't really believe in it, but it's there's so much crazy shit going on in the world. I mean, I try to be a skeptic and scientific and stuff.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say in terms of what you just said. Like, if you think about it, like 1,000 years ago, or even like less, like 500 years ago, before we had airplanes and all this other shit flying around, like if you saw something in the sky, a blinking light or something like that, or a flashing light, like you noticed it, especially when it was really dark before we had electric light. So everything that they were seeing in the sky.
When was the Battle of Nuremberg you believed in, Danny?
1561.
Aha, interesting. And now you're saying, oh, look, people believed shit back the time. An hour ago or 30 minutes ago, you said, oh, this is true, the battle in Nuremberg with the spaceships.
Well, I don't know if it's true. It was just reported on.
Oh, you said so. No, I'm joking. You are right. Believe how beautiful it is as well when you have no street lights and not this disturbing lights all over the place, and you can see the sky in the night without any street lights in this.
Yeah.
Some people go to the desert to visit it, and they say it is amazing. It is, you can't compare it when you live in a area that is civilized, or in a city or something like that.
Yeah, that was one of the craziest things when I was out in the desert, when I was in the middle of the Negev in Israel. And it's so dark that you look up at the sky and it's just, you see just so much going on that you can't really see from like here, like the sky is like, it's Christmas tree, it's just all these lights and all this like stuff going on, and you're just sitting there watching it, and you're like, and it's awe inspiring, because it really makes you feel like a lot of people say, oh, it makes you feel so like small, but it's like, no, it just makes you feel so like magnificent. Like the world, the universe is such an incredible place. And like living in a big city with all that artificial light, you can't see it. You don't get to see it.
Exactly. And where have you been to witness this?
In the Negev, in the middle of the Negev desert in Israel.
Okay.
Because it's so dark. The nearest city is Arad, and Arad has like a little bit of light coming off it, but it's not light pollution like you get out here in New York, or what you get in like a big city. And just the sky, it's like you could see the Big Dipper, the little dippers. You could see everything so clearly.
You need a guide for this trip, or can you do it by your own?
Oh no, you could do it yourself. You just hop into a rental car and drive through the desert. and just drive. There's a road, there's cities in the middle. There's it's not like it's only 6 hours from one end of Israel to the other. So probably like maybe in 3 hours or so of desert, but you do have a road, you have places to pull over and stuff like that. It's not like you're going to get stranded out there like in the Sahara.
Yeah.
Wow, this is cool. This is cool.
I'm pretty
I
sure
never,
this is
I never have
that.
seen this, but
I'm
I
pretty
believe
sure.
that
Oh,
it is,
sorry.
and you can say it is a total different sky.
Oh yeah, compared to what I grew up with. I mean, I only used to get to see the sky when I was in summer camp, when I was in upstate New York. But even then, there's like the light pollution from the big cities, like even from New York, like really, and all the cities around it. It's not big cities, but there's like still more light pollution. But when you're right out there in like pitch black, it's a completely different experience. I'm sure you can do it in other deserts too,
You
or
can
in other
see
places.
Aurora Borealis if you're in the right spots.
Yeah, of course. In Europe,
This
it
is
is not possible. We don't have this big area without cities. It is so, yeah, it is really evil to
The
live there.
Milky Way.
Everywhere you go
I'm pretty.
is a street, is a light, is a town. Everywhere you can't be alone.
I'm
Um.
pretty sure this is the video of the missile that ricochets off the UFO.
Oh.
Yeah, you can see it go from the left side to the right side. It like dings it. You can tell it's moving really fast.
The tape that is shown on the disclosure. Have you realized this famous picture? That there is the word slave written on the right side. Go back.
Which side? Oh,
This
this one's a
famous
good one
picture
though.
they show always in the disclosure.
Which one?
Oh,
This one. Stop. Um, second row, the second from the left. No, one above. What above
that
this?
one.
No,
Oh,
no. Left. This one.
oh.
Make
What does it say?
make it big, and you will see on the right side is written slave. Here it
It's
is.
probably
Oh,
like, yeah,
that's probably a part of
You
its
see?
like.
Yeah,
yeah,
slave on the right side.
It probably has some kind of thing to do with the radar or something.
the technical, yeah. Like they have like slave
Hey,
cylinder and master cylinder. Someone said the South Georgia swamps. Yeah, when I was in Silas City, North Carolina, we went out. It was like really dark, and you could see the sky. It was so beautiful. It was like,
and you said, Danny, that you can see in the night sky that there's something going on. What is
well,
there?
I mean, just all the lights and all the, the magnificence of it. It's not just like empty, at light pollution. There's something up there, like there's something there's like, the world doesn't just like, I look out my windows right now, and despite the fact that it's also pretty overcasted, but even on a clear night, I'm lucky if I could see a star or two, or sometimes a planet. But so I don't really grow up realizing like how magnificent the sky is. And like my ancestors, our ancestors, they could see it even more perfectly because there was no light pollution. There was nothing at all.
As you said, and when we came back to this battle in Nuremberg, maybe, yeah, the people had no street light, no artificial light,
Yep.
and we don't know it if you don't know go to the desert or something like that. I didn't I didn't see it. I have no idea. And back the time it was normal, and the people had no smartphone, they had no
Yep.
television, no internet, and people want to be entertained. And so what doing? Oh, come looking in the sky. And it
Yep.
was so familiar for them, and not we are so dumped down, it is, and detached from nature and all these things. It's sad, yeah. Some people say, "Oh, so great to be alive in these times, the best
Yeah.
time to be alive." I don't agree.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to be going through all this mess.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, I agree. It's like we used to when I was in summer camp because we used to always have to bring flashlights with us. Like they used to want it. We used to have and it was so dark that you could aim your flashlight up at the sky and you can see the beam go all the way up. And we used to think that because it was so dark we could actually like airplanes could probably see it. You know, but we were kids also. But yeah, it's
Yes, when I go out with my dog sometimes in the night, and it's a fog. I have my flashlight, and it looks like a laser.
yeah.
And the experience in nature in the forest is completely different when um, compared to watching YouTube videos or something
Yeah.
like that. Of course, thanks to the internet, we can see more YouTube videos or something like that and see what the world looks like in areas we had don't didn't we hadn't been, is this right? Anyways. And
Mm.
but it when you have to feel the setting, the yeah, you know what I mean. It's not the same.
Mhm.
And it's said that so many children are growing up in front of the Black Mirror.
Well, I wouldn't get too superstitious.
And we as well. I spent
Whoa.
too much time in front of this shit. I should go out, but I have always the feeling I miss something. Do you know? Because the information is running, and some important information maybe I missed that. I, I have always this feeling when
Whoa.
I'm one day not online one day. Maybe I'm addicted to the internet.
This sounds pretty wild.
Are we addicted to the internet, Clint? Are we addicted? Serious question. We have an addiction?
Well, I mean, I think that
Yeah.
we have to use the internet, utilize it
But
to.
too often. Maybe we should make more breaks. Are we in the internet? We are cyborgs.
Well, I mean, the best thing would be to get a house with that's self-sustainable and just farm and grow cows and shit, or raise cows.
Yeah, I admit it. When I'm one day or more out, I have not my internet. I have a feeling addiction, and I'm craving. Do you know? I'm
Mhm.
craving. Oh, go home first. The first thing I do, put on the internet, looking what's new today. No, it's insane.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Anyways,
No, I mean I mean there's that thing where they tell people where it's like for 6 months or something they pay you $1 million to sit in a in like a thing, I guess. I don't remember where it was, and watch out for fires in the forest. And there's no internet, there's like barely any electricity. And they're like, can you do it for 6 months? And I was like, I would happily do it for 6 months. All I would need is just to be able to write, and I don't even need my computer to do that. Just give me a couple of books that I can use to write in, and I'll be fine. I'll be happy as hell, just with the peace and quiet. you know
the,
we don't
the
realize how
problem
loud it is, like if like here in New York, like in my building, like there's
is
background noise, there's a din that I
that
can't that I don't notice anymore. But when the lights go out, like when the power goes out, like it becomes extra quiet, and you hear the powering down of whatever it is making that noise in the background that I don't even hear anymore.
Yeah.
of course, yeah. It is strange sometimes when you are still, yeah. And the next problem is I decided the other day, okay, 3 days without internet. but I couldn't talk with people because the NPC people are running around with their smartphone all the time, and
Yep.
there is so few people out there you can have a talk, as in my area, at least.
Oh, let's
Yeah.
see. What the fuck is that?
Yeah. That's sad though. It's like there's a generation of kids that don't have that desire or that drive to like go into nature and just be alone with like the sounds of it, and like the sounds of nature. And they can't look at the sky without having a cell phone, or anything, like they have to be in front of some electronic device instead of just sitting out and like being like when I go out, I think I always say when I go out to Pennsylvania, I sometimes, like, even when it's cold, I'll just sit on my porch and I'll just sit there and without my phone, with my shoes off, in a t-shirt and shorts, and no matter, it doesn't matter if it's cold out, and I'll just sit out there and just bask in nature. I wanted to go down there this weekend actually, but I had to take care of a couple of things. But maybe next weekend I'll go down. But just so nice, and they also expecting 25 feet of snow already. But like, just it's so nice just to be out and like cut off. And if you take off your shoes and you stand in in nature, like you stand on the grass, it supposedly completely like resets your body. It's like it gives you, like, it recharges you, so to speak.
100%, yeah.
This
But
one's interesting. It looks like a gnome.
this is Bigfoot.
It's a gnome.
This is Bigfoot, isn't it?
Oh yeah, Bigfoot.
Yeah, grounding is
Grounding.
the real word. Yeah,
Grounding. Yeah, that's the word for it.
yeah. But when it comes to the generation, Gen Z, Gen Z, or
Oh,
Alpha, I think we are wrong. A lot of parents told me the other day that their children say, "Oh, we don't want to stay this long time in front of our laptops or smartphones." They have Some of them have a real desire to go out again in nature, and I think when it comes to the Gen Alpha is now, how old are they?
they're probably just turning into teenagers now, I think.
I think they are so sick and tired of us and the other generations, the boomers and whatnot. I think that they will correct it in one or the
Yeah.
other day, because the nature always wins, and all this artificial, what is not natural, is not healthy. And I think they are so sick and tired of all this shit that they will join nature again. I heard this, that a lot of parents said this, that we are wrong when it comes to them. They are not dumb. They are not only dealing with the internet. No, no. They want to have contacts, and the lockdowns did a lot of harm to them, and they
Yeah.
will never forget it, because it was their best time, so to say, when you
Yeah.
are.
Well, what they need to do is they need to bring back summer camp. Like what I went when I was 8 years old until I was about 14. And I would have kept going, but it's a long story. But from at the age of 8 years old, my parents kicked me out of the house for the summer and sent me to summer camp. And we had no cell phones. If one kid had a video game, like one of the Sega, we were lucky, but most of the kids didn't bring one with them. And there was literally one phone in my camp, and you used to have to collect, have your parents call you back, and you had 3 minutes to talk to them. And then there was somebody else waiting to use the phone. So you pretty much, hi, I'm okay, or hi, the gerbil died, talk to you later. Um, So like you'd really get, you really were just, we'd go out and we'd do hiking. We'd be out in nature all day. We would like, it was so nice. And it was literally the cell phones and the electronics and the laptops that killed like the whole summer camp experience. Cause like when we had a kid, there was a kid in my bunk, and like at dinner time, because after dinner we had free play, which means that for like an hour before like the night activity and then bedtime, we would be able to just run around the camp being little maniacs. And at that time, the head of the boys' side and the head of the girls' side would go to all the tables and be like, "Hey, Ellie," and he would hand you a piece of paper and say, "Your mom called." Hey, Clint, your mom called. Hey, Danny, your mom called. And if you got that, it was like you had 3 minutes basically to talk to your family, to talk to your mom and dad, and then you had to move on because there was 12 other people waiting for that one payphone. And there was a kid in my bunk. Like my mom used to call, like I said, like once or twice a summer, she would call just to tell me if one of the gerbils died, or, if something was going on and it was necessary for me to know, or she thought I'd be interested. But like we had a kid in my bunk. I remember Jason, he was a redhead kid, and his mom called every single night. Jason, your mom, you have a phone message. That's what he said. He said, Jason, you have a phone message. Jason, you have a phone message. And we used to make fun of him. We used to be like, mama's boy, like, oh, your mommy misses you. Haha. Like, we would literally be making fun of this kid. And now, if you think about it, these kids have their cell phones on them at all times so they can get a call and call their mom, call their dad, order stuff off Amazon. Like the experience, like we would get a package, like our parents would send us gift packages, and like you would get one maybe twice a month if you were lucky. Sometimes, and it was the greatest feeling in the world to be like, all right, the counselor is walking in with the mail, and he had like 3 packages, and you're like, oh, please one of those be mine. Please one of those be mine. Please one of those be mine. And once in a while it was. But like now these kids can order stuff on Amazon and send it to their summer camp. Like literally the electronics and all that stuff killed that experience. And that's what needs to come back. They need to bring back the experience of summer camp, of like being disconnected from electronics for an entire summer, for 2 months, not having conveniences like they're used to, for the time. Like we had visiting day where our parents would come up and visit us once during the summer, usually at the middle point of it. And you'd spend the day with them, you'd go to the mall, and then they'd leave. And then it was right back to, living in a tent or living in a bunk and just having fun, and it was like that's what needs to come back. That's the only way, in my opinion, that they can fix these Gen Alpha kids is through bringing back the experience of summer camp. But also a lot of parents now are so wussy. Like when my generation became parents, they became like the worst, wussiest parents you can imagine. And because they were like emo kids that suddenly became, hipster parents that gave birth to kids that went through the COVID generation. So they're like scared of everything, like oh my God, you got stung by a bee. Oh my God, you got to go to the hospital. Like, oh my God, you fell over playing soccer. You got to go to the hospital, and unfortunately, these kids are,
Be interesting to have a Gen Alpha or maybe a Gen Z Millennium. No, Millennium are too old. They are like, but a younger person in the podcast. It would be interesting what they tell. No,
Well,
but
we're
I
probably all like retarded.
don't have children. I have no contact with this generation. Yeah, um, but our conspiracy uh, stuff podcast, the younger generations don't join so often. Most people are, how old are they? Looking stuff like this podcast or JJ or um what the great people out there. Who old are there, do you think? I think 30, but not younger.
Yeah, I would say probably like 30 at this point, maybe like 30 and up, maybe 35 and up. But that's the thing, the younger generation is starting to reject like like the Gen Alpha kids who are coming of age are like rejecting um the like the trans stuff, and
Yeah, of
all
course.
that kind of stuff is now being rejected by them. So
But what we have done to them, some of them are very angry. Ah,
yeah,
fuck this Gen X and above and boomers. Fuck you. You have done this to me and my generation. Oh,
yeah,
I can't deny, yeah.
I don't blame.
It's, what we were the adults and they were children and babies and toddlers. We
Yeah,
were not able to fix this shit. I blame the boomers as well for that sometimes. That
well, it is the boomers for
a
sure. I mean,
wonderful future for our children. Look what future you have presented me, boomer parents. Yeah, but we
well, the
couldn't fix
boomers.
it as well as Gen X, no?
Well, that's the thing, is like the Gen X's, like the baby boomers, like my parents are baby boomers, the Gen X's, they grew up in a generations where they watched a lot of significant social change. You know, they watched, they watched racial, Jim Crow crash and burn. They watched gay rights, the AIDS generation. They watched a lot of things, a lot of very significant social changes, and they've become the most dangerous because they think that all this, you know, media hyped social justice is real and is a legit cause. And like I live in a building full of these old ladies who all think that, like, oh, the poor immigrants, the poor migrants. And you tell them, and it's like, listen, you're completely disconnected from the real world. You actually, like, they'll say, like, oh, I trust Rachel Maddow, or I trust CNN, or I trust this. And I'm like, old lady, let me tell you something. Nobody from my generation, the only reason the news, that The View or any of these shows are still on is because there's still geezers left to watch it. Like, as soon as the last Gen Z or Gen Xer, and not even Gen X, I would even say, I'd even probably say baby boomers. Yeah, I guess some Gen X. As soon as they're dead, all this TV, the Fox News and Tucker Carlson, all these people, they're going to disappear because nobody trusts it. Like, you don't talk to anyone from my generation, from our generation, who's like, oh, yeah, I trust the news. Oh, yeah, I watch CNN. Nobody. Like, nobody does. And so they watch this stuff and they actually believe this represents the real world and the real social climate. And it doesn't. And that's what's so crazy. It's like like they don't, like, I had one of my neighbors the other day telling me how she watched something like where ICE arrested some Asian woman who was legal, and she had tears in her eyes. And I'm like, well, that sucks and all, but I'm like, who left the border open to create the situation where we'd have to have ICE running around arresting people who are illegals and committing crimes? I'm like, whose fault is that? And, they'll be like, it's Trump's fault. And I'm like, nobody trusts Trump. Like, nobody trusts like, you got to understand, our generation, the millennials, and, well, I would less the millennials, but like a lot of millennials, especially late millennials, and a lot of, Gen Z and now Gen Alpha, we don't trust the news. We don't watch and trust what we see on TV. We don't trust anybody. That's why I think they're talking to bring it back to the original point. That's why I think that they're all of a sudden trying to bring out this UFO stuff, because they dumped the Epstein files on everybody and nobody seems to care. And it's not causing the uprising and the outcry and that they expected. They did that whole Guthrie thing with that, with that news reporter's mom from like Arizona who disappeared, and it's only like little old ladies following that. Like it's an Law and Order SVU marathon, and nobody seems to care. Everybody's become numb. So it's like, all right, let's tell them we're going to release the space aliens, and nobody seems to care about that either, you know?
Yeah,
And
but
I think,
I have to admit I wasn't this way all the time. For example, when 9/11 happened, and
yeah,
recently I watched a video of William Cooper, when he showed the bad propaganda about Bin Laden. Oh, we captured Bin Laden here, Bin Laden with CNN, an interview, and the propaganda was so bad back that time as well. And I didn't question 9/11 back the time.
yeah,
No, I believed in the story, or it was not important for me, or I said, okay, it was this way, okay. And I did this as well. I felt a little something is off. But then
yeah,
it is that worse. I I have to admit I was really like them yeah, 10 years ago. I
Yeah.
didn't
mhm,
fact checked all the news, even 9/11. I buy the story. And when
yeah,
I saw this clip from Bill Cooper, when he showed how, look how bad it is, how often did they capture Bin Laden, and here the interview with CNN, how bad the psyop is, and I said, what the fuck? And I
yeah,
didn't realize it. What the fuck? I'm so stupid, retarded. Oh,
Oh
and
yeah.
yeah,
then I had the time to research. But when you are busy, you're going to work, and you have a second job, or third, or three jobs, and have your shit to do, yeah, you don't have the time, and you're tired, and yeah.
Damn, I forgot what I was gonna look up. Oh, YouTube won't let me even comment in my own comments.
oh, yeah,
Clint was born awake.
yeah.
Came out and said, "What shit is this about?" When he
Well, I
was
don't,
Clint, right?
What's that? Oh yeah, I've been watching X Files since
When
like
you was
'91.
born and see that light, he said, "What is this about?"
Well,
Oh,
I mean,
the Christ consciousness have me.
but well, I knew something was going on when I was a kid because I knew everybody was retarded. I
Mm.
was like, oh,
Oh,
geez, there's
I
retards
told you,
and everything.
when I was in elementary school, I did a report on UFOs in like first or second grade, and I had to go interview my somebody, like I had to interview my school principal and ask him if he believed in UFOs, and he just kind of looked at me, and I'm like, I'm doing a report on UFOs. And I went to the library and I took out UFO books, to like do my project. I was in a gifted and talented program, and I could get away with stuff like that time. So
Yeah.
now they're trying to get rid of gifted and talented.
But you was part of a gifted program.
Yeah.
Oh, the CIA has watched you. I heard that
The,
the CIA is doing this. Look, are you a CIA agent, Danny? Who is secretly infiltrating Glenn's podcast?
uh, well,
Secretly, well, the podcast is live, so it wouldn't really require much to infiltrate it.
And then sell us to the aliens.
the, well, that's what's weird about all the missing people. At least see on Facebook.
Oh,
There's always
interesting.
people sharing all these missing people things. And it's like, what the fuck are all these missing people? How the fuck do they get lost? Like, what the fuck is up with that? Like, fucking,
Wasn't that, do you remember the Finders cult?
The
yeah,
what?
like
The Finders,
Oh.
my friend used to live next door to a missing person
the
in Michigan,
Finders.
and he said that the dude was like fucking just disappeared or something, and it was like nobody knew what the fuck where the dude went or something, and it was like, and the dude was like not very bright, so it's not like
Yeah.
uh, I don't know, it's a weird story.
The
Yeah.
Finders The finders were abused children who were found by the FBI, right? In some vans, and they looked into the vans, and there were computers and technology they never have seen till this day. And the finders, that the children who were in the program were some gifted children with some psychic um, abilities. Was this the finders?
Like the Dark Angel TV show.
The finders code.
The Dark Angel TV show.
I don't remember the finders.
There's genetically modified humans or something.
No. They were in a school program, and they were allegedly, but abused as well, and educated in a different class, and the CIA and the FBI investigated it, and then the CIA came in. Oh, come, we take over, and then never heard about them again. The finders.
So they were having psychic schooling or something.
Wait a second. I think this is
Isn't there that Ted Gunderson stuff?
the what? Don't know, Vicky. The finders. The finders were on internationally. The finders. The finders.
I'm just showing another roach joint.
Washington D.C. Was it this? Virginia, United States Air Force Master Sergeant. Was it this? The finders. Oh, wait a second. I have this case at home. I think it was this. The finders were an international community and new religious movement founded in Washington, D.C.
Oh, that's weird.
Is it this? The finders were a very famous case.
I'm pretty sure Ted Gunderson talks about that.
The finder.
Doesn't he?
Pay attention.
Cross-reference it with Ted Gunderson.
Yes, 2 members of Mr. Child Abuse. Right. This is the one. This one. And they were in this gifted program. These children. Allegedly.
It's like, yeah. Oh, hey, what's going on?
Oh, hi, Jonah.
Finders were just a couple of good Samaritans helping the kids in the park, and they weren't doing anything. A few kids didn't have showers for days. There's nothing unusual with that. Just a couple of dudes in business suits that fucking fed elephants, right?
Yeah.
There's something shady going on, that's for sure.
Trust your child to your local federal agent. Trust your child to your local federal agent. The Cashman Hotel has you covered.
Jonah, what's up? Are there aliens in in Canada as well?
Yeah, they're fucking. They all have red dots on their head.
Cool.
Oh wait, that's the wrong alien, right? That's the wrong alien. Sorry, but I mean they make some fucking hell of a butter chicken and shit. Some naan bread.
Are the aliens in the Epstein files? Maybe they are.
I said no, Ellie. You know what I said last night? If there are aliens, please let a hot one fucking anal probe me and not like a fucking nasty one. I like if I'm gonna get fucking raped by something from outer space, and at least make her hot. Come on.
I think that the aliens are in New Mexico, maybe under the Zorro Ranch, where Epstein and his fellows did some.
Wait, he had a ranch there?
DNA. Wait, you are kind of right, because Zorro definitely was a fucking alien, according to the Lone Ranger. I mean, the Lone Ranger was definitely. Oh, wait, I'm getting the stories mixed up. Never mind. Shut the fuck up, Jonah. I literally just woke up to take a piss, but I was bothered Clint earlier, so I might as well jump on for a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What do you say to Clint's Christmas tree in the background?
Well, it's my girlfriend's tree, not.
Oh,
It's not a
sorry.
Christmas tree. It's Clint's worship of Tammuz's penis.
You got some strange customs up there in Canada.
That has nothing to do with Canada. That's Babylon, the first use of a Christmas tree, which was a pirate.
Isn't it a castration cult?
No,
Well,
it's
the
it's
symbol
Nimrod's
of
cock.
it's also a symbol of how they stabbed out the
Fairness.
Cyclops' eye.
It's a Samir's. I mean, it's over. Wait, not Osiris. It's the same story, but it's Nimrod's cock actually. Semiramis jumped on it, and then she had Tammuz.
Oh yeah, right. You are right. Nimrod, Tammuz, and what was his mother's name? Samuradis? No.
Semiramis.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Clint, what's so cool in this on this cult? Why do you love Tammuz?
He loves the Christ consciousness. It goes about all the way back to the first one.
Ah, because of that he's rejecting it so hardly. And now pretending to be pretty stoned.
You know what I'm doing right now, which is a weird fucking habit I got into recently? Just eating a package of a hot chocolate mix. Yeah, I just eat the hot packages. I don't even fucking mix it because it tastes better just like eating the package.
Better drink some water with that.
Then he is frozen.
No, man, I just eat the whole fucking package. It's way better than the fucking hot chocolate.
You are frozen.
Wait, why am I frozen?
Yes, you are frozen.
Oh yeah, look at that. I am frozen.
Used to happen a lot.
Here's my hot chocolate mix.
At least I got my good side. Oops.
But I can hear you very well.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. It's frozen again. I'm looking at myself. I have my other cell phone so I could look at the chat while I'm my dead cell phone so I can see myself.
How's Danny anyways?
I'm all right. How's about you?
I mean, winter's kind of over, so that's a good deal.
Oh, not for us. We're about to get another 20 inches of snow and gusting winds. So hopefully the city survives this.
Oh, that probably means we are too, but I didn't pay attention to the weather because it's been fucking nice all week.
Yeah. Yeah, this just kind of came out of nowhere. So now it's funny because they just said they're trying to find people to shovel snow they'll pay them to shovel snow, but you have to bring 3 forms of ID and like a social security card, and they're not going to pay. The city won't pay you until like April, and it's $19 an hour. So
and I mean, isn't it like you can just go there and vote without a fucking voucher system?
Exactly, without an ID. And yet they complain about voter ID.
I don't know what's going on this supposed ghost video, but there's nothing really happening.
What ghost video?
I was just playing some
it
supposed
is
ghost video.
Of national security.
I think I know that song.
Oh, there we
go.
Where the fuck is my other focus? If you guys get snow, we probably are. I just haven't paid attention.
What coast of Canada are you on? East or west? Because if you're coming from the east
outside of London, Ontario, if you know where that is.
So Ontario's just above above New York. So it might be coming your way. It might actually, depending on what direction it's going, it might be coming your way.
I'm about an hour from Buffalo, and I'm about an hour from Detroit. I mean, depending on who's driving.
And depending on how desperate you are to get to either of those places.
I mean, no. So, the 401 is the highway that runs that way. I mean, it's fucking. I don't know if you've ever driven in Canada, but 401's hilarious because, like,
Is anyone familiar with the Ghost Club?
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
is anyone familiar with the Ghost Band?
The Ghost Club
Ghost
is
band?
originated from
Yeah, band Ghost or whatever.
Yeah, they're like light rock or something.
got a Ghost Club is very old, and they brought this ghost hunting to the United States with the Fox sisters and this, um, and a lot of very famous writers were part of the Ghost Club. For example, the guy who wrote Sherlock Holmes. What was his name?
The guy who wrote what?
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh,
Hmm.
um,
Sir Arthur
Sher-
Conan Doyle.
yes,
there you go.
exactly. This guy, the Ghost Club, where it is, and they nobody knows the Ghost Club because allegedly from them this UFO cargo cult started out. The
Did you
Ghost,
ever?
what
Yeah,
is your UFO cargo cult in the United States
that I
originated
heard of.
from the Ghost Club. Some people say. I'm not sure. I look it up. Wait. Wiki English. The Ghost Club is a paranormal investigation. 1862. I sent you the link.
Hey,
And it's very interesting.
if there are ghosts, please allow Hot One to rate me.
The Ghost Club.
I mean, I'm gonna say the same as with ghosts as with aliens. I mean, if I'm gonna get sexually molested by one of them, according to fucking everything they put out on the news, they better be fucking hot.
Members. Charles Dickens is famous. Julian Huxley was a part of the Ghost Club. Julian Huxley, yeah. And Peter Underwood, Colin Wilson. I said Arthur Doyle was sorry, it was Charles Dickens, not Doyle.
Mm.
Arthur Doyle was as well. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Charles Dickens, Huxley. Yeah, a
Yeah,
lot of famous people were part of this club.
that's cool. Did you ever see there was a the police body cam footage of it was I can't remember the guy's name, but you can find the footage pretty easily. This guy,
That was
he
definitely
killed.
not me, Your Honor. Definitely not
Ghost,
me, Your Honor.
ghost footage.
Well, he killed this guy killed his family, and the police went to the house because they had to, I guess, look for evidence or whatever as afterwards, and it caught some crazy stuff on their body cams and on their and in their records. Like there's like at one point you can hear voices in the background talking, you hear like a scream, there's a couple of weird shadows, lights go on and off, and this is on police body cam. And there's like
Yeah,
one thing
I've
where
seen
you
that
walk
one.
into that was crazy. They walk into a closet and they hear like what sounded like a child giggling, and they were like, "You heard that, right?" And they were like, "Yeah, we heard that." It was pretty
And we're
freaky.
still waiting on Clint to walk out of the closet.
To- Damn it.
I always thought Seth MacFarlane was gay because of his symbol of like his production company, Fuzzy Door Productions, and it was like a leopard skin. It was like a leopard skin wall. It was like a leopard skin door that's opening up from like a dark space, so it looks like coming out of the closet.
Oh, he's definitely gay and a furry.
Oh yeah, that I can definitely see. But I didn't think about that because they
When
didn't
you
have furries.
ghosts, what came out from the ghost? Ectoplasma. What is this called? Ectoplasma, right? Ectoplasma.
Yeah.
Ah, thank you.
Ectoplasm. I like how when people drive their Teslas into like cemeteries and they can see all these weird ghosty things walking around. Like if people come up on the screen.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be honest. All that is them programming the technology. You really trust anything that comes out of Silicon Valley with fucking Mark Zuckerberg and fucking Bill Gates running that shit?
Wrong.
Yeah,
It is
could just
from
be a
London.
glitch.
Well,
Some
it's
kind of
from His
glitch.
Highness. Hmm?
What
Could be.
what is Sally saying?
It is not from Silicon Valley. It is originated from London in 1862. There was
Well,
no.
the
Oh,
ghost.
Dave was talking about the Tesla vehicle showing fucking ghosts in the
Okay.
mirror,
Yeah.
dash cams.
Wrong topic.
Mm.
Tesla. This is also a confusing name. Why does Elon Musk or the other guys who founded Tesla company call it Tesla? Because when you Google it, you will, and you want to look for Nikola Tesla,
Yeah.
this car company shows up.
Yeah. Well, I think that there's more Tesla patents used in a regular car than there is a Tesla.
But
Like
why this
Tesla,
name? Why this name? Yeah.
well, like an
For-
old car, the old speedometers was. I'm pretty sure that was a Tesla invention, and then the
Oh.
alternator,
Dude, you
that's
should go to
two
Niagara
Tesla.
Falls. They have a Tesla museum because it's the fucking water dam that he built in Niagara Falls.
And Tesla came
Oh,
out from.
wow.
Oh wait, that's in Ontario.
That okay? Huh. Anyways.
I'm pretty sure Trump, wasn't it Trump's uncle who was like the FBI and who like took all the Tesla technology?
Yeah, John
And
Trump,
yeah,
the one who was at MIT for fucking millennia, just like that fucking piece of shit communist scumbag Noam Chomsky.
fuck Noam Chomsky.
Yeah.
Another MIT agent, though, is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I see all sorts of losers posting Noam Chomsky, and it's like, oh, I see your algorithm.
Yeah, Noam Chomsky was also pro-vaccine mandate. He was like talking about locking up the unvaccinated and stuff like that, and he didn't see the irony in his own
He worked at
stupidity.
he worked for the Creative Artists Agency. I mean, the Creative Intelligence Agency at fucking MIT for the sixth generation or 6 decades. I mean, he's all dude. It's hilarious because like people will reference manufacturing consent, but he literally gives away the game and where he's like, oh yeah, you can have vigorous debate as much as you want as long as you stick within these 2 points, and that's exactly what he does by creating that book.
Yeah, that's what they all do. Stick to these 2 points, nothing else.
Yeah,
Fucking bastards.
the illusion of choice. Yeah, that's why I was thinking of running for the city council for my district, and people were like, oh, and I'm just like, and they're like, oh, you'll have to delete your social media and stuff like that because I do have a lot of controversial shit, and I'm like, nah. I don't want to. And I was thinking about it today and I'm like, I don't want to delete my social media. Let them pull up my stuff about the Reformation. I'm like, so what? I'm talking about history, you know? Or like the stuff that what I talk about, conspiracy stuff and everything. I'm like, listen, half the people in my city government, we have an idiot, this one woman who says that, well, including our mayor, who says violence is a social construct, recidivism, violence is a social construct. I'm like, if these people can sit there and get away with talking about stuff like that, I can get away with talking about the Reformation, you know?
Well, it's ridiculous. They've never been on the street and had some fucking lunatic fucking try to stick them up. Those fucking
Oh, yeah.
people are crazy. Those fucking.
Well,
It's crazy. We don't have any fucking right to protect ourselves here in America without it being infringed. The
Oh, you elected Trudeau?
the
oh, we
we
sure
probably
did.
definitely get out of Canada.
Yeah, well,
Well, no, Trudeau actually said you don't have like a right to protect yourself.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
yeah. I don't know how he's allowed to walk around like without getting. Well, I guess because all your cops now are like Indian women, so nobody's going to try to arrest him. But
All of Canada's communists. It's like New York City, but worse.
well, that's exactly it. I tell people from Canada, whenever I speak to anyone from Canada, I'm always like, New York has the most in common with Canadians. Like, we really have the most. Like, one of our city government idiots said that New York should try to become a province of Canada. because they even acknowledge it's a communist shithole.
Yeah. Yeah.
They all love Mark Carney because he's the fucking Rothschild's bitch.
That's like
they love
Canada's
City of
new
London.
New England, and New York's like new southwest England.
It's funny because
Speaking
he
of
had a.
communists, speaking of communists, Clint, what he just said, have any of you guys ever listened to that communist musician Billy Bragg?
Who?
No.
He's got a great song, New England. I'm not looking for another girl. Oh, I'm just looking. Oh wait, no, I'm not looking for another England. I'm just looking for another girl or something like that. He's this communist folk singer. He did fucking, but he's definitely an operation. Just communist as fuck. This album's
that.
back to basics, so it's a great album. But
Well, I remember there was a song about like 15 years ago, something about buying stuff at used clothing stores or something. Some kind of song about it. I was like,
A
I don't
rap
know.
song.
Yeah, yeah. I was like, what the fuck? People, I don't
Macklemore?
want to buy no secondhand clothes.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
yeah, that came out of fucking Seattle, bro.
Yeah. Champagne
Seattle, the
social.
birthplace of.
Well, I would make an
Seattle
exception
was
for a
the
leather
birthplace of
jacket.
fucking Antifa in fucking North America. The birthplace, but that's where they really got their funding for fucking WTO in 1999.
Isn't that where they also had that weird little like street community that they came up with? What the hell was that called? Wasn't that in Seattle also? Say it again?
Yeah.
Forgot the
Chaz,
name. Chad, right.
something.
That's right. Yeah.
Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone.
It's funny, somewhat when I don't
Which
know if it
again,
was you
too,
or
is hilarious because. Well, it's also funny too because Capitol Hill that goes back to Rome, that goes back to Giannis or Janus, goes back to Chaos, which is another name of Giannis or Janus, right? So it's the Chaos autonomous zone, realistically. You know what I mean? It's just a
Yeah.
further extension of this Babylonian fucking chaos worship.
Well, it's definitely Roman. I brought this up the other night where it's like
It's
the
true.
Illuminati and a lot of the secret societies, and even the extensions of Illuminati, such as Theta Bite, Kappa, or whatever, that they all use Greek words. I think there's a Greek part of the conspiracy as well. Because I brought up how
Yeah,
Manly
that's
P. Hall
the
was
Greek
asked to wear a
societies,
toga.
bro.
What's that?
It's all the Greek societies. I mean, look at the Boule Society, right? Fucking, I mean, and that was hilarious. Was it earlier? I was talking about all the shit with Jay-Z and the fucking. I'm like, who gives a fuck about Jay-Z? Beyonce Knowles is Knowles, which is a huge family in the Black Boule Society. And you know how I know the fact that fucking Knowles are way more powerful than fucking Jay-Z? Remember when Solange beat his ass in the fucking elevator and he stood there like a bitch because he knew he couldn't fucking lay a hand on the Knowles family?
Well, is he related to Michael Knowles? Is she related to Michael Knowles?
No, maybe, but it's Black Boule. There's the Knowles generation done it that way, but Knowles is also they have huge ties to fucking they have huge ties to the Irish fucking Ulster, not Ulster, but the Belfast Northern or what is it, North England or whatever, North
Northern
Ireland. I mean,
Ireland?
yeah, they have ties. Knowles has ties to fucking the Northern Ireland, fucking what do they call it? I forget the word right now. Like all their fucking knights and nobility faggotry.
Yeah.
But Knowles within the USA, the name Knowles and the fucking they're huge up in the fucking Black Boule shit. That's how I'm telling you, man. Like, no one pays attention. That there's a reason that Solange beat the fuck out of Jay-Z in an elevator. And he stood there and just took it because you know he wasn't taking that from any other bitch. Like, you know what I mean?
Whoa. I gotta look into it.
Like you're out fucking around on your wife's like, you know what I mean? That's the legend story. And then she just steps in the elevator, starts whooping on your ass, and you just stand there.
Yeah.
I mean, Jay-Z's not a civilized person. You know, he would have hit another bitch.
Well,
But you know, no one ever really looks into the black boule.
the
Well,
black.
And then fucking that cunt Malaka Harris is always going on about the boule shit too, right? Because that's also when she's like Divine Nine.
She says Divine Nine.
Divine Nine. It's the 9 frats within black HBCUs.
Oh, okay.
So Divine Nine is specifically the 9 original, I think it is, or the 9 significant fraternities of the Greek society within the black HBCUs.
Yeah, the fraternities seem to be like a recruiting ground for the secret societies as well.
Yeah.
Fraternities are a secret society, you dumbass.
Well, I mean, they're like a. Yeah, they are. They're definitely a secret society, but I mean, I think they're just like the first step. You know what I mean?
Well, it's the first step to like networking. Yeah, I would imagine. Because I knew a lot of, I mean, I didn't know a lot of people who went, but I knew of like a lot of the people who like get famous and stuff. They go to college, they join some kind of sorority or fraternity, and
Well, even with in fucking New York City, right? They have that one where all the fucking businessmen dress up as fucking fags or sorry, they dress up as transvestites for one night, and then they're led around. It's that Phi Beta Kappa where it's not even fucking. It's not even a university one. It's where they just induct all the fucking high wealth individuals.
Yeah,
right.
speaking of high wealth,
That's the one that's
they don't have to
Illuminati.
be. What I underestimated was the power of the Mormons in the United States.
Yeah,
And
they're
then,
huge.
what the fuck? I didn't know that they are so big and so influential.
yeah, they own the state of Utah.
Yeah, they said they would take the United States if they
Their
got
own
the chance.
underwear. There's absolutely nothing wrong with them. Like God definitely wants you to wear a specific pair of underwear that's brought to you by a guy named Brigham Young.
Bring them, yeah.
Old Brigham.
Yeah,
Good one.
Skull and Bones
Bring them
always
along.
involved in that as well. Not founded in Yale, only.
No, it's kind of funny because you tie in the last two. You tied my last two. You know, even Jay-Z was giving a shout out to Brigham Young when he's like, "Bring him out, bring him out." You know, it's kind of
Maybe.
hard when you got a barrel in your mouth. Bring him out, bring him out.
The Mormons hated black people for like centuries. Like they've only been around for about a century, but like for as long as like only up until like maybe what the 70s or even like after that.
This is the 90s.
They just ostracized them. You ever listen to JJ's story about like the one black Mormon family that he had in his church where they weren't even allowed to sit in a bench, but they still came? They had to
Jesus,
stand in the back.
that's fucked up.
Wow. Yeah, that is pretty fucked up.
And they are so obsessed with genealogy. Genealogy, I can't pronounce this name. The gene bank.
Genealogy.
What the fuck? They have my data. Even mine, living in Europe.
I'll
The
give a huge shout out.
they
there's a
all
channel.
this genealogy websites, Ancestry.com, Family Research, and whatnot. Right?
Oh, yeah, you related to any famous
I
people?
give a huge shout out to a guy named Mind Unveiled on YouTube because
Oh yeah, cool.
Can I finish, Shelly? For about 5 years, I've always been. I know everyone here has heard me say that they talk about FC, and I'm like, who gives a fuck about the children? Tell me why he had a DNA database. So as far as I've seen, Mind Unveiled is the first guy that actually, since they released this limited hangout, he's the first guy that sat down and he started researching it And he came up with all the names that I brought up about 5 years ago. But shout out to him for saying he came up with Martin Novak and the Jeffrey Epstein had two urologists on. He had fucking women that he was trafficking, and like Martin Novak. And it's really interesting. I think it's called. Let me pull up my other phone. I'll give a shout out to the link because it's one person who's finally paying attention to the fact that Jeffrey Epstein would have had all the DNA database and all that other shit going on.
Yeah, he was. I seen a picture recently on the internet. I think I shared it on Twitter. Of it was a picture of, I don't know if it's real or not, but he was wearing a secret S shirt.
It's not.
He was on a boat wearing a secret S shirt, and I was like, wow, that's crazy. I mean, he could have just been gifted it or something, but
What is the secret S?
the service. I just try not to say certain words.
Oh, the ones who were involved in the fake Donald Trump shooting. The guys who orchestrated it with Donald Trump.
Well, they're probably working for the UN. I mean, that's Cooper. Cooper says basically everyone's working for the UN. I mean, that's what's fucked up. The
Yeah, the video I'm talking about is called Epstein's AI Baby Farms by Mind Unveiled. So
Whoa.
it goes in. He gets the documents where fucking again too. It's hilarious too because I haven't touched those files. I'm not gonna touch them because it's a limited hangout, and of course they're gonna be recording every single person who goes on and what they look at. You know, but
Epstein AI farm.
yeah. So he also goes into he had a company he set up with not Novak but another one of these scientists. I think it was called Designer Babies in 2014. They're paid for fucking gynecologists and fucking there's emails where he calls the fucking the egg people,
The egg people?
Yeah, yeah, it's an interesting video, but it's all shit that I pointed out fucking 2019 before he was ever hung. So I've been saying since 2017 when it happened, when they picked him up the second time. I'm like, why the fuck does the guy have a 200 sorry, he has a DNA database company, which is and I had this whole conversation with Raven on his show years ago. I'm like, the only reason you have a DNA database is so that you can target your victims for harvesting. You're harvesting organs, you're harvesting for their ovaries, you're harvesting for their genetics. That's the only reason you ever need a DNA database. But fucking Epstein got a $250 million tax rebate as a convicted fucking pedophile from the IRS under the fucking U.S. Virgin Islands. But no one wants to bring that up. And I'll give shout out to Mind Unveiled because he does like videos where he goes and he actually went through the documents. He found where this woman's talking. And it's hilarious too because the documents that he found, it's even like one of these fucking victims. There are documents that are written in rail fence cipher, I think he calls it.
rail
Fence cipher. So
like
it's not even
Railian?
written like
Yeah, I'd say like the Railian cult.
no RAIL. So it's you write two letters on top of each other, and then you have to crisscross them in a certain pattern to get the words or the sentences that you're actually. It's not as sophisticated. It's not a sophisticated cipher, especially if you're good with pattern recognition. But I mean, this woman's going out of the way, and then it's written in another language. I think it's Ukrainian too. So again, you tie in all the Ukraine shit because he's running all kinds of shit out there too. No one's talking about, but I don't even need to get into the files to know this is all shit that's in fucking just public knowledge. So they're just giving you a limited hangout to get you paying attention to some of the shit that they want you to know about, but not really.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah. No, the other thing that's really interesting, and then if anyone is doing the Epstein shit, go ahead and send me a link or send me an email to Troublemaker Jonah at fucking Gmail. But another one that everyone should pay attention to or dig into, because you'll hear people talk about Lawrence Krauss or this or that. Jeffrey Epstein actually conducted, or well, I guess he was the master of ceremonies or whatever the fuck it was. Of two, he had two annual fucking. Don't know if they ever had a third, but as far as I can tell so far, is he had two back to back annual doomsday conferences where they fucking talk about all the different doomsday scenarios that are possible to the end of the world and shit. And he did that completely. And it was I think one was at Little St. James and one was in Abu Dhabi. So that's another avenue that people should really look into. But I'm not touching that shit because it's a super duper limited hangout fucking surveillance project.
Interesting.
Like they release these documents, but you have to access the Department of Justice computer, so you can only fucking access them one file at a time, and you have to access them by like their EFTA or whatever Epstein file transfer agreement or whatever the fuck it is. It's like get the fuck out of here. This is super duper. Like you're fucking installing spy software probably every time you open a document.
Epstein transfer agreement? What the fuck?
Well, I think they made it all separate files, so it'd be tougher to look through them.
And it's all through the Department of Justice servers. So like, get the fuck out of here! Like, is this a promise software fucking operation? You know, because Department of Justice has had that fucking software forever. Who knows? But
it could be a psyop of some sort.
Wouldn't surprise me. It is logical. Yeah.
What if it's all part of some kind of plan or something? Sorry.
What do you mean?
Is Palantir related to the Promise software? The Peter Thiel Palantir software?
Is he connected to Scientology or something?
No, to the Promise software.
Palantir is literally some shit that they fucking stole, like from. They stole that from what the fuck was that shitty? What's his name? Tolkien. Palantir is literally like the fucking the wizard's fucking looking glass to see the future. So I mean, fuck the deal too.
The Looking Glass project. Is this a real thing, right?
Could be. I mean, well, technically though, they don't usually name projects after the thing that they're doing.
Sorry. It's the Epstein File Transparency Act, DFTA. That's why they named them that. I thought it was file transfer, but again, I'm not touching those shits because it's fucking completely a fucking operation. And I mean, Thomas Massey, as far as like public appearances go, I would say he's the greatest fucking congressman. But he's a graduate of MIT who developed software for bio marking or whatever. So yeah, I don't trust the guy for a fucking moment, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't trust any of this. I think this Epstein stuff was to get people distracted from bigger and worse things, and then now we were talking about it earlier. Now that it's not working, and now we're on to the aliens are coming. But I think they're just
Hey, if they're coming, make sure she's hot and when she's raping me. I mean, come on.
What's crazy?
Jonah wants the hot alien. She better be hot while raping me. I only want the hot ones. And I mean, be gentle with the rape girl, Mr. Alien. If I get to be stuck with the anal probes, because that's what they always tell you, right? They always like, anal probe me.
The Epstein files are huge. It is a huge thing. But as you said, Danny, before, the outrage in the society is very few people. The people don't care.
Yeah.
I think we'll talk about the Epstein shit.
To see how many people will get angry and dive into it.
Well, I think they
Yeah.
expected like riots. I think they expected like we want overthrow, we want to overthrow. Like they expected some kind of like revolt, and people are just like, yeah, we
Yeah.
knew.
No,
Why
I don't buy
so?
that for a second.
Because
You
they
know why I
love
don't buy that?
behavior
I think they
studies.
wanted. I
They
think the idea was,
are behavior studies.
You
And
know
yeah,
why? That You
now
know
they
why I don't believe that they ever expected any fucking violent revolt, Danny, though, at the end of the day? Because these communists have been trying to fucking literally, they've been trying to set off a fucking revolution within America, a color revolution since the 1960s with the Black Panthers, and yet no, all of America is so fat and obese and fucking Coca Cola fucking generation, Pepsi generation, and thing. Man, you can't even, man, like, could you imagine, like, people talk about, like, oh, there's going to be a civil war, man. You can't even get fucking 6 gangs in the same city together for fucking like joined
yeah.
forces and fuck up the cops. So how the fuck are you gonna have a revolution?
Well, that's the
You
thing is, I
literally
think,
have
Well, I
you
think
yeah.
everybody should go
literally
on
have
strike.
the peckerwoods and the fucking essays killing each other instead of fucking going against the government.
Well, I
Well,
think that's the big problem. That's why I think even like they, they wanted to get people scared about war with Iran and stuff, and get people. And it's like most people are like, yeah, the American army can't handle any kind of war with, freaking with Panama. There's no way we're going to war with a country like Iran. There's no way any of that's happening. And yeah, I mean, I think that they expected some kind of backlash from the Epstein thing. I think they did expect some kind of backlash because it was such a hot topic for so many years. And it just, Americans are so numb and so dumb and yeah, and fat. Like they nobody's getting off their ass. I mean, even like they have these kids in the high schools protesting ICE, like skipping class to protest ICE. High schools where they have the reading proficiency of like in the negatives, and everyone's saying tell them to come in on Saturday and Sunday, or tell them to come in on their vacation to go protest ICE. Let's see if they show up. It's like I think I don't know if this was the whole point. I kind of wonder if it's become that point of just to turn Americans completely numb to everything. Because we are. Like, the American
yeah,
people are completely numb.
no,
could be
in
part of the trauma-based
Germany,
strength, though.
Europe, the same. NPC zombification.
But
Yeah.
I think the
Well,
best
yeah.
solution would
NPC
be,
is.
I think the
Sorry.
best solution would be if everybody just went on strike. They just they're just like, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not doing anything
Knew
until
you
there's
were
full
a
social
fucking communist pushing a general strike.
Yeah, that's the only way. That's real. Like I was talking, because I was talking about getting back into sanitation, like private sanitation, and this guy I was talking to about it was telling me how they abuse the private sanitation guys. Like they have they have an insane turnover rate, and they make them work like 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. And if you can get a route up sooner, then they'll keep adding more until you just can't get anything done. And I'm like, all these guys, and yet there's a lot of money. Like, if you have, like, there's two sanitation companies that basically control New York right now, like private, and they make so much frigging money. It is insane how much money these guys are making, and they just have to keep being greedier. And I'm just like, and they
Yeah,
can
but
never
isn't that
find
Bonanno's?
what's up.
Isn't that the Bonanno family even still to this day? Or am I getting
Well,
the wrong family wrong?
It used to be Jimmy Brown Fiala. He was Gambino. I think, yeah, he was a
Okay.
Gambino. I think
life.
he was the one who controlled most of the garbage. But now they got rid of the mafia supposedly and made it all corporate. So it's Action and Waste Connections that own, and they bought up all the small companies because they demafiazed it. My friend worked for one of the last mafia companies, Joro, but now it's like they abuse these guys. They're making tons of money, and because there's always a bunch of young guys who are willing to be like, "Yeah, I'll throw garbage. It's easy," and then they get abused, and then they either get hurt or they leave because they just can't handle. Yeah, I mean, 6 days a week, 10-hour nights. It's really insanity. So I'm like, yo, all these guys got to do,
That
and they have a
sounds like
union.
my regular week.
What's up?
That just sounds like we're being a contractor, bro.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
used to do roofs.
Yeah, and in Germany we have the I can't pronounce it. Danny, you know them. Nakrigenta? Drangenta?
Indrangheta. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, they are in real estate very big.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you said, incorporated.
Yeah. They're like the business, like the legit business side of the market. They're big in Canada too. They've gotten really big in Canada also.
What's that?
The Indrangheta, which is like the corporate Italian mafia. They like
Yeah.
yeah, they've become a they go into a lot of legit business, and especially as Ellie said, they're in big in real estate and stuff like that. And they have like an inner circle, like the Santa Maria is like their inner circle, and it's supposed to be all legit businessmen. And yeah, they control. But now it's all like, it's all corporate, and these guys are just so selfish. And I'm just like, all you guys got to do is be like, we're not picking up the garbage until you meet our demands, and they'll have to come to the negotiating table because they make so much money, like these corporations, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking about going back into private sanitation, even just driving, but they're like, just driving the truck, although I miss throwing garbage, but yeah.
What if you started your own union company, like where you create a union for the garbage people in New York?
They have one, but the problem is that this younger generation is so cucked that they can't even like think for themselves. They can't even I was saying, my colleagues could have gotten me back to work 3 years ago if all they did was say, we're not going to work, or we're going to slow down until you put the fired unvaccinated workers back. And they're just like, "Eh." They're too distracted. And now they're getting, like, the city of New York just sold private health care information for city workers to an insurance company for $100 million. And these guys are okay with that. And they haven't even, is no one's like, wait, why did you sell my private information? You know? So
Yeah.
that's the problem. These young generation, and like,
Yeah,
especially like
your
men today, are
information's been
tough.
sold since your private information has been sold since the Affordable Care Act. That's the only reason they can do it, because they're already fucking selling it through Obamacare. And they're selling it. And then what's even worse is no one actually in the USA ever fucking looks into it or reads the law. Not only are they selling that information, they're fucking digitizing it and selling it to Europe and fucking China and fucking everywhere else. Fucking. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's just paying attention to the laws that are present.
Well, that's the thing. It's like up until about a year ago, every New York City worker, like every New York City municipal worker, had a different options for healthcare benefits. They could choose whichever one they wanted. And then they forced them onto a single payer health plan. So like back then, it's like you could work, if your company, there was no one company that was worth it for them to pay the city $100 million for like 50,000 employees or 10,000 employees or 6,000, whatever it was. But now every city worker is under Aetna. So all Aetna had to say is, hey, city of New York, we'll give you $100 million. You give us all their private information. And they took it. They took everything. And it got and now it's like, there's only a few and it included the retirees. So the retirees who have tons of time on their hands are filing lawsuits against it. But the active city workers are just like, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be
Speaking
honest. If we go back to
of
if
the
we go back to
commission,
2020, right? Um,
back to
the one thing
time.
about that.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Ellie.
Sorry, I didn't want to. I have a delay. Speaking of the mafia, Danny, the Netragheta, for example, or former Murder Inc. commission called, they are so powerful. And I struggle with this. Who is in charge? Who is the Wizard of Oz? Who is pulling the strings? The Jesuits. Some say the Jesuits are the most powerful people.
Remember,
The other side, the Zionists, the Illuminati. Clint, what is your take on that? You are the most the best expert on this. It gets messy. Yeah.
Well, I was
Let's
going to
do it
say
at
quick,
least.
check out Michael King does a pretty good backtrack on the mafia, and he connects it to a couple of the families of the black nobility who control like the Bananos.
Oh,
I
there's
forgot.
the connection with the Catholic Church. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the Pope is
Because
in charge of the
there's so
mafia.
much conflicts of interest, in my opinion. Here, the mafia, there the Jesuits, here the Zionists, and here the royals as well, and so many powerful groups with different interests, but
Yeah, there's like 7 to 10.
involvement, of course. The Jesuits. This is so. How is it possible that this powerful groups have the same goal or can does not destroy themselves and are hidden so good hidden for the public for so long.
Well, the highest
And the
members.
Nazis, don't forget the Operation Paperclip Nazis, of course. What? Who is in charge? This
Oh, we're
is so.
talking about your grandfather
How
now?
is this possible?
Well, well, I think that no one's in charge. There's all sorts. There's so many different groups that are all trying to destroy freedom. That it's like a free for all.
Well, that's why I used a car analogy, because a car is the best way to describe it. Which part of the engine is the most important? Well, if you don't have a battery, it doesn't run. If your pistons don't work, it doesn't run. If your spark plugs don't work, but they all work together for the same purpose. Now, that's how I see it.
Yeah,
That's why cars are a great analogy for everything.
it's like Cooper says, the whole collectivism thing is because it's like the people that are pro freedom aren't collectivizing.
Is that why? I'm sorry.
Only the people that are that are followers and not leaders.
Yeah, but this groups or the head of it, they are also obsessed of power. All of them want to be the leader in the end and want. Yeah,
I
how
just,
do I explain it?
I
I
just want to. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead. I'm ready. But
I just wanted. Sorry.
hmm?
I didn't know if you
I
finished.
have a delay. Maybe I should go ahead, Danny.
I just wanted to answer somebody in the chat. They're like, is this why corporate and mafioso fascism infiltrates the unions to subvert the potential will of the people? Look, let me put it to you like this. Workers' unions and the Second Amendment right are the checks and balances that the people have against tyranny. Workers strikes because if the garbage doesn't get picked up, if the trains don't move, if the roads don't operate, if all those components, if airplanes don't fly, and the Second Amendment are the only two checks and balances the people have. So yes, that's why they subvert the unions. That's why, because workers, that's why the mafia took them over. The mafia is connected to intelligence and they destroyed unions. They were originally brought in to be hired guns because don't forget, the bosses, the management had their own guns. They could call the National Guard to gun down coal miners and things like that. They had the Pinkerton thugs. Yeah, they had the Pinkerton thugs who were attacking union.
The Rockefellers.
Yeah. So the only thing that we the people, the middle class plebes, have is the Second Amendment and the unions.
Well, these days there's no Bill of Rights, basically, so
yes, that's
we're
true.
Screwed.
Yeah,
we're slaves.
Yeah,
there's no Bill of Rights. There's no equal protections. Yep.
I mean, I gotta interrupt you there for a second, Danny. I don't know why you're saying there's a Second Amendment when you fucking live in the state of Dexter Taylor. There is
well,
no
I was just about to say.
Amendment.
I was just about to say, yeah, there is no Second Amendment here either. The Second Amendment doesn't exist in my courtroom. Yep, that was the infamous Dexter Taylor case. Yep.
Yeah. What's funny because I seen that guy on Twitter and I'm like, what is your argument even? And he's like, the Second Amendment. I'm like, you're gonna lose.
Yeah.
I told him flat out, I'm like, you're going to jail. You're a fucking idiot. And then him and his friend blocked me.
Yeah.
I mean, I
It's
didn't call him
sad.
an idiot, but I was like, you better get a better lawyer because your lawyer's fucking you.
Well, they're appealing, but they have to in New York. They have to appeal to the second appellate court of the
Donald
second appellate
Trump is
court.
the liberty person, right? So why the fuck? I mean,
Well, that's the
Donald
thing.
Trump and Harmeet
Hold
Dillon,
on,
the
no.
Civil Rights
Wait,
Division, they're definitely on that, right? You know, they could definitely just take fucking custody of him and release him.
well, okay,
As,
so check this out.
fuck it.
Hold on. Okay,
Yeah.
so forget all the hierarchies that we know of in government and stuff. There's any of the UN subsidiaries are not subject to any U.S. laws unless they're specifically named in the law as being subject to it. So they can do whatever they want without without anything. That's like that's why I played that Carl Miller video the other day, 'cause it's like there was a warrant for Carl Miller, but it wasn't signed by a judge. It was signed by the prosecuting attorney, which is illegal. But they still did it, and they do whatever they want. That's why the just remain invisible, spread knowledge. I think that's the best thing, basically. Uh, just because I mean
You're
we
not
don't even
very
know the full
invisible when you're on
situation.
camera, you dumbass. Smoke more weed.
Well, I mean, also you sleep good. I mean, like we can't even we have to get all the information before we could even calculate all the variables and think of what kind who to write
Yeah, but you
letters
said
to or
remain
something.
invisible, but you're sitting on camera right now smoking a joint.
Well, the algorithms all hate me. There's I got almost 6,000 subscribers and I can't even get 1,000 views. I can't even get like 300 views on shit. I mean, I've got older videos that have thousands of views, but the no, the algorithm's retarded.
Just call me Phil A. Buster.
Well, yeah, it's
What
just
will
crazy.
happen when we find a lot of gold in space? That gold will become worthless. What will this do
Maybe
to
then the phones won't break.
Gold already is significantly more than they'll ever admit to. Could just look at Yamashita's gold and fucking the Black Eagle Trust. So the Black Eagle Trust, that was all the gold that they took from Hirohito and Philippines after World War II. And if you itemize the fucking inventories from the Imperial Japanese Navy, they had more gold that they were hiding than exists in the world today.
Where do you think all the
And that's
Japanese
just all the
people
shit.
went? You think they're still
What's
on?
that?
You think the Japanese people are still on that island, or do you think they hightailed it out of there?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like with the whole like nuclear meltdown or whatever, Fukushima. It's like it seems like anybody that was rich in Japan would be like, "I'm out of here."
No, that's not true. Now, here's the other thing. And this is where, like, this is. I mean, you could definitely say there are benefits to homogenous ethno states, but if you look back at what happened with Fukushima, this is what happened to a culture that actually has roots. So pretty much anyone who's like 60 years or older was said like they told their fucking grandchildren, they told everyone, they're like, no, you fucking get the fuck out of here. We're gonna go do the cleanup. And,
Yeah.
we've lived our life, and we're gonna fucking so that our progeny can fucking exist. But the Japanese, the old people in Japan were like lining up to fucking give their life to save their grandchildren. While in America, it's like, what about grandmother? Take the bioweapon.
Yeah. Well, I heard that in the Illuminati card game, Japan is a wild card because Yeah, Japan is. Well, let me look that up quick. Let's see if that's true.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Japan's still kind of a feudal state of America because they're over there. The Marines are over there raping Japanese women on the daily. I
Yeah.
mean, but
That's
and then it's kind of funny too, right? Because one of the biggest companies out of Japan that was created in the late 50s. It's called Sony, which is
Mhm.
kind of funny. It's not a Japanese word at all, but it's an acronym for Standard Oil of New York. So I mean, people don't pay attention to things that are
Is
right in
it?
front of you.
Yeah.
Well, that's crazy.
Japan was
Yeah,
was like they were actually the money power of kind of the world because it was like the United States was the military. What they were the ones that kept like they kept interest rates like steady. I think it was what.
that's all part of the Yamashita's gold shit. So they had to fucking when the Hirohito fucking they didn't obviously they didn't round up and kill the Japanese and have fucking internment camps. Hirohito did a nice little deal on that, and then if you look into it, I recommend a book. I think it's called America's Gold Warriors, and then they dive into all the fucking. So America's been running the Japanese through the Christian Democratic Party, I think it's called, who've been in power the whole fucking time, but it's all through the gold that they took from Hirohito, and they're just washing it back to the Japanese. And then you read into man, they literally took the Americans took like $50 billion from all of the Japanese, which caused that 1988 crash that no one talks about. And what they did was they just basically they had all these fucking bearer bonds that were out there, and then they refused to cash them because well, nope,
Mhm.
they're no longer valid. We just gonna recognize them. Fuck you. So that's what happened with Japan in the 80s when they had their crash.
Wow. And now they were supposed to crash pretty recently. Also, they were talking about Japan was about to start selling its American Treasury bonds, and that would have they would say China and Japan were going to might start doing it at the same time. But Japan, like they need to fit, like they need to. There seems to be something just kind of keeping them because they're. I think that they're smarter than they're usually a lot more smarter than they are now, especially with trying to like bring back their population numbers. It's like they're the kind of people who like they see a problem, they don't think, hey, let's solve it by bringing in Pakistanis and Afghanis. Like they're the kind of people who are like, all right, let's start having more children. And yet, like there was an interview, there's this like redhead chick on YouTube, and she lives in Japan, and she was talking, I think it was her who was talking about like one of the most depressing things like after visiting America and then coming back to Japan. And she's like, you don't see any children in Japan. She's like, it's all very gray. Like
Yeah,
you'll see like kids a couple of times a day going to and from school, and then most of the day it's just gray, just old people.
their population is crashing. Like
Yeah,
numbers.
them in South Korea too. And I think, and the reason it is in Japan is because like I was watching a Think Before You Sleep episode the other day at work. I was listening to it, and he was talking about how like in Japan, like your job expects you to do 5 hours of overtime a day, and like
Jeez.
if you're in a relationship, like women are okay with their husbands going to prostitutes because they usually are too tired or just don't have the time to like perform like their duties, and for even the couple just to have normal relations. And so like that's something that can be easily fixed. Like Russia fixed their population decline. Russia used to do a thing where, and they probably still do it, where one day everybody's allowed to leave work early to go home and bang your wife. And 9 months later, that whole week, all the children that are born are like, they do big celebrations. They compete, like the cities will compete for who had the most babies. And they did a really good job, like fixing their population decline, especially after the Cold War. So, I mean, they can do it. I'm sure they can, but but they're just not doing it. There's something going on, but
All the big businesses, they don't share profit share. it's like why should it's like the young people they feel like uh they feel like that they why should they uh help a giant pyramid scheme where some guy sits on the top and makes a bunch of money type of thing. Because I mean, like, I know people in their 20s and 30s.
Yeah.
That's their attitude, you know. I mean, it's just fucked up because it's
That's
like,
your fucking attitude. When's the last time you worked?
oh, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Well, I go work at my friend's weed farm and get free weed sometimes. I
Nice.
don't know if that really counts though.
Does he pay
They
you in
got-
cash or just the fucking weed that you fucking scrape through for your roach joints?
He just gives me weed.
Yeah, they used to have people who used to travel like across the country once or
So,
twice
in
a
other
year.
words, everyone listening right now, go ahead and send Clint to super chat.
The-
He needs your money because he doesn't work.
Well, I've got a bunch of antique
Sec-
magic cards that if I need money, I just sell a couple of them to the card store or something.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, I have been thinking about.
And feel free to, if you wanted to get up the price, $2, have Clint tell me to fuck myself, or the more money you put in, the more shit you can talk against me. So go ahead and drop that money.
Well, it'd be nice to be able to get a job with a college degree that I have. I can't seem to get one with my degree.
I should have been born in India.
Yeah. That's fucking bullshit. It's like I could have took the money to pay for the degree and bought a fucking mobile hot dog stand and fucking paid for it. Damn it, my cigarette tree fell. Wait, did my internet cut out?
No, you're
Can
just
you hear me?
high.
Oh.
No, you're just high.
Yeah. Anyway, it's spending a bunch of money in college to just go start like a bar or something. They'd probably make a fortune more. Fucking, I mean, like, that's what I didn't get about people in the hood when they're
Fail
like
all the time, though, bro. You have to be. Bars fail all the time, but
well, it would be cool. It just sucks how like if I got a job for Pfizer or something, like it would be like they would just the whole thing is all confined, compartmentalized. You can't. There's no research things, testing plants, and making new medicines that are, you know what I mean, like. It's all just so controlled. When I talk to my friends, I think it was his fiance. He still has a house with her that they have to sell or something. But like, she was a virus doctor, and she was like, and I was questioning her right during the pandemic, and I'm like, oh, what do you think about the gene therapy? You know, fucking. But and then I was asking her about how the scientific studies are done in the labs and stuff, and she's like, we can't do anything that they don't tell us to do. And I'm like, oh Jesus, we're fucked. So any ideas they have, if they run them up to some board or something, and the board is like, we don't like that idea. You're a fucking idiot. We don't care if we don't have the degrees and you do. You know, it's just crazy. It reminds me of that you can trust the communists to be communist book where they were saying it was either Lenin or Stalin Russia that the scientists were somehow the science was going against the PC stuff of the Russian communists, and that they were shutting the scientists down from even performing the science accurately. It's like what? It went into full detail. You got to read that book. You can trust the communists to be communists. It's good. That book, I still gotta finish it. I'm only like halfway through. Yeah, I smoked like 6 roach
Anyways,
joints.
I'm off back to bed because I am doing fucking. And I have to go and do all this back, like on the fucking casings that I did this week tomorrow. Well, I don't have to, but I'm doing it on my own time because, why not get a few extra hours and earn the boss's favor at the same time when you do contract work, right? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah,
So, anyways, yeah, I'll have like I'll be sitting in the house fucking by myself, blasting blood for blood and fucking doing spackling. It's hilarious. My boss comes in today. I was listening to Blood for Blood again too. For people who don't know, there's like the one song "You Fuck Society" too. Fuck you, fuck the world. My kind belongs nowhere. This is what the boss comes in and he's like, "Oh, so that's why you never listen to music when no one else is here." I'm like, yeah, no, you guys wouldn't appreciate where I come from, so I just do my job and fucking, keep fucking when everyone else is around. Because if you heard what comes out of my mouth, I probably wouldn't be working here.
I used to listen to a lot of
So,
podcast type stuff when I was working.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
before they called them podcasts.
if I listen to my podcast, although I will give the guy credit. I'll tell you this story. So the one day we were coming back from a job we were doing, and the boss and like his number two guy were all in the work truck, and they're like, why the fuck would I do that? And both of them, what, you didn't do it? I'm like, no, I knew that was fucking. Well, first off, I referenced Behold the Pale Horse and the fucking Aurelio Paquet fucking in the 1970s talking about how they're going to create a bioweapon, which is going to be the vaccination. And that's in the Club of Rome documents from the 1970s. But that's like, man, the biggest giveaway that everything that they were doing was a fucking lie was
Yeah.
the fact that they are telling you to put a mask on when you go outside. So if you go outside and you're worried about the air, you're at the point where you're fucked. End of story. And
Once I
he's
think there
like,
was a
oh
secret
my
war
god.
going on in another
He's like, oh
country.
my god. I
Mhm.
never even fucking heard. No, it wasn't a secret war what they're doing, and it's to me what's obvious now.
Psychological.
I was wondering why they're doing like all this shutdown and all that shit. Well, no, what they were doing was mass producing the chips so they could roll out the AI fucking Electric Kingdom prison. So they needed to fucking diminish fucking. That's when all the chips went on fucking all
Yeah, they need to make
these
money.
chip companies were stopped making them, but everything went on shortage because they're fucking doing the AI Electric Kingdom prison. But that's just what I think was happening. Um,
Yeah, they did
but
introduce the whole pay all the
it
digital shit during the.
was just
Sorry, go on.
funny though too, because the one guy's like, "Oh
You're rubber banding.
my god, I wish I knew you back then." Yeah, it's my internet telling me to get off. But I'm going to sleep. But like I say, I'm doing some extra hours tomorrow to get ahead of the next the renovation. So if I get this shit done, I'll probably be laying floors again all the week this week. If I get the spackling done tomorrow instead of doing that, I'll fuck it on Monday, right? So fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have a good day.
Oh yeah, take it
Have a
easy.
good night.
Thank you. You as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's um
Thank God the aliens are coming.
Whoa.
Are, aren't you happy?
I don't think any intelligent life from space would want to meet us humans, especially the dumbasses that we
This is
consider our leaders.
yeah. Yeah, but to give a little bit credit on this alien thing, the Nazis back the time really believed to talk with entities, not aliens, but entities. Like Joseph Smith as well. They channeled all angels and entities from other dimensions, so to say. Yeah. And they
Yeah,
really believe this. Look, Joseph Smith, for example, good example. Angel Moroni, um,
Mm.
showed up, told Joseph Smith, read the tablets of Nephi from out
I
of her
mean,
head.
what if it is all a trick though? It's
And
all
this
just
is
a trick.
a lot. And they really, and the Nazis with their Odinist, Wotan, pagan Odin rituals, they believed as well that this pagan gods of the north gave them power. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think. Well, what if it is all just a play? They keep the outer core believing in the alien stuff or the spirit stuff, and then the inner core knows it's all just part of the hypnosis, and it's all just to cover up the technology.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, yeah, as you said, like in the royals, some of them really believe they are the bloodline of Jesus and Maria Magdalene and whatnot. Yeah, and as you said correctly, the level above, they made this all up. Yeah,
Yeah, it could be just a huge trick just to enslave us more.
yeah, and hypnoticism is a really good argument. I told you the other day that we had this guy died a few years ago. Uh, Ascot, what was his name? Ascot. David? No. Anyways, and I knew these people. They were in my school class. They were in my um. I know these people who said, "Oh yeah, Mike Escott." Mike Escott was his name. Let come hypnotize, you know, me. And this guy said a few words, and he counted down 10 to 0, and poof, these guys were completely hypnotized and made silly stuff. Uh, yeah, they forgot the number 7, for example. And then Mike Escott said, count, how many fingers do you have? And the people, yeah, 10, we have 10 fingers. And then Mike Escott said, count your fingers. And they 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. What? We have 11. Yeah, they forgot the number 7.
Yeah,
How is
they
this
can do
possible?
that. That's all. Well, that's the whole thing about what I was talking about magic. It's like the person has to come of their own free will and accord because the hypnotism doesn't work if they don't believe in it and if it's of their own, unless they accept it and they do it on purpose.
Mm. I mean, I mean, hypnosis, I think it's real. I think there is like, I think it's like, this is what we have now. Like, they've figured out a way to do mass hypnosis. And I think that's like what the TV and the algorithms and like this is what it creates now. It's like, you can't really, it's very hard to get away from it. Like, to get away from what it like the mass hypnosis. And that's why you meet people who just completely live in like these delusional worlds. Like, I think Tumblr was like the first real mass hypnosis device on the internet. I think that was like the first time, because if you notice, like, Tumblr came out just as like COVID and Tumblr had like all the first trans shit and all the LGBTQIA plus 239 nonsense. And like a lot of people, it seemed, were really like that completely changed people. And then it just escalated from there, like they were able to start using like the power of persuasion, where you had people like literally denying what they knew to be true, which is like why my mom had nursing friends who would sit there crying about a virus and wearing masks, and my mom would be like, you literally went to nursing school, none of this is true. And like that's hypnosis, like that's a form of hypnosis. And that's why I kind of wonder what it takes to snap people out of it, you know but I
Mary
think
Jane,
the first example was Tumblr. What's up?
marijuana. No, I got too
Yeah.
late.
Oh,
Yeah,
I think
a
I think
shock.
mm.
Maybe the aliens. Yeah, a shock moment will wake them up. A really shock moment. But yeah,
Well,
it
that's
is.
why, like, oh, sorry, go on.
No, I wasn't ready.
That's why I was gonna run for my city council seat, because it's opening up and it's an open election, so you don't have to like be part of a party. Anybody can basically run in it. Because my current city council member is moving on to Congress, which this guy's so stupid. He's a homo, and there's a video that he's been trying to get off the internet for years of him with his arms behind the back eating a donut on a string. It's like something that he was like doing with like, it was like a kids event. And let's just say he made it very, very awkward. If you want to see it, I could post it, but it's very creepy. And he's an asshole. He's a moron, and he's gonna become a congressman. So he's vacating a city council seat, and I would like to run for it. And like I said, like my friends in politics were like, you're gonna have to delete your social media because I have a lot of controversial shit. And I'm like thinking about it, and I'm like, I don't think so. I'm like, I would just want to keep it, because I think that if I actually ran and if I got confronted about the stuff that I would say, I would just throw it right back at them. Like if they want to bring up to me like, oh, do you hate Catholic people? And I'll be like, well, what would give you that idea? Because the first two women that I loved the most in my life were both Catholic. So how does that work? And if they bring up like my criticisms of the Catholic Church, I mean, one of my city council members, he was a hardcore liberal. He had an album, a punk rock album with the Virgin Mary wearing a suicide vest. And it was called like Our Lady of Mass Destruction or something like that. And I'm like, is he anti-Catholic? Like, and I think honesty is what might break the hypnotic spell.
And when I met you here on the podcast, Danny, you was always very polite and eloquent. You can explain very good. I don't see any bad behavior or something like this.
Well, they're not going to criticize me for because I don't have any like bad behavior kind of stuff. It's more just like they go back into your social media and they look for everything that you said that can be misconstrued or that's just like off color, and then they immediately try to use that against you. And
Oh no, I think they are afraid of you because when you make
oh
a
yeah,
point, you can explain it with facts and you have a great knowledge, Danny. And I
oh, I
think they
appreciate
are
that.
afraid of that you will challenge them all the time because
Oh yeah,
they are a kind of people who are um yeah, they hear something on the media and then repeat it. They repeat, but can't back it up. And you can. When you have an opinion, oh, the Catholic Church is, um, in my opinion, is that there are problems in the Catholic Church, and this is why. And you
yeah.
can make thousands of points, yeah, to back your argument up. And a lot of people can't. They say, "Oh, the Catholic Church is evil because a lot of people said it." Yeah, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
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 Told me, Q said it, trust the plan. This one, yeah. This is a really weak argument. When you make a claim, and you are right, nowadays, when you have the wrong opinion, or be critical to the government or something like that, you are in trouble. But you should support your free speech and your freedoms you have in the United States and the Constitution. You have your Constitution and say, hey, this is my
Well,
right. Yeah,
supposedly.
they because of that. Yeah, but what will they say? What will they say?
Well, they
But
take away our right to free speech right now with the
yeah,
algorithms.
if you are have knowledge and can back it up, and what Danny is saying in when he's sharing his opinion, he's never, in my opinion, offensive. But it's
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, most of my city government has said so much racist stuff about white people. You know, like right now, there's a big thing going around because at a school board meeting or something, somebody thought their microphone was off and they said something about like black kids, they're easy to, like something about black children. And everybody's going absolutely nuts. Everyone's going nuts over it. And I'm sitting here like, how much racist stuff do the liberals in this in a city council and in my city government, how much racist shit do they say that they can get away with, and they're going to criticize some woman who thought her microphone was off? You know, maybe let's stop doing school board meetings on Zoom, you
yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I'm yeah.
Plus
Sorry.
the what was that? The they said publicly nationwide something about they thought people weren't smart enough in the hood to get an
Oh yeah,
ID. It's like what?
yeah, the Ami
That's
Horowitz
crazy.
video. Yeah.
Yeah.
My governor, the governor of New York State, the demoness, Jesuitess, the demonic baby eating Kathy Hochul, he said black kids that don't know what computers are.
What
Jesus.
is
Yeah.
it? Come on. This is
And they're
this.
gonna vote for her.
What the
That's
fuck?
fucked
And when
up.
you have a position like that, even if you have this opinion, you should not announce it. And this is,
Mhm.
if you are have this mindset, you are not able to have a position like that, to be honest. But I realized it in Germany as well, with the left wing party oriented people. They don't see it, that they are, mm, they can be offensive or insulting the right wing
Yeah.
people, and they more conservative right wing thinking people, when you will, uh, they understand. I um, more than the left. How can I say it? You know what I mean? They seem not to realize that they have what is this called? A double, not a
Double standard.
double standard, right?
Yeah. You should look up, Ellie, if you want to see how really truly racist the left wing in this country is. Look up, it's an old video from about 10 years ago. It's Ami Horowitz, as you would pronounce it, Horowitz. Ami Horowitz, voter ID. And he goes to Berkeley, California, and he asks people in Berkeley, California to say why voter ID is racist. And they basically all say because black people are too stupid to know how to use computers, black people are too dumb to use the internet, they're too poor to get access to things, they're too dumb to know where to get IDs. And then he goes to Harlem. He comes up to Harlem in New York, and he goes and asks black people these things. And they cannot believe that this is what left wing people think about them. It's like a 5-minute video. AmiHorowitz. Ami Horowitz.
Shows a lot. Do voter ID laws suppress the black vote?
Yep.
vote white liberals, really few black voters. I have it, yeah. A lot of it shows up. I will look into it. It's horrible.
It's crazy how
Yeah.
racist they are.
What the fuck?
Well, I
No,
don't
the
think it's a
society should
coincidence,
not tolerate it. This goes too far. Yeah.
but what's like what's like my girlfriend, she said that when she was canoeing or something in her home city, and that she seen one of her leftist professors or some shit, and that he was in his yard wearing a KKK suit, and it was like, and that then he ran inside real quick. That people seen him.
I
And
would
back
be surprised.
to your point to delete your social media, I think it when it comes to your job, do you want really work with people who don't like your opinion,
What's a violation of your?
how you are?
Well,
I
I'd be
mean,
running for city council, but the thing is like I just got a job. I got jobs where if you Google my name, if you Google exactly as my name is written here, Danny Holkauer, you find my Johnny Cerrucci interview, you find my anti-mandate interviews, you find my news interviews, you find probably all these videos I've done here, and I still got hired. I still got hired to jobs.
Are
So
you running for what?
I want to run for my city council seat.
hmm,
What is the city council seat?
Like
Like a,
local government, like local municipal government.
oh,
yeah,
wow, that's
Yeah,
yeah.
cool.
You could I'd get a nice suit or something. And some sunglasses.
Wow.
make like a particular style.
You will get the big that you will. I can't speak English anymore.
Yeah,
I wish you much. How do you say when you wish someone to achieve
take
the
a
goal?
leg.
Good luck.
Well, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna talk to someone about helping me do it. So
Finish them. State council. Never heard about this.
Hmm.
Can you arrest when you have the position some Amy Horowitz dudes running around?
No.
can
Damn.
you arrest them?
Yeah. As a state councillor,
No.
No, no.
this is for her position. A mayor.
City council, New York City Council.
It's like a
So
council that hears complaints and stuff, and they
yeah, it's
make
like local
decisions.
government. It's like if you have like you guys have the parliament, so you have a national parliament, then you probably have like a local style of parliament where like every district has their own person for making up a town. So like New York has 59 districts. Each district has its own council member, which represents the interest of the people in that district. So
Ah, okay.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
your city probably has them. You just call it like I know I used to know the Dutch word for it. It was like I forgot because I remember looking stuff up about Amsterdam. Like Amsterdam has I forgot what it's called. I was like, hold on, I'll look it up. What's the well, I'll look up doesn't matter. But yeah, you guys have it too. They'll definitely have it in like Berlin. They definitely have it in like, big cities and probably like small townships will have like a town council.
Yeah, but guess what? I researched in my town a lot the last year, and all decisions are coming from the Lions Club, and
Mm.
you
No.
can make what you want. Uh, they don't say it openly, but behind closed doors, they make the decisions and then tell you a story how it came into being. The Lions Club.
You don't
They
like
are
mints?
everywhere. They're like the Rotary Club, and so
Yeah,
all
the
this.
Rotary Club was big in Germany.
Uh, Yeah, this is the Lions Club as well. This is the same structure, and they're running the small villages, the towns, and pretend to be democratic. And we have this, what you said as well, that that it seems like the people have a say in that,
Yeah.
but it's illusion in my case. But maybe there is hope in New York.
Oh, ouch. Jesus.
Well, it's New York. It's,
I wish you the best luck.
thank you.
Don't give
I'm
up.
gonna, I'm gonna look into it soon because I gotta get signatures. But I'm gonna. I have marketing experience, so I want to do things my own way. I don't want to do things traditional because so far the people it's like Andrew Cuomo's. I was about to say the W word. Andrew Cuomo's Monica Lewinsky is running apparently, and she's running as a Mom Donnie with the Mom Donnie Todds, and some other people are running, but I'm known. Like people know who I am around here, and even people who don't agree with me. Like I have a lot of neighbors who, when I've talked about this with them, and they know, like I think I hate abortion. They know I'm against a lot of the left wing stuff, but they're like, I would vote for you anyway, and I'll be like, oh well, thank you, because I think one of the big things. Like one of my campaign things would actually be like if someone asked me like, "What are your opinions on Israel?" and I'm gonna be like, "I don't live in Israel," you know, or like, what's your opinion on abortion? I mean, does the city council member have the ability to make abortion more readily available or less available? No. So what difference does it make what my opinions on abortion are?
Yeah,
It's like I think that's what people kind of would like to hear these days, especially the
logic.
people who don't vote out at Mo. Yeah, exactly, because there's a lot of voter apathy in New York, and I think the reason is because nobody connects with the average person, and the average person is like, I don't give a flying fuck about Ukraine. I don't live in Ukraine, you know. So I think here, like, I would be able to, you know, probably speak to the voter at the apathetic voters.
Yes, because you can't change anything in Ukraine. It is how it is. And
Yeah,
Ukraine is not the only country who is in a bad situation.
yeah,
Look like Azerbaijan or in Africa, same. And there are Indonesia, Korea. You can't you can't rescue the world.
yeah.
And it is, as you said, a distraction to look inwards, to look in your own city,
What?
in your
Yeah,
own country, what's there for problems and what you can fix. Because when I look from the outside in the United States, you can correct me, but I see violence. I see a lot of homeless people.
yeah.
I see division. I see um, people who are afraid of their future, of their jobs. I see economic decline. I see education decline. I see population decline, and and yeah, homeless people is so much growing. Or the homeless situation is in the last 3 years doubled. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Correct
I
me.
mean,
I'm not.
most people live paycheck to paycheck,
No,
Yeah.
no.
and sometimes they just give up. And they're just like, "Fuck the world."
Yeah.
The
Yeah, and then I see a rise of neo Nazis. They are, yeah, I see, yeah, Ku Klux Klan or some or people who are
well, there's definitely all sorts of
more on the
radical
side.
groups.
Hitler was right. So this this
Well,
type of
there's Nazis, there's
right
commies,
wing,
there's
so to say.
Crowleyites, there's the all sorts of stuff. The
Yeah.
Rome.
Yeah, and why looking as you said, Danny, correctly, why looking to Ukraine? Why looking to Israel?
Yeah.
It is sad what is happening. There, no doubt about it. But what will you do? And looking in your own country, there's a. Is this better?
Funny.
That people are suffering the same. People are dying
Yeah.
because of yeah,
Well, that's what the
medical.
whole Mamdani campaign. The whole Mamdani campaign was all about, Israel, Palestine, Israel. And I'm just like, and this is why we're in the situation that we're in, because so many people voted on Israel and Palestine instead of voting on what's the best for New York City. And a lot of people, and Cuomo's whole campaign was, I am pro Israel. And Mamdani's whole campaign is, and I'm going to arrest Netanyahu, which he has no ability to do. So it's just like, let's focus, like there's an old comic that I saw like probably 20 years ago, and I haven't been able to find it since. So I'm pretty much convinced I made it up. It's,
Well,
Marianne, the French Marianne. She's like the representation of France. She has like one breast out. If you ever see like when they're leading,
yeah.
So
I,
on one side is a Jewish guy yelling, in French, I am an Israeli. On the opposite side of him is an Arab guy yelling, I am a Palestinian. And standing in between them is a frustrated looking Marianne saying, can't we all just be French?
Uh,
And
yeah, exactly. Yeah, the common ground, the common, yeah.
French.
Yeah, and maybe imagine you are a wealthy country, you have no problems, you have money, everybody is living a wealthy, good life, all is okay, and then you can care about others.
yeah, as Phil Oak said, when you win the wars at home, there'll be no fighting anymore.
Well,
This is nonsense. And what is also evil is you have to pick a side. Are you
Yeah.
pro Israel or Palestine? Come on, why do I have to choose a side? I don't know. I'm against war.
yeah.
Point.
Yeah,
But I
war's bad.
yeah, finish the war.
It's like,
Don't
just gotta,
don't give them weapons. And when Israel is your ally and the government is evil, then wait till the government is better in Israel. What I wish, but do the people in Israel care about the United States? Does the Ukraine? Do the Ukrainians care about Americans? No.
well,
Israel,
I've got a
but the
solution.
Ukrainians don't care about Americans because they have problems by themselves and they
Well,
don't speak English.
well, here's the solution. We have a psyop where we go to Timbuktu and we bury a giant black cube,
Yeah.
and then say
But
that
do we have
say
a
we
black?
found the real Mecca, and then they all move to Timbuktu.
Come on.
No.
Yeah, but is this Mandani, New York, mayor this way?
Say it again.
The mayor of New York, Mandani.
Yeah.
He is, what is he, pro?
He's pro left wing everything. So he's
Everything.
yeah.
This is a disease. This is not
See, the
a.
funny thing is that everybody talks all this shit, and I tell people this is why being a Republican and Trump and all these people are a bunch of grifters, because he lied, and he actually lied on his green card application. He didn't sign up for his selective service draft when he was supposed to, and he technically couldn't get a good he technically violated it and should never have been allowed to become a citizen. And Trump could have brought this up. The New York State Republican Party could have filed a lawsuit against him and against the Board of Elections for allowing him to run for a party. If me and Clint didn't sign up for our selective service when we turned 18, we wouldn't be allowed to get a driver's license. We wouldn't be allowed to get civil service jobs. we would be basically, and we definitely wouldn't be allowed to run for office. He actually violated the state law. Federal law by not signing up for his draft when he got his green card.
Yeah.
So he should never have been allowed to become a citizen. And nobody did a thing. And this is why I tell people, stop thinking Trump cares about you. Stop thinking, oh, I'm going to be a Republican, because they're all grifters. It's all a grift.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. And what I think that because a lot of people say that the public doesn't do anything against it, they allow it, and I don't think so. I think the most people are not satisfied with the situation, but we as normal people, we have a problem with organization, how to organize ourselves against them. It is not possible.
Well, I, the whole. I think if everybody made it their goal in life to just have a house that was totally self-efficient, like solar panels, small farm, some kind of, like they could grow their own food, get their own electricity, pump their own water.
Yeah.
That would be the biggest thing to do
Uh,
for everybody to do that.
to become
That would
independent,
make the system
Ignore them.
relevant because
yeah, but
I mean, we'd still have to pay land taxes, but depending on where some states, wasn't in the state just abolished land taxes somewhere, Florida or something.
I don't know. I mean, like
Property
income tax, property tax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is the other thing I heard from a former Green Beret, but he's a good guy, really good guy, very smart. Um, Ian Burlingham is his name. I can recommend his podcasts. He said, what they he called it the Praetorian Guard or the financialists. This is his term for them, the bankers, so to say, and bureaucrats. He say what they are now doing is stealing the boomers' wealth. Yeah,
I mean, they've been doing it the whole time.
this is the last because they want to rob the wealth, and the money, the fiat money, is paper, and the real wealth is the property. Yeah, and
but
who
even
have
well,
this wealth? The boomers, because the boomers had the opportunity back the time to afford a house, cars, and they have real wealth, property, and so on and so forth.
that's the thing though. It's that
And they want to steal it.
well, hold on though. If you buy land in America, you don't even really own it because you have to pay property tax. You can't build a house without asking permission. You can't do anything on the property without. You can't install like a septic tank or something.
Nevertheless, you have a. How does Ian Burlingham say? You have a liability on it. Liability, yeah, and yeah, and it is not that easy to rob it, but they will increase the taxes and the electricity bills and or costs and so on.
Well, they want to make us all reliant upon some sort of new government communal living or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's why they always talk about here in New York, they always talk about social housing and the Vienna model. And it's like, why do we need social housing? What's wrong with why do you say that instead of public housing? Like, I'm in favor. I live in public housing. I think they should expand my program that I live in. That's where they should do. But they don't. They want to do social housing. And I'm like, I don't trust that.
What is social housing?
It's a good question. But I think it has more to do with like I live in public housing, so I own it. I own something here. They own the walls, I own the interior, but it's still my property. This apartment is my property. I'm not renting it. I own it outright. But if you're in social housing, you don't. But you're renting from the state,
Correct.
It's like
you
a
Exactly.
know.
condo.
And this is the World Economic Forum slang. You own nothing and will be happy because they want
Yeah,
you to
co-op.
rent all your stuff, your car, your housing, your yeah. And the
Pedro,
last
that's what I live in. I live in city governed cooperative housing. So it's not private co-op, it's city co-op.
and
That's
the
what I
last
live in.
thing they attempt to rob, quote unquote, the boomers' wealth. Not
Well, they're the only
robbing
people with it.
like a bank robber, but to make yeah, the living costs more and more expensive, for example,
Yeah.
or killing the boomers or the older people by vaccines or something like that.
Yeah. My
And
system,
oh
if you
yeah,
want to
there
look
is so much grift ongoing.
yeah,
These are real evil people who have no morality.
no.
Don't care about people. They see us as ants, as insects, as
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, they
and
hate the working class. They hate working class people. They hate middle
yeah,
class people.
exactly. Yeah.
You know, they hate us.
And imagine you have to pay taxes and get nothing in return. Um, okay, you get something in return. Propaganda, and you own slavery.
You pay for the
And
propaganda.
weapons against you. What the fuck? So you finance your own slavery. The same in Germany, in Europe, all over the place.
Yeah.
In the Western world. You are not alone. It's the same here.
Well, that's why they're making it so difficult for the young generation, like to own anything or to have good jobs or to have any sort of, you know, to have any sort of stability. It's like we took all our tech jobs. Oh, we're going to give them to Indian migrants. Oh, what about like, how many people can work for Amazon or DoorDash? Like the only reason we have like DoorDash and like they make it more difficult. Like if I became mayor of New York, one of the very first things I would do is ban all these services. I would ban DoorDash. I would ban Uber Eats. There were people who say to me, they're like, oh, well, I like Uber Eats because like if my kids want to eat or something like that, I can have food delivered right to their house. And I'm like, when I was a kid, when I came home from school, if my parents wanted us to order food, they left us cash. We called and ordered a pizza or whatever we wanted, and we gave them, and we said, how much is it? Oh, $20. Okay, give them a $2 tip. And we give them $22. And that's it. Or you could even give the credit card over the phone. So all these like services are just unnecessary. And like I don't see a need for them. Like I don't see a need for there to be like if you need to order like a Dunkin' Donuts coffee, why do we have to drag a Silicon Valley startup into it? And for small businesses, like when I had my store, our next door neighbor was a locally owned coffee shop. And they used to have to deal with DoorDash and they would have to deal with Uber Eats, and it forced them to install technology. And they hated it because it costs them money to be part of that service. So the DoorDash and the Uber Eats, they don't just take money from the customer, they take money from the business also. So they pay a percentage, and it completely screws up the normal restaurant dynamic, because now instead of eat in or take out, you now have to add in Uber Eats, which means now you have to set up a whole different section for just that, and it's ridiculous. And you see people doing it for like a coffee. They'll order a Dunkin' Donuts coffee and they'll have it delivered by some African guy on a bicycle in -3-degree weather because they can't step out of their house for 2 minutes to get it, or like a pizza,
It's also increasing pollution because all these people are driving more, and that it's just like the traffic on the roads is just increased so much.
Yeah.
And it's like they're trying to supposedly save the world from pollution, but they're happy to make money off the pollution,
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like here in New York, they're probably going to expand, especially after the election, the midterm election. They're going to expand congestion pricing, and that like when I worked in sanitation, a lot of my colleagues who lived in like the New York City metro area, so like Westchester, Rockland, the Hudson Valley, they would carpool into the city. So they would take turns and they would carpool into the city. So you had one car with like 5 people in it. And even if they came from Staten Island, which is within the city, one of the 5 boroughs, they would carpool into the city. And now that those people they want to tax as commuters, but Uber, which represents 98% of the cars on the road, I can go outside right now and I guarantee you, even at 3:50 in the morning, most of the cars driving around are going to have TLC plates, taxi and limousine commission plates. It's like they've added 110,000 plus cars. And there are like there's like these anti-car bot head. I don't know if they're either bots or something on Twitter that have stopped responding to me because every time I give them my little riddle, they can't answer it. Like I ask them, Bob commutes into New York from Westchester. He drives in, parks for 8+ hours, and then he drives home. Joe owns a fleet of rideshare cars. To keep them profitable, they got to be running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Who is creating more pollution and congestion? And they can't answer that because they know everything that they say is illogical. And I've challenged them on this, including people who are like, there's one guy, the Streets blog guy, I challenged him on it. I'm like, bro, tell me why you all take money from Lyft and the rideshare lobby. And so this is everything you're doing is against blue collar drivers. And then they're like, oh, well, they can take the train. They can take the train. I'm like, listen, if you're working in New York City and you're parked for 8 hours a day, and even to get to like the Metro North, which goes into the Hudson Valley and into the New York metro area, you got to catch that train, take it to the city, and then take another train. Which if you work in a district that has a train next to it, go look at a map of New York. There's huge swaths of New York that don't have any trains in it. So I'm like, it's easier to drive. And if you're working for the city in the city and you're parked for most of the day, you should not be told you have to take the Metro North, from Rockland. That's ridiculous. And you still would have to drive if you live deep. You still have to drive to a Metro North station and park your car. And there's still plenty of people who do it anyway. I mean, Jersey City, people who live in New Jersey and work in New York, a lot of them drive to a New Jersey train station and then take New Jersey Transit like 2 or 3 stops into the city. So people do it anyway,
Yeah.
It's all just to torment commuters.
Oh, speaking of New Jersey, is Cory
Hold on, I was about to say something.
still in charge? Do you know Cory Booker?
Cory Booker? Yeah, he's an idiot.
He's so dumb. He was the mayor of New York. That New York New
No,
York,
New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey. Yeah, he was the
right?
mayor of Newark, New Jersey. Yep.
And I
Right.
watch sometimes Corey's stories. And do you remember his imaginary friend T-Bone?
Oh
When he
God.
I I I said T-Bone, T-Bone. That's a truck dealer. And he made the story up and pretend to be the poor guy from the streets and so on. And guess what? His parents are high-ranking IBM manager.
Executive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same with AOC. AOC claimed that she was like a poor girl who lived in the Bronx. She lived in Westchester, which is one of the richest counties in New York. She grew up in Yorkville. And the only time she ever did something close to a middle class, working class job was when she waited tables in her early 20s. I was fucking waiting tables. Like, well, I wasn't waiting tables, but I was working in fast food since I was a teenager. Like, I literally had a job since I was 13. She guarantee you she didn't work her day one until that happened. So, but that's the thing. These people hate the middle class. They hate the working class. They like people who are dependent on the government, which are illegals who are dependent on the government. Like, that's who they like. And that's what they want to turn everybody into serfs. They want everybody to
Yeah.
be a serf.
But to
Yeah.
be honest,
You'll own nothing and be
people
happy.
like Cory Booker, for example, I think this guy is really dumb and really stupid, and he says what the teleprompter is saying, and he is in the Supreme Court as well,
Hmm.
a judge
No,
in
no,
the
not Cory Booker.
Right.
No.
Cory.
Yeah. Rogue philosopher asked us with roach joints.
What
Yeah.
happened?
Somebody was asking what kind of weed I was smoking. Smoking roach.
Oh, roach joints.
It,
Well,
yeah.
I offered it. Oh, I was gonna
Chicago,
say I
like,
was gonna show you a picture of my lemon tree. Yeah.
when we were staying out in Chicago like 25 years ago, like there was a sign that said "No driving up and down the strip, or you'll be arrested" or some shit. but that's all
Wow.
everybody would do was drive up and down the strip. Yeah, but like what was I gonna say? Yeah, like those people that are all doing that driving food shit. It's like they don't understand all the wear and tear it's doing on their car, and it's like retarded. Like one of my friends does it. It's like he's like, "Oh, I gotta replace this now on the car," and it's like my car's got enough problems without even driving anywhere.
Oh,
Wow.
I got it
Yeah.
wrong. Cory Booker is part of the U.S. Senate. Senate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Senate.
yeah, and I watched when he was in a yeah, in a trial, so to say, and he Googled all and asked ChatGPT how to answer. He's so dumb, and
Well,
yeah, it
that's
is.
the thing. I don't mean to sound racist, but when they like in this, they love like whenever they put black people into power, they always make sure to find like the dumbest of them. You don't like you'll never find too many Thomas Sowells or Clarence Thomases or that doctor who I think was going to run for president at some point. It's always going to be, you know, Cory Booker, Eric Adams, Jumani Williams, that one from Dalton, Illinois, what Tiffany Henyard. It's always going to be the dumbest of them that they're going to put into power because it's not about actually like when they talk about DEI, it's not DEI of opinion or DEI of thought. It's diversity. It's simply people who look different but share the same ideological underpinnings. And that's why you get like like I've always said, like I've worked with hundreds of black people who I would happily take orders from and who I would trust their opinion and trust them fully if they told me to do something. And yet they only seem to find Eric Adams. They only seem to find Jamal Bowman. You know, they only seem to find Tiffany Henyards or that one, or the Bowser from Washington D.C., or Karen Bass from L.A., or what's her name, Maxine Waters. So that's all on purpose. That's all on purpose.
Yeah.
Cory Booker's a Rhodes Scholar.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
is. And he was in Yale and studied law. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Eric Adams is a lawyer too. Trust me, they've made becoming a lawyer
And
like
then I said,
very easy.
and Hunter Biden as well. He was in
Yeah.
a German talk show and he said, "Oh, I had a very successful career. I studied law in Yale Law School." And this guy is dumb as shit. Come on. And Cory Booker as well. Um, no, this, yeah. Unfortunately, they take all these dumb people. Like, do you remember our German foreign minister, Alena Baerbock? She was, they are the dumb,
Oh yeah.
educated by Klaus Schwab in the London Economic School of Economics in London. And they are all Rhodes Scholars or and they think they are smart because they studied on the island and this
Oh yeah.
high.
Well,
Yeah,
so here's Cooper had something against Alan Keyes, but I don't remember what it was. But so
Against what?
against
scroll keys.
Alan Keyes, and like,
Oh,
so I thought Alan Keyes should have been the first black president, and I got a really quick video. It's like 3 minutes on
Oh,
why
okay,
he should have been.
cool.
You'll laugh. It's great.
Obama is a radical communist, and I think it's becoming clear. That's what I told people in Illinois, and now everybody realizes it's true. He's going to destroy this country, and we're either going to stop him or the United States of America is going to cease to exist.
Is there any, do you still hold regrets against not having long enough time to debate against President Obama?
I don't have any regrets. I went into Illinois. People told me at the time I didn't stand much of a chance of winning. The idea was to bear a true witness. The man is an abomination. He is someone who has actually advocated infanticide, that when babies are the target of abortion, if they happen to escape the abortionist's intention and are born alive, he actually supported the idea that those babies should be set aside to die. That is a man with such a seared conscience, I can't even understand why anybody in their right mind would consider him worthy of political support. That's a violation of conscience that is inconceivable. And even some of the most hardline pro-abortion people in America rejected that abomination, and he did not.
So what does tonight mean when President Obama is president of the United States? How does
Is he?
tonight play a role?
That's another question. Is he president of the United States? According to the Constitution, in order to be eligible for president, you have to be a natural-born citizen. He has refused to provide proof that he is, in fact, a natural-born citizen. And his Kenyan relations say that he was born in Nairobi at a time when his mother was too young to transmit U.S. citizenship. So I'm not even sure he's president of the United States. No, that's not a laughing matter. Neither are many of our military people now who are going to court to ask the question, do we have to obey a man who is not qualified under the Constitution? We're in the midst of the greatest crisis this nation has ever seen. And if we don't stop laughing about it and deal with it, we're going to find ourselves in the midst of chaos, confusion, and civil war. It's time we started acting like grown-ups.
How could the policy that President Obama makes in the next couple of years affect activities like tonight?
Sorry, the person you call President Obama, and I frankly refuse to call him that.
Right.
At the moment, he is somebody who is kind of an alleged usurper, who is alleged to be someone who is occupying that office without constitutional warrant to do so. And he's rushing forward with ideas like destroying our borders, an amnesty bill that will actually have the American taxpayer footing the bill for illegals to come to this country to live, to get housing, and to get everything they want. He is also somebody who has just announced a program that would essentially destroy the validity of existing mortgages and encourage everybody in the country to stop paying their mortgage because the government is going to pay it instead. This is insanity. It's as if we have put insane children and adolescents in charge of our government. And I think we need to ask simple questions. A couple of years ago, we were arguing over every penny in the United States budget, and it was quite clear we didn't have enough money to go around. Well, somebody asked me where we came up with $2 trillion in the course of the last 6 months. Did we wish for it out of the air? Have people gone mad in this country? You don't have that money. We are claiming that a bankrupt government can save a bankrupt banking system. Explain to me how that happens, because I think that's impossible. And the fact that we have just elected an individual who may or may not be qualified, and he presents silly ideas like this and says, let's move forward now, and we're all acting like the laws of economics have been repealed, and we can actually afford to foot the bill with money nobody's got. This is insane. It's got to lead to the collapse of our economy, and it's going to.
Stealing keys.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah, he's totally right. He predicted everything.
Yes, and the birth certification of Obama, he falsifies it. And he is not a born American. This is true. Yeah. Unconstitutional, so to say.
Yeah. That's why I say we don't even have a constitution, because
Not
if they
anymore.
can do that, then there is none, because they breached it. I mean,
Yep.
that's not the first time, but it's like when Cooper talks about these court cases where the judges were to rule in favor of the UN Charter over the United States Constitution, and it was like, what the fuck? Like, they're just fucking playing us. They're fucking just pretending like we have a constitution, but in reality, there's definitely no constitution. I mean, I'd love for there to be a constitution, but I remember in 1998, I got in trouble for shoplifting, and fucking the judge said that there was, I argued my Fourth Amendment or something, that the judge said, there's no constitution in my courtroom. And he yelled it, and nobody even cared. Nobody blinked an eye. Nobody even like reacted with, like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, everybody in the courtroom should have been like, get him out of here. That they should have fucking, everybody in the courtroom should have wrote a letter to the fucking the newspapers, the fucking, you know what I mean, wrote a letter to the Secretary General, the Attorney General of Michigan, you know what I mean, like, but the guy should have been like fucking just heckled, like, you don't like the Constitution? You say there's no Constitution in our courtroom? What kind of piece of shit are you?
Yeah, there are none. There is no more constitution. I mean, as long as people allow themselves to, once they have precedent to do what they want, to take away your right to due process, to take away freedom, like, honestly, like, even just something like equal protections clause, that it doesn't matter what state you're in. If Florida says you don't have to take the vaccine, New York can't say you have to take the vaccine. There has to be that equal protection of the law is vital. And it's even like with searching your car. Like, for me, I don't understand how marijuana is legal in 99% of states. Even still, Delta 8 is federally legal. Hemp is federally legal. And yet if my car smells like hemp, I can have my car torn apart and they can't even arrest me for what they find. So it's like, once people let that happen and they let that be prevalent, then it basically becomes the law. And that's unfortunately the situation that we're in now, where Americans have let their constitutional rights get eroded. So what do you end up with? You end up with a democracy, and we are not a democracy. Yeah. And that's why you can tell a lot of these people are shills, like Tucker Carlson, who will say, yeah, in a democracy. We're not a democracy. We're a democratic republic, but Iran is a democratic republic. They can vote in Iran. They voted in the Soviet Union. I'm sure to some extent they can vote in North Korea. you know? So voting and being able to vote is not what makes America what America is. That's not at all the case. This what makes America what it is the republic, is the fact that we are guided by a set of laws. That is the foundations of this country.
Yeah, Republican form of government is guaranteed in Article 1, Section 8, I think.
I mean, even stuff like there's specific, there are ways like that you can that you're like, well, there's a guy who's trying to help me do it, but I might ask him if I could just do it through AI so I don't have to go through all these classes or like lessons and whatever. But there's a way that you can file. There's no a discrimination rights claim that has no statute of limitations, and you have to follow a whole song and dance to get through it, and it's ridiculous because it's like, why do I have to go and fight with my own court if this is a legal precedent already, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what's crazy. It's like the it's like how Carl Miller quotes laws and shit where it says the judges have to um, protect from encroachment against your rights by the court, and that they help the court encroach your rights. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like they'll sit in the bench and uh, they'll practice law from the bench by asking discovery questions to people for the prosecuting attorney, or in the I was for my case it was a custody case that the judge was asking discovery questions, and that video wasn't in the fucking video when I bought them, and like it's illegal for a judge to practice law from the bench and ask discovery questions. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like fucking there's all sorts of stuff that they do it's totally unlawful, and that but then they get people to willingly go along with it, so then it becomes lawful, and that it's just crazy. Freaking I had to put all those fucking roach joints out halfway because they're too harsh.
Yeah.
I got like 2 joints of weed left.
Hard to say what to do and what not.
That's why I'd say I think we should just learn, keep learning. There's got to be some sort of legal thing, that some kind of loophole or something to where we can like sue them, or just simply have them simply to file some kind of paperwork, and then they make everything constitutional.
And what
Like,
is your opinion on the conflict in Iran? Does the United States go into war with Iran on behalf of Israel or not? Is this a
well, I think there's still Nazis
propaganda?
that they're
Because I heard in the German news, United States will attack Iran. Trump or Trump, the personified it always. Trump will attack Iran.
well, there's been study
What's your take on
articles about the Muslims fucking with the Nazis. I think that there's commies versus Nazis versus U.S. all going on right now. You know what I mean? Like fucking and they just don't want to tell the public because they don't want people to think that there's still like literally commies and Nazis going around, doing all sorts of shady shit around the world. Uh, fucking I mean, there's what I think that there needs to be legislation passed that starts new investigation committees to uh, start investigating all sorts of shit, and that to have them under some kind of unlimited access some kind of damn it, this fucking joint's about to spill. Because I mean, there's nobody out there investigating this shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, and then even if there is, we don't have the tools to properly investigate these things, and it's like, I don't know.
You have a lot of information is out there, but nobody will listen to you. This is the problem. And knowing your rights and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and so on and so forth is for certain a good thing. But to go to this process of yeah, courts and at lawyers, attorneys, and the judge system, it is a mess, and it takes time, and it makes you mad. Makes you mad.
Well, I mean, they literally force you to get an attorney, which is against your rights to pro se litigate. They're damn, is that a hair in my joint?
Yeah.
Fuck the so because if they're operating in a jurisdiction and that you can't see the rules or the procedures of the jurisdiction, then you can't argue your own case.
Yeah.
And that I literally verbally cornered the judge by asking questions on the record, and that he said on the record there was no public access to the rules and procedures. And I'm just like, how am I supposed to litigate my case? And he refused to answer. And then he said,
Yeah.
get a lawyer. And he laughed at me. And I don't have the video of that. That fucking piece of shit. Fucking, it's just pathetic how fucking grown people act.
Yeah, that's why legalese is the way it is. That's why when they give you the answer to a case, if they, when they give you a ruling, it's written really ridiculously complex, because the idea is that, oh yeah, you need someone to read it to you, even though the Constitution was written for people to, it was written that it needs to be simple. That's why if you ever see a cop say like, oh yeah, do you know your Fourth Amendment? What does that mean? It's like, don't matter what it means, doesn't matter what it says. All I have to do is say, I invoke my Fourth Amendment or Fifth Amendment right, and that's the end of it. You are the one who has to tiptoe the law. I'm the one who just has to exercise it. So they do that on purpose.
Yeah, and these days you can't even quote it. They'll say that you're trying to obstruct. It's like, what? I thought I was living in America, not fucking Commyville. Like, what the fuck? Not fucking Nazi land.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, fucking, it's just crazy. I had him pull me over once, some Detroit cop. He's like, you stole this car. And I'm like, this is my car. I'm like, you just told me I stole my own car. I've got the fucking paperwork in the glove box, It was ridiculous. Fucking, I was like, you gotta be shitting me. Like, are you joking? Like, it was ridiculous. I mean, it's crazy. But, like, it's like I was skateboarding once, walking home, and they stopped me, and they're like, we want to search you. And I'm like, Fourth Amendment. Where's the warrant or probable cause? They couldn't get it. And then I asked to talk to their commanding officer. Their commanding officer couldn't get it. And, like, basically I asked to talk to, like, 4 different people because every one of them would show up, and then they couldn't answer my question. Where's the probable cause or where's the warrant? And fucking signed by a judge, and fucking none of them had it. And I'm like, how can I have a Fourth Amendment right? You're asking to violate my Fourth. And then when I finally got the fucking police, the chief of police or whatever there, he's like, if you don't let us search you, we're gonna charge you with a crime. And it's like, are you kidding me? Like, fucking, I should have fucking had it on videotape. I could be a millionaire right now. Fucking and so I let him search me, and the whole time I'm telling him, like, you're violating my rights. You took an oath to the Constitution. You're shitting on your oath. I mean, after they searched me, is that I gave them like a long lecture on the Constitution, and they ended up shaking my hand and basically saying sorry, but they still probably went out and did it again. You know what I mean? Like fucking, it's just sad the stupidity in the world. It's like, it's just insane.
Yeah, and that's why I have a good dash cam. But if you notice, the funny thing is like, if you ever get it pulled over by one of these, like a big city cop, and they try to like screw, or like even a small town cop or whatever, and they try to like screw with your constitutional rights, what ends up happening is the prosecutor, even if it's a George Soros prosecutor, will really try to make sure that those charges for like freedom against your freedom of speech or your freedom of expression stick. They'll fight tooth and nail. And I've looked them up. I've looked up, like, as I watch the civil rights lawyer on YouTube, and I've looked up to see who some of these prosecutors are. And there will be like, oh, I'm the, got their pronouns and, social justice, and, we got to stop jailing innocent people. But yet when it comes to people who like exercise their constitutional rights, those people, they will fight tooth and nail to make sure that they get that, it gets that they try to get a case off them and get them to plead to something. And it's like, wait a minute. If you murdered somebody or you tried to kill somebody, they'll let you off the hook. If you try to exercise your constitutional right to talk or to say anything, to give the cop the blow, to like flip the cop the bird, oh, well, now we're going to pursue charges against you for aggravated harassment,
Yeah. It'd be cool to make a newspaper called like The Dirt or something. And it's got the dirt on everybody and fucking, who's working for the city and stuff. And it's just, and then just to like somehow start a newspaper company and then just write the scoop on all these things. And somehow maybe it would, since it was organic, maybe it would, like people would actually buy it and stuff, just to see the dirt on people,
That's how the world works. Blackmailing, compromising people, dump people, and we. But guys, I have to go now. I'm very tired.
Oh,
I wish you a good what? A good night? Yeah.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Good morning. Have a good night, and always a pleasure.
What a pleasure. Thank you. Bye.
Good night.
Later.
Bye.
Yeah. This not roach joint is way different. I can actually taste it. Fucking yeah, it's weird. I smoked like 6 roach joints. I don't feel like I got a buzz. Fucking.
You don't feel like you got a buzz?
Yeah, I think something about smoking the joint that I think it, like, in a way it decreases the roaches potency or something, like, I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm gonna quit smoking cigarettes tomorrow. I got like 1 cigarette left.
Well,
yeah, 'cause it's like, well, should I get some cheap weed from the store or should I buy it? Well, it's like an ounce of tobacco is the same price for an ounce of weed.
yeah, I may call it a night soon too, even though there's not really much that's going to be going on tomorrow. Because I was hoping to go down to Pennsylvania, but that's not going to happen.
Oh yeah.
Because it's going to be, they're expecting like something like 20 bloody inches of snow, but I don't know how long it's going to last because it should get warm in the next few more days. So, damn, there's a lot of airplanes, like a lot of, I don't know, C-130s or something. One of these airplanes flying in and out of the Middle East from the United States, like back and forth. This is really crazy. Like something's going on. Let me see. What was it? What kind of United? What the hell? Why did you just do that for? Oh, not you. The Twitter thing I was just looking for.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking for this thing. Oh my god. Hold on. So stupid. Me? Likes, because I put it under my likes before. Oh my god, stop. Oh yeah, okay. So massive USAF air bridge to support future strikes on Iran continued overnight, with dozens of airlifters moving additional air defense assets and munitions to the Middle East. And they're showing it in real time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think they're C-130s, I think they said. And I saw something about it earlier. They were flying off. U.S. Navy recon drone is keeping an eye on the situation in the Gulf of Oman.
Gulf of Oman. CNN. Let's see.
Yeah, based on, so even somebody asked Grok, and Grok said, based on recent reports from sources like Stars and Stripes and Wikipedia, the U.S. is deploying air defense systems, munitions, fighter jets, F-15s and 16s, tankers, and naval assets from the U.S. to the Middle East amid tensions with Iran. This includes an air bridge of dozens of airlifters.
That's crazy. What the fuck is going on? Holy shit.
Oh, you found it? Hold on, let me pop back.
I found something. It says it's live. Ambush in Russia, it says.
Oh, it's Russia?
Christ. How can they play this stuff on... Is this real, or is it fucking, I mean, I guess it's real, but it's like... Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on?
That's an air defense. That's like something that's yeah. So what, did Ukraine do some crazy attack on Russia, like inside Russia?
That's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna turn that off. Yeah. I'm not trying to see that type of thing. Let's see here. Yeah, fucking, that's why the UN's so fucked up. Like, oh, it's all peace, but yeah, they've done so much, you know, fucked up shit. They've it's like that whole thing about the Korean War. It just boils my blood that the UN, because General MacArthur says that when he finally got to the main office of the Koreans, he said that he had found documents from the UN Secretary General, or I'm pretty sure it's the secretary, one of the high up guys, that the UN gave the Koreans the American attack plans against Korea, and that tons of soldiers died because fucking that it was an ambush. They went to Korea, and the Koreans all knew the plans of the Americans' attack.
Yeah.
And like fucking the UN gave them that, and fucking it's like, what the fuck? Like they fucking, that should, there should be some kind of court case going on about that shit. There never was, but there should be. I mean, who knows how many other times? If they did it once, how do we know they didn't do it over and over again for everything? I mean, how do we know that the Saudis or some shit didn't have, plans given to them from the UN, which were showing what the Americans were doing in the fucking desert? It's just crazy. It's like, that's, there's like my friend he was a medic in the military, and he just said when he figured out what was really going on, he's like, and it was funny because he had punk tattooed on his fingers because he used to be a punk in the '90s, but which it was ironic. It's like if he went for a medic, that's crazy. It really, I don't know. But he said that it was all just a bunch of fucking ass kissing bullshit, and it was, and it was all fucked up, and like he said it was just, I mean, the stuff that he said about it, it was like what the fuck is even going on over there? You know, like, because he was a medic and he's seen all this crazy shit. You know, because he always had to like save people's lives and shit. And it was like fucking. It seemed like even my friend's brother said similar stuff where it's like he said that they were dropped off at some like city in Afghanistan or some shit or Kuwait or something. I don't remember which country, but and that he said that they were dropped off and they were told to go steal cars, and that he said that they stole cars and that they had to mount military stuff to the cars in the desert and fucking. Uh, he had a funny story because he said that they took Ferraris and stuff, and that their commander or whatever was really pissed off because they didn't. But it was fucked up that the military would send them to the desert and not send like Hummers or something with them. You know what I mean? Like fucking like just go and find a truck or something. Like what? Like that's crazy. Well, plus my friend's brother said that he said that when they were dropped off, he said that they were dropped off in the middle of a spot where they were completely surrounded by everybody, and that he said it was like fucking scary as shit, and fucking and he was pretty tough, like fucking he was like some big shot in wrestling or some shit, high school, and
Oh wow.
he went to the same high school as me, and I would always challenge him to wrestle and fight, but like he never would fight. I'm not sure why, but yeah, because it's just I don't know. He does like woodworking now or some shit.
Oh, that's neat. That's pretty neat. My friend wanted to do something like that, or leather work.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Listen, if you can get into something, but yeah, I like I said, I was thinking about joining the Navy just to do something. If God forbid my case, I was thinking of talking to a recruiter about it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'd want a civilian job if I ever did something like that. Just because what if you got shipped off somewhere? Like, well, I didn't sign up for this. Like, well, it doesn't matter. You got to do it.
Well, I guess it depends on what you end up doing. Like I figure if I could score high on the aptitude test, maybe I'll end up in something like in intelligence or something like that. But
yeah,
it's not going to stop you from getting blown up at some point if shit hits the fan. But I mean, it's
well, you could get a civilian intelligence job. That's what I thought about doing. But I mean, I'd have to get a weed card, medical card, or something. Well, I don't even know if they would care about that. I would just refuse the P test. Like, I'm not gonna take no P test. Oh, this is America. Like,
well, I don't know how that is for the military, because I also thought about that too with like the vaccines and stuff, and I'm like, I'm not taking no vaccines,
that's why I dropped out from the Navy, because it was like I was supposed to be a first or second class petty officer in the Navy, and then they're like, you have to get 17 vaccines, and I'm like, in one day. And they're like, yeah, and I'm just like, I'm not doing that. I'm leaving. Fuck you. Like,
well, things changed, I think, because the United States officially reinstated like hundreds of soldiers that were fired for the mandate and apologized. So I kind of wonder if things changed. But I bet you if you go in there, if you have like a private office, you can be like, hey, give me your Zelle. I'll send you $500. Don't give me nothing, just inject it into the trash.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know a bunch of people that are like really high up stuff, and they're fucking retarded, some of them. And it's like, what the fuck? How did they get that high up into something like that? Like, they can't even beat me at video games. Like, they think that, I don't know, like, this one. Well, the whole thing about everything is it's all gotten so fucked up where it's like even if unless like China or something was like literally invading our country, there's no way I would want to participate in anything that was, you know what I mean? Like if I signed up for the military, there's because it's like, I mean, thou shalt not kill or thou shalt not murder. That's one of the 10 Commandments. And even though I'm not a Christian or anything, that I still believe in the 10 Commandments. That I mean, like I still think that they're a good thing. You know what I mean? Like not necessarily. I'm not saying that but it's like I always Harry always gets really upset because they say, you know, my God doesn't have a name. You know, I just believe in a God that made the universe. There's no religion attached to it, and that I don't know. It's people don't like that for some reason. I gotta take a break. Yeah, freaking. I mean, it's interesting because it's like, or what was I gonna say? Something about the. Even that joint was good, and I put it out. Yeah, it'd be nice to like take the test or whatever. I don't remember what the test is called, but they said I scored really high and like maybe get some kind of like fancy job doing some kind of. But then it's like, here's the thing where it's like, remember like when you're back in high school and stuff, and they're like, oh, what do you want to be when you grow up? And so like, I don't know, fucking, I just think I wanted to be a garbage man. Like, do they make good money? They don't have to do shit. They get to be outside. Well, I mean, they have to do shit, but not like it's not like fucking like if you were in a factory or something, and you're like moving some part all day long, staying in the same spot. Outdoor work is definitely way better.
Yeah, outdoor work is the best.
Yeah.
Not having to sit in an office. I did sit in an office, but it was tolerable because like half the year I didn't have to sit in the office. You know, I got to deal with my groups and all that other fun stuff, so I didn't mind. But corporate jobs suck.
Yeah, I had a suit job once and fucking it was bullshit. Yeah. I told the guy it was bullshit. I'm like the whole sales campaign is about fucking marketing saying that it's all a charity to fucking wheelchair basketball. I'm like how much fucking percentage does the fucking wheelchair basketball get, you know? And he's like and then the very next day there was a sales meeting and it was some fucking douchebag from Detroit that was some kind of like he was just an asshole, but like fucking he's like well, first he had the meeting and he's like, or no, wait, no, I'm saying the story wrong. I said this at the meeting. I was like, there's only 2% going to wheelchair basketball, and we're supposed to say that fucking in our sales pitch that it's all for wheelchair basketball, and I'm like, this is bullshit. Like, I want a new sales pitch, like fucking and then he's like, come in my office, you know, and then he bitches me out, and fucking he's all sweating. I'm just sitting there laughing, and then he like the next day, the beginning of the day before we went on the sales routes, the manager's like, oh, nobody can use the wheelchair basketball sales pitch anymore. And I'm just laughing.
That's funny, yeah. I worked in marketing and I loved it, but if you have a bad marketing director and a bad marketing manager, then you're not gonna have a good time because they're always gonna have bad ideas. And this woman was one of those. She was like a California woman, and she was chubby, and she used to talk like, "Oh my God," with the wide eyes, and be like, she was like one of those "let's circle back on it" kind of people. And she just had such bad ideas, and like she had about as much creativity as like a 2-year-old with a crayon. And she would sit there like she didn't want to change anything because it was like everything she thought was brilliant, you know. And she's like, oh, like when they had the "keep calm and carry on" campaign, when everybody was doing "keep calm and carry on" or "keep calm," blah blah, and like she wanted us to come up with our own version of it. And I didn't think about it until later, but it should have been like, I think my mom actually had come up with it. I was talking to her about it. And I'm like, this is a stupid campaign. Everybody's doing it. Why do we got to do it too?
Yeah.
And my mom was like, you guys should do, how can you keep calm? Luna Park is going to open soon, you know? And, you know, and I was like, damn, that's actually would be brilliant. That would have been actually very creative. But she just did, keep calm. Luna Park will be opening soon. And it's like, come on. Yeah.
All right.
But all these creativity, all these marketing jobs suck now because people just, there's zero creativity that's put into them. You know, marketing and marketing is all women. Yeah. Marketing, I was like the only straight dude also who worked in it. I got to be honest. Like, it was,
The
yeah.
cities are just one time I got a good deal on some rent in the city, and I moved to a big city, you know, for like a year and a half or something, and
Yeah.
like because I did the roof on the garage in the house for the rent or whatever, but like and then I found a job, but then I lost the job because it was a bullshit job, and then but I was trying to get a job with my pharmacy technician degree, and like and that I literally like signed fucking applications at every fucking place in the whole city for a pharmacy job, and didn't get one phone call, and fucking and then so I started going to like lumber companies and stuff, and like filling
Yeah.
out lumber company type positions, or like uh I think I signed up for a potato chip factory or something, or like
Oh, that's cool.
there was a bunch of it. And then I even lowered my standards, and I was like, I'm just gonna get a job at Burger King across the street, you know. And I can't. I it was crazy. It was like, what the fuck? I can't even get a job at fucking McDonald's and Burger King and shit. Like, I'm like, this is crazy. Like, no, I would just sit by the phone all day and oh, I got this much money, I got this much weed left. You know, eventually I just moved out of there, and it was like, fucking, it's probably for better.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
hoping that I'm hoping that my job now, if they need a new salesperson, I can try to finagle my way into it. Because I did like doing event sales and stuff like that. But, and it's one of the few jobs that's not hiring only HB1s, you know, like they're actually hiring Americans. So that's kind of nice. Although I don't know, I don't think you could hire HB1s to do sales. I don't think it would work, you know, unless they're doing like scam sales, because everybody would think they're scam callers, you know. So,
Yeah. It'd be
But-
interesting to like have like well, there's all these. It'd be cool to have a restaurant where it's like fucking you get all the locally grown foods and shit. And fucking
Yeah.
it's all like organic, and it's like reasonably priced, and like the you know, just like a solid restaurant, and then fucking because I mean this whole thing is like the New World Order's got us eating all their garbage food.
yeah.
And like there's nowhere it's decent to eat anywhere. So it's like fucking you could go any restaurant in Michigan, it's all garbage.
I'm sure it's all like, you know, processed fried foods and stuff.
Yeah,
You know?
there was this fish place that shut down, but they had like really good fish, frog legs, and fucking you can get alligator there and stuff.
Yeah.
But they closed down because everybody was scared to eat fucking real food.
Yeah. I know how that when we have, if you ever watched, I think they mentioned it on on Seinfeld, Zabar's in New York. And I was working I was working on the truck, and one of the doormen on a building on Central Park West, which of course is rich as all hell, he comes out and and with a box of Zabar's matzo ball soup, and he's like, "Here, I have extra, take." And he gives us like 4. And so I'm like, well, I'm definitely taking 2 for myself, 1 for my partner, and we'll give, you know, my partner didn't want. I'm like, bro, it's matzo ball soup. And he's like, no, I don't know what it is. And then I go back to my garage And I'm like, guys, this is free Zabar's matzo ball soup. Who wants it? And everyone's looking at me like, what's a matzo ball? I'm like, it's a matzo ball. And they're looking at me and they're like, oh, I don't know, man. And I'm like, bro, you guys eat processed food all goddamn day. This is a high quality product and it's a matzo ball. They're looking at it like it's made out of snake meat or something. And it's
What
funny.
is
I
it?
ended up taking, what's up?
I mean, I'd probably eat it. I eat anything except
It's
like
Jewish food. It's just like it's like a matzah meatball, but there's no meat in it. It's just like a matzah, and they form it into a ball. You drop it into soup, and it's the most amazing thing you'll ever eat. I mean, not the most amazing, but it's pretty amazing if it's made well. And like my Irish supervisor, I told him about it later, and I already taken him home and eaten them all. I had like dinner for like 3 days. And finally, I'm like, bro, nobody in this place. He's like, wait a minute, whoa, you had Zabar's matzo ball soup. He's like, where was I? And I'm like, you were you were off that day. He's like, God damn it. He goes, next time you get matzo ball soup, you give me some. And I'm like, well, I would have known, I would have, but you were off, And we were supposed to, before he retired, we were supposed to get a matzo ball soup together, but he ended up retiring and we didn't get the chance. But yeah, like people are not like even when I ate meat, I was a pretty adventurous eater. I tried everything once. Like I tried rabbit, even though I had rabbits. I tried
rabbits are
frog.
pretty good. There's not a lot of meat on them though. Frog
Yeah.
legs are good, but they
What's
have to
up?
be fresh. Frog legs are good. I mean, even as long as they're like hot, they're good. But when they get cold, they're not. Well, I still eat them cold, but
Well, Nathan's Coney Island, the Nathan's restaurant. I don't know if they still do it, but they used to do frog's leg. It was like one of their fringe item menu items. And some guy for a party bought like a party sized tray of it. Like they make in like get like a 2-pack or a 3-pack. This dude goes and orders a party sized tray of frog's legs. There must have been like 50 of them. And literally there was 1 or 2 eaten. So me and my colleague, we bring it back to the office and we're like, all right, looks like we're trying frog's legs today. And everyone's looking at us and I'm like, bro, we got to try it once. I mean, you have it here. It's and me and him tried it. And for me, it was like fishy chicken. So
yeah,
it really wasn't it, but the texture of it didn't appeal to me, but I'm like, I tried it, I didn't, I gave it
yeah.
a shot,
It's gotta
give
be
it the,
hot.
so. What's up?
The texture gets weird when it's cold. It's kind of well. I mean,
It was
it's
lukewarm.
yeah. It definitely depends on because I have noticed difference in flavor of them and stuff. If you catch them yourself, they're really good. They're way better caught yourself. You gotta like soak them in salt water overnight or some shit.
Yeah. But,
yeah, they're probably not soaking them in salt water.
well, no, Nathan's is doing it well. If Nathan's is making it, Nathan's making it right. They don't mess around. But now Nathan's was bought out by the Chinese, so if you come to Coney Island, don't even bother. But yeah, that was one of the fringe things that they had. They used to have this thing called Smorgasburg, which was like it was started in Williamsburg, which is why it ends in Berg. And it used to be, and I don't know if they still do it, but basically it's like hundreds of stalls of different food types. So you could go one place to get your appetizer, one place to get your entree, another place to get your dessert, and then another spot to get your drink. And it was like all these different places to try, and people had unique stuff. And they tried to open one up in Coney Island, and there were only a couple of stalls. And I used to go to this one spot and get like a lemonade every day. And then there was another spot, it was like an Asian spot that used to do like really crazy, like Thai street food. And they had this sticky tofu. It was like, like the fermented tofu. And I couldn't eat it in my office. I would spare everybody and just eat it outside, but it was always nice out, so it didn't matter. I was in Coney Island in the summertime. So I used to try that. I'm like, I know my colleagues wouldn't eat something like this just because the smell is kind of off-putting, but it's like one of those things like cheese where it smells bad, but it tastes insane. And like fermented tofu is like one of those things also. But man, I used to get that. And then I used to get like the lemonade drink that they would make. They make like these like fresh lemonades with not them, a different stall. And so good, man. Those were fun days in Coney Island.
It's hard to
I
find
would
a good
love to check
Japanese
it out.
restaurant.
What's up?
It's hard to find a good Japanese restaurant.
Mm.
That one calamari is always good. It's always pretty good.
You know, I dated a girl who was a vegetarian and she used to like calamari. She's like, that's the only meat I'll eat is calamari. And I never found it to be that spectacular. But
Yeah,
then
it's
again,
got
I
to be
never.
like deep fried, or it's got to be cooked really good.
Yeah,
Sometimes if it's overcooked like a hair, it gets like tough and weird.
yeah.
Yeah,
You guys have Rocky Mountain oysters where you are?
yeah. We got me and my cousins got tricked into eating them when we were kids.
Oh, yeah?
My half sister's grandpa, the Greek dude, was fucking. He was Greek and French, and he had one hand, and he would spray Windex on his nub of his hand. He was some fucking asshole from fucking. He got his hand chopped off at GM.
God damn.
And they paid him out for life. And he lived next to this fancy, like some kind of professional golfer. I don't remember the guy's name, but he was super huge in the '90s. And that, but he was a total asshole. And then he tricks us into eating fucking sheep's nuts, and like what the fuck? Like, I was like, this is bullshit.
Wow.
Yeah, I only ate one. Fucking, I was still like, you guys are fucking assholes.
Well, I mean, didn't it taste like beef or something? I mean, you know.
Nah, it seemed like it was kind of gross texture.
Mm.
It wasn't very good. It was. I don't know. One of my cousins, he just ate like the whole plate of them. It's like, oh. he was literally.
Yeah, that's one of those things. My grandmother used to eat tongue, and
Tongue's not bad.
yeah,
You
supposedly it tastes like
tongue?
corned beef, but when you see it, the only reason it was off putting to me is because my grandmother used to eat it as it was. Whereas, like, if you go to the Mexican spot and you get like a taco con lingua, then
Yeah,
you eat it differently.
Yeah,
They like it doesn't look like a tongue.
yeah, the burgers are good.
The what?
Burger. The tongue burger. I remember eating those before. It was,
Tongue burger.
yeah, it was like it seemed like it was more grassy flavored or something.
I would imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, some of those. It'd be. I always watch Bizarre Foods and be like, oh, he's eating that fucking like weird piece of fat that's been boiling for 5 hours. But then we actually like cook up some kind of big chunk of weird meat or something, like fucking, like beef roast or something. I usually don't do roast, but I started doing a bunch of them recently. Then I quit eating beef roast, but like the big chunks of like fat grizzly shit, like it's definitely got a lot more flavor. Because Andrew Zimmerman on that Bizarre Foods, he's like always eating this bizarre shit. It's like, damn, is that really tasty? Like, he went up to Alaska or something, and they're eating like fish eyes and stuff. It's like,
Yeah.
oh.
It's like Icelandic food. They like the whole head of one of their like Icelandic dishes
Oh
is like
yeah,
the head of the sheep or something.
the fish head
Mm.
soup.
Sabrina says I can cook tongue, peel and slice, and give me the salt shaker. Yeah, it's one of those things that I was too young when I first encountered it, and I used to be my family is very picky eaters, and I'm the only one who is actually adventurous, but I had to grow into that adventurousness because my family was baby barbecue rabbit, like on a kebab. That's what I used to call my rabbit. I used to call him a kebab.
It'd be good.
But
We used to just always make it in gravy, rabbit gravy.
yeah.
Because there's really not a lot of meat.
Yeah, that's how I had it. I had it at a Russian spot. Me and my friend went to this Russian buffet. It was called Da I Niet, which means yes and no, but it kind of sounds like dinette. And it was like a Russian food buffet and they had it. So I was like, all right, looks like I'm gonna try rabbit today. So
Yeah.
Goulash, yeah.
Yeah, some of those birds are, I don't know, like pheasant or ducks and stuff. I'm not really a big fan of the birds. The
Mm.
like every time I got my friend, one of my roommates used to be some fancy chef, and he always bring duck. And I mean, I'd always double cook it just because I thought it was, I don't know, it wasn't, it probably would have been better if it was still hot, you know. The but like freaking or I don't know, the weirdest thing I ever ate was rattlesnake. The
It's chewy.
yeah, my uncle had some. He came up from Arizona, and he was he had a big piece of it in like aluminum foil or some shit. Like, oh, try the smoked rattlesnake. And I'm like, all right, you know, I, it was pretty good. I mean, it probably was not good if it wasn't smoked. You know, it probably
Yeah.
tastes all metally or something.
Wow.
Yeah, freaking damn, I'm hungry.
Yeah, I'm thinking of grabbing a protein bar.
Right. Yeah,
But
freaking my aunt swears by the fasting. She's always not eating for a long time,
mm,
and I don't
I,
know.
you get depressed easy, you know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, freaking damn it, I got the munchies. Yeah, the what was it? There's some other bizarre food that was. Ah, damn it, what was that? I can't think of what that episode was. It was like he ate a lot of the sea urchins and stuff raw and stuff, and weird shit like that. I don't think I would eat one of those. Yeah. Like they break the sea urchin open. It's got some weird orange
Yeah.
shit in it. Fucking, I guess it's like super good, but I mean, you have to turn it into some kind of salsa or something for me to eat it.
Yeah. I when I went up to Boston, I tried mussels and that kind of stuff. And I tried it once and I was like, I don't know, it wasn't my thing. You know, I never liked shellfish. Like people have offered me whole lobsters and I've just been like, blah, you know.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned gizzards, Sabrina, because in the ghetto, when I lived in the ghetto, they used to have the Chinese places. It was like the cheapest meat thing you could get on the menu was the gizzards, and they would sell it like they would, I guess, they'd like stir fry it or something. And we used to watch these guys get like a plate of gizzards with rice or something for like $2 or something. Like it was like $2 or $3 for a giant platter of gizzards. And when I worked in Luna Park, there was a small like food stand that opened up next to the precinct on West 8th Street. And we were walking past, me and my colleague, one time, and the guy's like, "Oh, try this." And we're like, and he gave us a cup of this like creamy meat stuff. We're like, "What the hell is this?" And he's like, it turned out it was gizzards. I tried it. I thought it was okay, but it wasn't something I was gonna go back to.
Yeah. Yeah, my stepbrother a long time ago made some chicken gizzards deep fried, and I tried one and I didn't like it because it was too crunchy. It had like weird crunch to it.
Oh, this wasn't crunchy. This was soft. It was like soft and kind of like a bechamel, I guess you could say, like a bechamel sauce or like a creamy sauce. And yeah, it was interesting, but it wasn't something I was gonna go back to.
Oh
You
yeah,
know.
I tried shark once. I thought that was pretty good. It seemed like it was
Oh,
less fishy. What was or oh
this
yeah, when I was a kid, when I was a kid, I would always take the fish tails after they're deep fried, and I would eat the fish tails.
oh, the fish tails. That's strange.
I forgot about that.
Something like chips out of that. Like you'd make it like fishtail chips, you know, something.
I don't think anybody would buy them.
Well, you know what's funny is like they have now like in the health food store, they had chicken, they had like fish skin chips, and then they had chicken skin chips.
Huh.
That was a little weird. I mean, the fish skin chips, I think I bought a bag of it for my parent, for my mom. My dad would need it. For my mom one time, and she was like, meh. But the coolest thing when I was in Israel, and I've never seen it since, is chicken ribs, which I thought was really.
Oh, that is weird. Chicken ribs.
It's the chicken breast, but I guess they keep the bone in. And I
Oh
used to
yeah.
work. You ever hear of Nando's? You ever hear?
I'm not sure. I gotta take a leak
It's
real
a
quick, though, really bad.
it's a South African brand.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's a South African brand that makes Portuguese style chicken. Oh no, or vice versa. It's a Portuguese brand that makes South African style chicken. And they had one in California, but I worked when I was in Israel, I worked at Nando's. I was a waiter at a Nando's in Israel. And I used to, and because they paid us crap, I used to just steal food to take home with me. And I'll never forget, I used to get the chicken ribs, and I always used to get the chicken ribs to take home. And man, those were good. I used to feed the bones to the cats outside my apartment because I was on the ground floor, and I used to want the cats around to keep snakes away because I didn't want any snakes slithering into my house. So I'd feed the bones to the cats, and that would keep the cats nearby, and then the cats would like keep the snakes away. The forces of nature. I haven't seen chicken ribs in Israel. It was at Nando's. It's like a fast food restaurant, like a fast food chicken spot. So if you go to places in the world, it wasn't like specifically an Israeli thing. I'm pretty sure they had it at like if you go to Nando's in England or like Nando's in Europe or something, they would sell them there too. It was like I think it was the chicken breast, but they wouldn't take the bones out. So they would cut it up like that, and then you'd kind of like eat it off the bone. Slaot off. I remember because I used to be like, yeah, I'm gonna get some of those slaot to take home. But they actually they were screwing us over there. We were waiters, and we were supposed to get paid a salary, but because he hired like idiot immigrant kids, um, he wouldn't. He made us work for tips. But in Israel, you don't make tips. They don't tip in Israel. And I tried to call like a workers' rights thing, and I'm like, yeah, they're taking advantage of us because we're American. And they just didn't even call me back. But I got my revenge because we had this table full of police officers one time, and um, and they found a cockroach in their salad. I'm not even kidding. And they found a cockroach in a salad. So I was like, I went to the manager who was this like, not very bright girl. And I'm just like, hey, those cops over there found a cockroach in their salad. And she's like, tell them I'm not here. And she ran into the back to hide from them. So I was like, oh, you are getting it for me. So I go up to the cops and I'm like, I'm sorry, the manager isn't here. So the cop says to me, he's like, you have an accent. Where are you from? And I'm like, I'm American. And he's like, you're American. He's like, okay. He goes, let me ask you something. If we were in America and you found a cockroach in your food, what would they do? I'm like, they'd have the manager here, like you guys would be getting everything comped, like it would be a whole to do. He's like, good. Have the owner come here now. And they're cops. So he had to have the owner come in. And then the owner shows up and they flipped on him. It was a whole big shit show. He ended up the guy who owned it was an ass. His wife used to always ask me about New York, and she always wanted to talk to me about New York, and he would get jealous, and he would be like, stop talking to my wife. And I'm like, bro, she's asking me about New York. I'm not taking her to the back room. It was really funny too, because like she was like model beautiful, and like he was huge. He was like 6'6" or something. He was like a big ass dude. So I'm like, I'm 5.5 feet tall. I don't think your wife is going for me. But yeah, it was a very weird place to work. And then he sold it to somebody else, and I went back for a job, and he's like, I want to make sure I'm like, oh, I'm not working for any of you people. You're crazy. Jamaican goat curry rolls. We used to get that when I lived in Flatbush. We used to go for like the oxtail and stuff like that. The Jamaican. shot.
Whatever happened to those rappers, Flatbush Zombies?
Which zombies?
I haven't heard of them in a while.
I'll give you an excuse to listen to some. Listen to it.
That seemed like they were part of the Grateful Dead cult. I seen them in their video wearing a shirt, and it was like, oh, Jesus Christ. Same with a bunch of the actors and shit all wearing the Grateful Dead shirts. Seth Rogen and stuff. It's like, he was like bragging that he paid like $300 for a t-shirt. It's like, what? It's like, that's fucked up. They're paying like buku bucks, these celebrities, to buy antique concert t-shirts.
Whoa.
Yeah.
A teacher in high school gave me I don't know if I probably still have it somewhere. I actually got to ask. I got to ask my mom to see if she can find it within my collection with like my T-shirt stuff. I hope I didn't leave it in Israel. Actually, whatever. It was a 1981 Rolling Stones shirt, like a Rolling Stones concert shirt, and it had like in the picture was like a rock or a boulder rolling down a hill, like Rolling Stone. Damn, I wonder if I still have that shirt. I sent a whole bunch of clothes back from Israel in like packages, and they got stuck in Latvia, and I was never able to get them again. And I don't know where they are now.
Yeah.
But and I can't find the paperwork for them either, so I don't even know who to call.
Yeah, there used to be like skateboard companies that aren't even on the internet these days. Fucking,
Yeah.
There used to be a skateboard company called, well, it wasn't it was like a clothing line for skateboarders called Porn Star.
Porn Star?
Yeah, I had a t-shirt. They made t-shirts and jeans. They had like stupid comics on them or something, but like I got in trouble once at school for wearing a shirt that simply said Porn Star.
That's what I remember. PRON Star. Was that it?
Yeah, that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't find that on the internet, that shirt company or whatever.
Oh wow.
Yeah. There's a bunch of stuff like that. Like there's some skate shoes I used to have that were full of air or something. The whole shoe was full of air at the bottom, and they were like the best shoes ever until they broke, and it was like, yeah, we need to get another pair of these, and fucking then the company's out of business. I'm like, they were great shoes though. Fucking, you could like jump like fucking 15 feet and fucking lean on your feet and not get hurt.
Yeah.
Like freaking, we used to do the stairs. We would go off the big stairs, you know, be like try to do a trick and not fall to your, doom.
Wow.
Yeah, like in the 90s, we would take a bunch of acid and skateboard off stairs, you know, fucking. It was always pretty fun.
We always wanted to be skateboarders in the 90s, but never worked out.
It's probably better you didn't. I like probably broken every bone in my body.
Well, I didn't practice enough. That was the problem. I found a skateboard once in the garbage, and I kept it, and I wanted to learn on it, but yeah, I just never really took it up. I had friends who tried to like
One
tricks.
of my friends was pretty good. He was, and then he could do the half pipe like crazy, and it was like, and then one day he just breaks his ankle, and it's like, holy shit. And then he also like, I don't remember if he broke the ankle or the arm first, but it was like, damn, dude, like, what the fuck? He didn't even do nothing crazy. He was just like, he was just kicking the skateboard, all of a sudden his fucking leg broke or some shit. I'm like, what the fuck? It blew my mind. I was like, because he's, fucking, I don't know. It's crazy. It's like the whole scene has changed. There used to be like a huge snowboarder scene in the 90s, like all the snowboarding people. I was never rich enough to to be part of this. All the snowboarding people were all, like their parents were all really well off and stuff.
Yeah. They're like jocks.
Yeah, like in high school, it's like, oh, the fake stoners, the snowboarders. I mean, there's some real ones, but
Yeah. Oh, we didn't have any, I didn't know it too many people. I mean, everybody I knew was always like poor middle class, so we didn't know any snowboarders. I knew kids that would brag that they were snowboarders, but I knew in real life they weren't. They were just putting it on their AOL profile to look cool, but in real life they weren't. Every time I leave the USA, I realize how poisoned our food is. It's funny. My friend in Holland, he had a fast food joint. He had like a local version, a snack bar, and one time when I used to go, like he'd get up in the morning and I would, I'd get up because he had to be at work to open up the door. So I would get up and when I would get up, I would go and eat breakfast at his spot. And I watched him one morning. He takes this giant block of grease and drops it into the deep fryer. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, bro, what are you doing? What the hell is that? And he's like, it's lard. And I'm like, you guys deep fry your food in lard? And he's like, yeah, we do. And I'm like, dude, that is insane. I have never seen that. Like in America, we don't use that. Yeah. And it was crazy because like I used to try the stuff from him. Like I once tried one of his horse things. Like they have meat that they eat in the Netherlands. So I'm like, all right, let me try horse. Let me get, and even the snack bar had horse. So I'm like, let me try something with horse in it. So he gave me something with horse in it, and I tried it. It was like deep fried. I tried what I used to call the cheese UFO because it was like a deep fried disc. The whole way it feels like when you eat it, it doesn't feel heavy. Like you don't have that feeling in your stomach. Like if you eat a ton of McDonald's or like you eat a Baconator and you're like, oh. Yeah. And even McDonald's was really good. Like I used to want to eat different things out there. And he would always want to go to McDonald's. And when you would order McDonald's out there, especially when you would like he would always do the drive-through. They tell you, okay, pull over to the side, and you'd have to pull over and wait for like 10 minutes because they made everything fresh. And I remember I opened up the burger, and it had like real vegetables on it. It had like onions on it. It wasn't like dehydrated onions. It was like everything was real. And I'm like, wow, this is decent. Like, I know you want to eat it all the time, which is why it annoys me. But like compared to the United States, like when he came to visit me in the United States, they had the cinnamon rolls at McDonald's. And man, he was eating it like every day. And I'm like, bro, you're going to gain like 1,000 pounds from that.
Yeah.
But
my friend's dad, he used to always get these McDonald's like steak and cheese bagels or something.
Yeah, yeah.
It was, but it was total
bagel. Yeah, yeah.
Toilet fucking. I mean, it was just so much MSG and stuff, and like he ended up getting cancer and stuff in his butt. And it was like, Jesus Christ, that's fucking. I mean, he made it through it and stuff, but
damn,
that's just McDonald's is. I mean, they've changed their stuff like through time, but like still, I mean, it's like it's just crazy. It's like fucking. It's like this or. Makes you wonder how back like 15 years ago or so when I was dating that cougar chick, she would say KFC is making meat in petri dishes, and I'm like, what? No way. and then who knows? We recently heard about Campbell's soup.
Yeah.
Fucking and it's like, well, who knows if one of those fucking like those chicken popcorn bites that they used to have at KFC. Like, I never went there or anything, but like, who knows if those were like fucking grown in a petri dish or something.
Well, that's what they used to. They used to say like KFC. They couldn't call it Kentucky Fried Chicken because it wasn't chicken. They used to say it was grown. It's like they used to use chickens that were born without heads or something. That's what the rumor was, but apparently it wasn't true. you know.
I heard a similar rumor that they were born without beaks or something. It's really, I don't know if it's
It was an urban
chickens are
legend.
just. Like, I had to clean chickens once, and it was I
Ugh.
cleaned like 40 of them, and it was like fucking. I'm not eating chicken for. I mean, I ate chicken that day, but like, I didn't eat chicken after that for like 3 months.
I
But
stopped.
like,
Sorry. It was funny because
well, it was
chicken.
scary because there were so many tumors and stuff on them and stuff. And it was like, what the fuck? This is crazy. Like, it was right when the GMO chickens first came out. Back in the 90s, my
Yeah.
stepbrother bought some and he's like bragging about it. Like, these are genetically modified chickens. And I'm like, what? You know, and then he raises them and fucking, they were getting so huge and fat and stuff that one of them's, its leg broke or something. And like, and
God.
it was like, what the fuck? So we had to like butcher them all that day because they were all like getting so fat, their fucking legs were breaking. And it was like, this is
Yeah.
crazy. Like, fucking these chickens, and then they had so many tumors. And it was like, what the fuck? I mean, I still ate some of the chicken, but it was like, I don't know. It was so fucked up. It was like, man. I mean, like, I mean, you buy a rotisserie chicken, and there's clearly no tumors, but it's
Yeah.
like, what if some of these chicken factories they're just throwing chickens in the fucking meat grinder, and the fucking they're using they're using chemical processing on the chicken, and then so it takes the bones out or some shit with there's all sorts of stuff, but like
Birded.
they're just throwing all the fucking meat scraps, and who knows if they're throwing tumors and shit and that shit.
Yeah.
Those chicken nuggets and stuff, they put feathers in there and shit. Fucking
Yeah. That's like the first when I before I became a vegetarian full time, like I chicken was actually the first food that like the first meat I stopped eating. And I used to really like chicken. But one time when I was living in Bed-Stuy, we ordered Chinese food from the place near us, to get the place that served gizzards, one of the places that served gizzards. And we order it, and I ordered like I think it was sesame chicken or something. And usually, like when you get food poisoning, it takes like a day or two to kick in, you know? I
Yeah.
had not been finished eating yet. And my body said stop and reverse. And
Oh, yeah.
I in a ridiculous case, I don't know if it was E. coli or salmonella, but I had just started taking better care of myself also. So
Yeah.
like,
They
but
probably
I
cook bad
remember,
chicken.
what's up?
They probably because you can, if you're like, if you know how to cook food, you know, like the second you grab the meat, you can
Yeah.
feel if it's good or not. And like some people are just retarded, and they probably cook
Well,
bad chicken. That happened to my girlfriend once. I wasn't there. She went to some kind of wing thing. I don't remember what the fuck the chain is called, but she got sick and like puked her brains out. Fucking
I I I was puking my brains out, and I remember I puked up this like splotch of like I looked really weird, and I remember I think that's what my body wanted out of me. But basically, I kept drinking water to stay hydrated, and I just kept puking it back up. I had blown blood vessels all over my face and in my eyes. My chest hurt. Yeah, it was bad. And after that, I
you got any
literally
allergies?
what's up?
You got any allergies?
No, but
Oh,
after that, I had no desire to eat chicken. Like my body, my eyes, I would see chicken and it would just be like, nope, not eat, don't eat that. You know, it would literally like, even like chicken meat, like uncooked chicken meat didn't bother me. Uncooked chicken meat would like almost make me dry retch for a while. And I couldn't eat it anymore. That was the first meat I gave up.
that's like spicy chicken, but
Mhm.
I was eating beef every day. It's like too much beef. The what was yeah, it'd be cool to like get some really good ingredients, cook some really good food,
Mm.
like something. It's crazy because if you fish around Michigan, they say that you shouldn't even eat the fish, and it's like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah.
like what the fuck is going on? We can't even like feel safe to eat the fish that are in our own lakes, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Freaking the well then all the okay, so I sometimes I work with the weed dude that has
Mm-hmm.
a farm for the companies or whatever, and that he talks about the pesticides that are used on weed and food, and it's like, and he's saying like, oh, this can be used for weed but not for food, and then saying it also vice versa, where it's like this can be used for food but not for weed for pesticides. It's like, what the fuck? And it's like, what? It's like, I just want some weed that isn't grown with, it's just grown with water. You know what I mean? Like I don't care if there's bugs in it or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, like yeah, it's. I mean, like what was it? I mean, the whole like food industry. I think there's something fishy about them shipping the food to China from South America and then
Yeah.
shipping it here. I think they're getting around some kind of loophole of how it's made or something, because we don't know if it's like really organic or not. We don't know if they're fucking still using that fucking shit they used in the fucking 50s. What is that?
GGT.
Yeah, GDT. Wait,
DDT.
what DDT?
DDT.
Yeah. Because my dad made some crazy claims. He's like, they're still using it down there in South America, blah blah blah. And I'm like, well, how the fuck do you know? Like, yeah, I didn't think they asked that at the time, but it's like, god damn it, like, what? He doesn't know. He's fucking doesn't even. That's, there's no way that he heard that from word of mouth or something. Like, I mean, fucking. I don't know. It's possible though.
Yeah. Well, that's why when I was working for sanitation, they were like fascinated by what I ate. Because I used to eat unique stuff. And they used to, when I told them I was a vegetarian, they were like, oh, do you eat fish? And I'm like, no, I don't eat fish. Like, oh, do you eat shrimp? And I'm like, let me put it to you this way. You don't want to know why I don't eat shrimp. And they're like, wait, why? And I'm like, guys, I'm telling you, you don't want to know why I don't eat shrimp.
Oh,
And
parasites.
tell us, what's up?
Parasites or
No, because of most shrimp, especially if it's like especially cheap shrimp, is from Vietnam. And they're grown in these giant vats where they get raised and they eat shit. They eat each other. They're covered in their own shit. They decompose next to each other.
oh
They
yeah.
eat each other. It's disgusting. And then all they do is throw antibiotics, GMOs, and GMO shit on them for them to eat. And then when they're finally ready to be packaged, they package them. They put them in with Vietnamese ice, which Vietnamese water is considered not safe for human consumption, and then they ship it to you. And I'm like, I never really had I didn't grow up eating shellfish anyway, so that's why I was never like, ooh, lobster, Like
Yeah.
I thought lobster was disgusting, and I think it looks like it's a bug, and I'm like, this shit is gross.
Related to that cockroach.
It is. Well, lobster used to be considered a form of cruel and unusual punishment because they used to give it to criminals, and it was like prison food. And there was once like a prison revolt because all they were being forced to eat was lobster, and they were saying this is cruel and unusual punishment. And my mom used to work at a really fancy restaurant that used to exist near King's Plaza in Brooklyn, and they used to serve like surf and turf, and her friends, the other waitresses and waiters, people would not know how to eat the lobster, and they would leave like big good parts of it, and they would literally take plates back from people when they were done eating, and they'd walk away. They would take the plate back, crack it open, and eat the uneaten portion in the back, and then throw the rest. They were literally eating it off other people's plates. That's how much they loved it. That's how popular it is.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan, but it's pretty good mac and cheese. Or like some kind of dip or something.
Yeah,
Lobster dip is good. Or like
lobster.
the seafood salad. It's always
Yeah,
pretty good. But it's
yeah.
definitely like a matter of getting really good ingredients, not like some kind of weirdly, some kind of like fucking because if the animal is like butchered or something and it's not happy and healthy, it's not gonna taste good.
Hmm. Well, that's why I'm not against meat eating. Because, like I said, I think I mentioned before, my friends used to buy a full cow from upstate New York, and it would be like living its life, eating grass, chilling out in the sunshine, hanging out with its cow friends, and having a great time. And then one day it becomes a filet mignon. But like my friends, they would literally divide the entire cow between them. Like every piece, even if like they weren't going to eat the offal and the innards and stuff, they'd find someone who would, and they would, even the stuff that they couldn't, that wouldn't be used, they'd end up they would be made into like dog food, and then they'd feed it to their pets. So I was cool with that because that's how meat should be. I have a problem with the commodification of meat and the commodification of like animals in general. Like there's that in Beijing, they opened up the biggest pork processing plant in the entire world. And it's basically of just an assembly line of pork. And I'm just like, gross. Absolutely
Yeah.
gross.
Well, they're like when I was a kid, there was they would give the cows. They were, I think I told you about this. They were giving the cows dried blood with the food, dried cow blood.
Mm.
And I was like, I remember it was like 1992 or something. And I'm like, I'm like, why are we giving the cows this? And they're like, oh, freaking, this is just how it's done. And then we're giving them all these, giving the cows all the shots. And I'm like,
Yeah.
why do they need all this shit? Like, and it's like, oh, it's just how it's done, And then like a few months later, it was like, or maybe it was a few years later, it was like
Mhm.
mad cow disease erupted in England, and then all of a sudden, all the farmers just quit using the dried cow's blood mixed with the feed, and it was like, what the fuck? I called this, when I was a kid. Like, there's, and then fucking there was I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff that seemed really okay. Well, okay, so when I was a kid, like all the farmers, yes, any farmer, why don't you have longhorns? Why do we have to burn the horns off all the cows? Like, and it's like, oh, they'll destroy the fences, and then it's like, there's all these longhorn ranches popping up all over the country, and that fucking, like I've driven a couple hours away just to, I don't remember who I was visiting, what I was doing, but like there was a longhorn ranch and fucking all their fences, or I
Yeah.
don't know. There's all sorts of. It's like there's a weird stigma in that I never see the longhorn fence fucking. You know what I mean? Like thrashed. I've taken pictures of them on Twitter. And nobody liked the picture. I was like, what the fuck? You don't see those kind of cows every day.
The longhorn, yeah. I remember when bison was a big thing for a while.
Yeah, that bison tastes really good.
Yeah. I don't remember if I tried it. They used to have it at the diner across the street from my house that I used to go to a lot. And I remember when they had it. That's when like diner food was really high quality. Like it was like these guys were Greek. They were cooking everything fresh, like everything. The only thing I got from them that I didn't like, it was my own fault for ordering something that stupid, but it was like a sweet and sour chicken with, was it sweet and sour chicken with like noodles? And I remember it like had this like pink, very, very like, and yeah, it wasn't good. That's all I can say. It was definitely not good. But
My,
yeah, they don't like all this stuff like the cheese. I don't know if you heard this thing about like how cheese, 90% of it now comes from one company. Um, and it was
yeah,
like,
it's all shittily made.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and a
there's some
lot of the
pretty good.
one company.
Some of that I think it's called Carrie's butter or something. That's supposed to use
Mm,
that in Europe.
butter.
Yeah, I used to always take the butter and I'd turn it into that one stuff. What is that called? It's where you like boil the butter and uh, ghee or something, or fuck is that called? It's like you boil the butter and skim off all the shit off it, and
Ghee.
then yeah, ghee, yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Yeah.
freaking yeah, that's what I always used to use to cook food. I don't do that anymore, but that's when I'd always have my friends would give me weed butter and stuff,
Mm,
and fucking, and be like, I'm turning this shit into fucking, because they were just, I don't know, fucking, that was like 15 years ago.
yeah, ghee. I went to a couple of good Indian spots that had ghee. That they used it. It's interesting because like in Pennsylvania, they don't like in coal country. A lot of there's no spicy food. Like the most you have like your usual Mexican, Chinese, pizza, and then like Polish food, like pierogies and kielbasa and stuff like that. And there's like one Thai spot like 20 minutes away, and then we looked for Indian food one time, and it was a 44-mile round trip to Whitehaven. And I called, and I didn't call in. We just showed up, and it was like a very thick white woman behind the counter telling us, "Oh, you can't order. You should have called in." It was a gas station being converted into an Indian restaurant. And I go outside because I'm like, but I guess I'm not going to eat. And this Indian lady and her family almost slams into my car while trying to park next to me. And I was like, holy shit. And the guy gets out and he's apologizing. And he's like, did you order? And I'm like, no, the lady told me I can't order. He's like, bro, come in, order with me. You're gonna get your food. Don't worry about it. So I went in with him. I placed the order, and he knew the chef, so he called to make sure that the chef was putting both of our orders in. And the food comes. I took, I hung out with them while we waited. It took time. Like this was being done all fresh. Get the food, drive back to Tamaqua. Man, one of the best Indian food I have like ever had in my life. It was absolutely insane. And another spot here that I really liked in New York closed, unfortunately. But man, that was some really, really good Indian food. Actually, that's another I was gonna go back and I was gonna see if my friend wanted to go for it, but obviously I can't go this freaking weekend. But yeah, it's really crazy because in a lot of places, like, where the palates just aren't like when my friend went to Germany, he used to order Indian food and they would give it to him like German way, which means not spicy at all. And finally, like he'd have to like explain to them, like, I want you to make it the way you would make it if you were making it for yourself. And then they finally understood what he meant. But
Yeah, I like to take the artichokes and cut them in half, and then
mm,
like put them on the oven and put just like drench them in some olive oil. That's always pretty good.
artichokes. Oh, I love artichokes.
Yeah,
Artichoke
you can
pizza
like
is very good too.
you like break the leaves off and bite off the ends, and it's like it seems like it's like a more of a meatier vegetable.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of anti-inflammatory properties. Even I got like a huge fucking stem sticking out of my joint. So yeah, they should make like cashews and artichokes. Those are anti-inflammatory. What's another one? The nettles.
Mm.
Uh, there's a couple more. It'd be cool to make like nettle beer, cashew beer or something. And then like wait, not yeah, nettle beer and artichoke, some kind of artichoke, fucking something that's like some kind of new. new thing, like some kind of like badass artichoke chip dip or something. But that doesn't have like giant chunks of fucking. I mean, I like cheese, but I can't eat cheese fucking because it's always got like tons of cheese in it. The artichoke dips.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They always do always a lot of cheese when they do with the artichoke. But I like spinach artichoke is always. I like spinach artichoke stuff. They used to make a good spinach artichoke pizza by my house.
Yeah,
Very good.
but I like to get a chicken sandwich sometimes, but then my girlfriend doesn't want to get a chicken sandwich or whatever where I go, so we get
Mm.
like we pick up two different foods. She goes to the fanciest restaurant in the town, and then like they for some reason they want to take cheese and melt it on everything. And it's like, what the fuck? This is like supposed to be some kind of fancy place, and they're just fucking slopping cheese and melting it on everything. Like it seemed kind of weird. It was like she had some kind of chicken thing, and it was like chicken with like barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese melted on top. It's like, what the fuck is this? This is it. I thought that was supposed to be a gourmet place, I mean, it tasted pretty good,
Ever
but
watch Top Gear? Jeremy Clarkson always makes fun of Americans. You want cheese with that? You want cheese with that? You want cheese on that?
yeah. I mean, I like pizza and stuff, but and mac and cheese, but that's. I mean, I could eat a bunch of cheese, but I can't eat cheese. So, I mean,
Mm.
it's delicious, but yeah. I mean, I had pizza tonight. It's pretty hamburger pizza, cheeseburger pizza.
Hamburger. I think I've never had that, but that actually
It's really
sounds,
good.
yeah.
Yeah, the yellow cheese with the fucking cheeseburger, the burger. It's like it gives it a whole different like thing to it. Because one of my friends who plays cards, he doesn't like pepperonis, so I should get pizzas that aren't pepperoni.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Freaking
by me, yeah.
well, we're all playing Magic cards like nerds still. There's a lot of politic discussion though, the whole time, like
Mm.
or like they or it's kind of like a lodge meeting or something.
Yeah.
uh,
Oh man, yeah. The pizza spot by me, they do like it was funny because the other day I was in there, and it's a good spot, and this lady was like, "What do you have that doesn't have pork on it?" And they were trying to explain to her because I guess they don't say this. It's not advertised, but I guess because it's Muslim owned, that all the pepperoni is beef. And I didn't know about that because I don't order meat from them, so I didn't know.
I don't
But
think
a
I've
lot
had
of
beef
like
pepperoni.
what's up?
I don't think I've had beef pepperoni. That might be decent. I've had turkey. Turkey
Yeah,
pepperoni.
turkey bacon's disgusting, but beef pepperoni, like
No,
I
no,
actually
turkey
went.
pepperoni. It's
What's
really
up?
dry though. No, it's turkey pepperoni. It was really dry though.
Yeah, I don't. I was not a big fan of turkey stuff, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
When I went in there and we were talking about it, and this woman's like, and I'm trying to like the guy, I caught what the guy said, and I'm like, I tried to tell the woman like, hey, it's halal, so it's not pork, and she was
yeah,
like, oh, okay, and then she ordered like a pepperoni slice, and when I lived in Bed-Stuy, I used to there was this I went stop for a slice of pizza at this place on Fulton Street, and I asked the guy, I don't know how we started talking about it, but he was like, our pepperoni isn't pork, it's beef, and I'm like,
yeah,
really? And he's like, yeah, and I'm like, interesting, let me try that. I ate meat at the time, and I'm like, yeah, I'm Jewish, I don't eat pork, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm Muslim, I don't eat pork either, and we are like, cool, you
yeah.
know, but I have
That's
my issue like with pork is that I think that the reason why the Bible bans it is because it's too close to human. you know.
I've heard people say that stuff like that. One of my friends says something. What does he call it? Or David?
Long,
Yeah.
let's call
Yeah.
it, yeah, or
But
long, big.
I mean, it's well, I mean, it's like that's the thing. It's like there's it's crazy how like all the different religions have radical versions of, you know what I mean. It's like because like if you go to Detroit, they've got great food. Those Muslim people, and like they're always very respectful usually, and like the but well, I mean, except for an occasion, you know, where it's
Oh
like
shit.
one time I was at the Grosse Point Beach there. This was like I don't know, like 15 years ago, and like they were just all like I don't know. It's like imagine if you went in front of their store or something. Well, not that they were. I've seen videos recently where they're blocking roads and shit, praying, and it's like
Yeah,
it's then imagine you go in front of their store and you just decide to start praying in front of the door so nobody can open the door.
yeah, that's
Well, like that's what they don't get. It's like they're trying to enforce. They're trying to pull some fucking like pacifist. It's what's that called? Passive aggressive or something.
yeah,
Uh, yeah, they're doing passive aggressive fucking mental tactics, which are bullshit. It's no different if you were in like a Mormon town and you weren't a Mormon and nobody went to your store.
yeah.
Fucking passive. I hate passive aggressive stuff. It's just stupid. It's like if somebody's gonna be angry or something, they can just flat out tell the person why they're angry. You know what I mean? Like
I
freaking.
saw that in Dallas, Texas, or I think it was Dallas or Houston, where they have these like Muslim imams going to the different Muslim stores, and they were saying like the Muslim and they were like, you need to stop selling pork and get rid of your gambling machines and get rid of because this is haram, and if you don't do it, we're gonna protest in front of your store every day. And I'm just like, whoa, I'm like, that's not cool at all. Like, don't tell a man how to make his money. I mean, like, he
Yeah,
doesn't have to eat it to sell it, you know?
yeah, that whole spiel. It's like it's like that's what I don't get about. Well, it seems as though like no, I don't know. The whole that Dennis Cuddy article really just freaking about the radical Muslims. They're fucking dangerous.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
they're and then that connection with the Nazis. It's like that's because that's what's crazy. Where like when I was a kid and you seen like Rainbow 3 and it's like wow, like that's badass. Like and then you realize it's all propaganda, and you're like, and you're like, what the fuck? Like Rainbow 3 goes to fucking Sylvester Stallone goes to fucking the Middle East and trains some like Bin Laden type character that fucking is fighting the Russians or some shit. And behind the scenes, who knows if because there was like it was like Saddam Hussein uncle. His uncle was he was like one of the first team man of the fucking what the fuck is that guy's name? The Hasala something some kind of Muslim leader that was in the Middle East and that but that guy was like literally trained by somebody that was like I think what's wrong with it? I think it was like Reinhard Galen's assistant or something. There was
No.
like all these weird connections like that where it was like it was like they were two steps away from like literally being like uh like fucking I don't know. It seems like the Nazi because I've delved into the conspiracy for like 20 years, and like I've heard Cooper's occult Nazi let talk. He plays these audio clips from these videos that they're on YouTube, but it's the occult Reich or some shit. Some kind of, and it's like
Yeah.
a documentary, uh, the and then I've heard all sorts of rhetoric about it, and that but then like in the last 2 years, I've like delved into it way more than ever, just to like because it seemed like because I didn't realize how close the theosophy was with the Nazi religion, and it was like, what the fuck, like this is crazy, like all these links with these Baha'is, Nazis, theosophists, Nazis, the Islam, and then the Islam's connected with the fucking Scientology, and it's like
That's cool.
it's crazy. It's like, what the fuck is going on with all this shit? Like,
Yeah.
it's getting crazy. Like, yeah, like, guess who is the only other religion that Scientology lets use the e-meters or whatever?
Islam?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah,
That's that was a joke. Holy crap.
yeah.
That's
Guess what? Baha'ism really is.
it, well, it comes from Islam. Like, well, it
Yeah,
comes partially from Islam.
yeah, and that's the whole the UN. See, all these people want to blame Hebrew people, but it's like the UN is not supporting them. They're supporting Baha'ism, Islam, and that they literally ship fucking Islam people all over the fucking world, and it's like, and then there's still people going around like it's the Jews, and it's like, well, if it's the Jews, why are the fucking Jews sending fucking Islam people and the fucking, you know what I mean? The people that Islam. I got an argument on Twitter where it was like somebody was like, "Oh, they were some fucking Islam dudes," and I was talking about how the books talk about Islam in the 1920s in North Africa. They were decapitating people, and that they were fucking salting their heads and selling them in the market in North Africa. And it
Yeah.
was like, I was like, what the fuck? You know, it was like, I got banned off Facebook once for sharing a book on Facebook, literally just quoting the book and showing the page of it and shit, and fucking about fucking Islam's fucking doing that to people. And it was like, and this, that all sorts of people are just in total denial. Like they think that fucking I mean it's, and I'm not talking no hatred against people or anything. I'm just saying that there was a video released like 15 years ago or 12 years ago. Maybe it
Yeah.
was like 10 years ago, and it was from Detroit. It was on YouTube, and it was one of my friends from Philly shared it with me, and he's like, because he lives in Michigan now, and like fucking it was some kind of radical Islam video, and that they were literally like training, and they were like taking bayonets and stabbing a mannequin and saying "fuck America," and it was
Yeah.
like, what the fuck? They're in our country doing that shit, and fucking that's fucked up. Like fucking, and all these fucking leftists are like, oh, we gotta protect their rights and fuck your rights, and it's like, I mean, it's just crazy.
Well, that's the funny thing about like even in Iran with the Ayatollah, like some of the biggest people who are against the Shah were the communists. They were like they were really supportive of like the eye of bringing in the Ayatollah. And then as soon as the Ayatollah came in, the first thing he did was slaughter all the communists. Like,
Yeah.
and then they moved out into Iraq and started like a war of attrition, for a while. And they even took like Iranian communists even joined Iraq, the Iraqi army, and fought alongside the Iraqi army during the 1980 to 88 war, the 8-year war. And so it's like they literally help. Like there's always kind of, and that's why people mention it and they make it seem like, but they don't really realize that there is a historical, connection between the communist left and Islam.
Yeah.
And so it's very strange because you can look up, they were like really against the Shah, they were protesting against the Shah, and then as soon as the Ayatollah took power, he slaughtered them all.
Yeah. I think they were involved with those fucking that boat thing that Cooper was talking about. Cooper was saying that fucking he was saying like 8 out of 10 boats that were going to Jerusalem after World War II. I think it was they were going to Israel. He said
Yeah.
that like 8 out of 10 of them were fucking sinking, and it's like, oh well, what the nobody.
Yeah.
And then I was like looking into it, and I should have screenshot everything, but it's like what the fuck? There's fucking they don't say this on the fucking History Channel. Like
Yeah.
I used to watch the History Channel all the time, and like they've never said anything about that, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they just talk about the ship of fools, the ones that were like sent back to Europe because nobody would give them refuge, and then they ended up getting slaughtered in the war. So, but
Right. Yeah, I
I
think
really to go back to its Zoroastrian roots because they are proud. It's like their history was way better as Zoroastrian than it was as under Islam, and I really think they should just have a mass national conversion back to Zoroastrianism.
well, I
The
mean, like
original.
that one thing about the that Templar, I think it was like a Hashashin branch because Islam is from the Hashashin, but
Yeah,
like that there was a good branch and a bad branch, and whatever the good branch was most likely just worshiping some kind of three-faced god, like Muhammad was just had three faces, and then it was some kind of symbolism, and
like
that
bro. Yeah,
yeah, and like and that the modern versions, because I mean technically the part of the widow's son legend comes from Persia, and that I mean, well, that's at least one of the versions. I've heard so many variations of the Hiram Biff and the widow's son story from so many books, and it's like, and they're all claiming that it's their one is the right one versus like versus talking to Masons and stuff versus and it's like it seems like they really did lose the core of the mystery in a way.
yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, technically, I think I may have solved it.
That's what I
Yeah,
think Islam does. Because if you look at a lot of the countries like Afghanistan, Indonesia, all these countries were like either Buddhist or like Zoroastrian. Then when Islam came, it basically destroyed their whole ancient cultures. It destroyed who they were as people. There's a
yeah,
video I saw on Twitter recently of like an Indonesian woman, I think it was, walking through Indonesia dressed in like their old style of clothing,
yeah.
and everyone was like, "Oh my god, why I never?" And it's like, isn't culture, people? You know?
Well, that it goes along with what happened in France and China because fucking it's like in France they got rid of all the old shit, all the what you can call it even I'm stoned the
Mhm.
uh the delicacies the stuff the luxury products
Yeah,
uh and then the luxury products of France, that's what like France was known for.
yeah,
The those eggs or whatever,
yeah,
stuff like that, and like the I mean they did the same shit in China, where it's like the Chinese culture was destroyed by fucking some kind of Bavarian or fucking Prussian or who knows. I mean Cooper goes over how the Illuminati of Waysops had moved through the lodges of Freemasonry, and that because he names the names, and it wasn't that the Masons were bad; it was that their leaders were being misdirected, and
yeah,
or their leaders were misdirecting them, and that because they were Illuminati, and that
mm,
the same with France. It's like that there was Nasta Webster talks about some of them, but like there was members of the lodges who were instructing people to uh, destroy their own towns and stuff. And it was like because they had it was the French conspiracy is a lot more complex than the Russian one, but like it's like they were what was it? The damn it, I'm stoned.
Yeah.
Fucking it's like King Louis the Eighth's brother was a flat out Illuminati member of Weishaupts, and that I think that there was a plot for them to kill him because the King Louis the Eighth guy because I think that he gave money to America and that they were in alliance with the Crown of England and that
Mhm.
they didn't want him to aid America and fucking and that's why I think that like there's this crazy French conspiracy that I think Jonah and JJ's mentioned it before, but like it's
Mhm.
like we're like two parties for France went to like Louisiana, and that like one of them was like a Napoleonic type thing, and the other was I can't remember if it was the Martinists or it was the what was that? I can't remember the oh shit, but this whole like the French conspiracy that was brought to America. It's like, did they sell America the Louisiana Purchase so they could get some kind of deal on Louisiana itself? You know, because you ever see the movies where they're always joking about like the old timey laws going on in Louisiana or something.
You
Yeah,
laws?
yeah, like there's like an old movie with Dan Aykroyd making fun of it. Uh, the yeah the what does he say in that movie? He's like, oh, I think it's got Tom Hanks or something. He's like, oh, we're going by this law, and like, what? Nobody goes by that law. Like, what are you talking about? And then he like throws them in jail or some shit. It's a pretty good movie. There's a very rare Mercedes in the movie. The rims on it are like they're not even on the internet. They're literally factory rims. It's like what the fuck? I can't even find these rims on the internet.
That's pretty cool. Damn, I'm gonna have to call it a night soon. It's already 6 a.m. and I'm getting kind of tired.
Well, take it easy.
You hang out for a bit?
Well, I was probably gonna get spark one more joint.
No doubt. I ran in the 70s. Yeah.
Oh, you can pass out if you want.
I'm just looking at to see what Iran has a Jewish exarchy too. Yeah, the Iranian Jewish community it predates Islam by like 100 probably more than 100 since the Babylonian exile. And yeah, they were like they actually were there when Iran was still just mostly Zoroastrian and probably pagan. I don't know if they had any other, but yeah, no, the Iranian Jewish community is like like 4,000 or 3,000 years old at least. So yeah, that's an ancient community. That and Iran too, in Mesopotamia. Those were that was the communities that dated back to the original Babylonian exile, and they hadn't been there
Yeah.
since. So, but all right, yeah, let me call it a night because I'll keep it. I am getting a little tired, so
Yeah.
I want to do errands before the blizzard comes.
Yeah, I'm just looking for a later. Yeah, take
No.
it easy.
You too, man. Thanks for the invite, and good night to the comments, to the chat. See you again soon.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, also it says put a video on here for a minute. Let's see this one here. Okay.
The following program deals with a controversial subject. The theories expressed are not the only possible interpretation. The viewer is invited to make a judgment based on all available information. Tonight on Sightings was the shocking murder of a teen.
Around
Men in black stalk witnesses who have had UFO sightings.
his eyes were extremely long. They literally wrapped around his temples.
Startling new evidence and exclusive videotape reveals the sinister motives behind the MIB phenomenon. And a tragic car crash left this boy in a coma until a dog brought him back to life.
He licked me, and then I woke up.
Oh.
At that point, it started to appear.
Maybe we should all get
They had
Jimmy.
large, dark eyes, claw-like hands.
I began sensing and knowing and feeling.
I do believe in life after death. I mean, I've been there.
We have not scratched the surface of what the mind can do.
It's a connection with the unknown.
Okay, when did it skip the beginning? Oh well, 30.
Welcome to Sightings. I'm Tim White. Although few psychic detectives have actually solved the
He's still
crime,
alive.
they can provide help to law enforcement and at least one important service to families of victims. One good lead from a psychic can often reopen a case where the police have reached a dead end. Psychic detectives have played an important role in the still unsolved murder of 18-year-old Caitlin Arquette. She was gunned down behind the wheel of her car in Albuquerque, New Mexico in July 1989. At first, police believed Caitlin was the victim of a random act of violence. But as investigators delved into the case, they soon realized there was nothing random about this murder. Even the most seasoned detectives were stunned by the strange twists and turns in this case. Psychic detectives provided intriguing leads, and eeriest of all, what appeared to be Caitlin's own attempts to reach out from the grave with information about her murderer. Crucial details allegedly from beyond directly paralleled those in a murder mystery written by her own mother. Under the pen name Lois Duncan, Lois Arquette.
What the fuck? Since I lost like a bunch of subscribers the last couple days, 7 days. That's it. Yeah, I swear to YouTube is just hating. Everybody knows that I just blab on and talk about all sorts of stupid shit. Alright, well, hit that like button. The like button. I feel bummed saying it. Alright.
Arquette is a successful mystery writer whose novels are filled with intrigue and terror. But there was no greater horror for Lois than discovering an uncanny link between details of her daughter's death and one of her own novels.
Yeah, it'd be different if there was just like a couple, but it's like when you consistently lose hundreds of followers in like one day, it's definitely, well, I don't know if it was, I think it might have been 100, because I swear I was at 576, but now I'm at 567. And it's like, what the fuck? I'm pretty sure I was, 5,670. I'm pretty sure I was at 576. Or, I don't know. Because I've been paranoid about it. They took 150 followers one week, and it was like, what the fuck? They just take followers and
I didn't put any connection together in the beginning at all. It wasn't until one thing after another began to occur that I suddenly realized that I had more or less written the story of our own true life horror story. In Don't Look Behind You, I based the personality of my heroine April upon Kate. April was chased by a hitman in a Camaro. That book was published in June 1989, and in July 1989, Kate was chased down and shot to death by a triggerman in a Camaro. The most shocking thing of all to us was that when we read in the police file the Hispanic man who was arrested, his name was Mike. Everybody called him Vamp. And in Don't Look Behind You, the hitman who chased down April was named Mike Vamp.
Jesus.
As police probed Caitlin's brutal killing, they discovered the young woman had a secret life centered around her boyfriend, an alleged gang member believed to be involved in illegal activities. But investigators were unable to establish a direct link between either the boyfriend or his gang and Caitlin's murder. With the police department at a dead end, in desperation, Caitlin's mother turned to local psychic Betty Minch.
I rang the doorbell, and this middle-aged woman answered the door, and I looked at her. I had an instant feeling that I knew her. It wasn't that I'd met her. I had invented her. She was physically identical to Ann Summers, the psychic detective in my book, The Third Eye.
Betty Minch considers herself a bridge between the living and the dead. Minch claims she can pick up messages telepathically while in a meditative trance, channeling the words of the dead through the keys of her typewriter.
Usually I get a lot of color moving in my head. Then out of that, sometimes there will come maybe an image. And that's when the words seem to want to start pouring into my head. It was a very clear contact with Caitlin. She was right there. We had the idea that Caitlin was in some kind of trouble, that there were other things going on that the family wasn't quite aware of.
Amazingly enough, it appeared that Caitlin was conducting her own murder investigation from beyond the grave. Some of the messages Betty Minch claimed to be receiving provided police with important new leads. Investigators soon received an anonymous tip from someone who'd seen one of the Crime Stoppers posters the Arquette family had placed around Albuquerque. Arrests were made that proved psychic Betty Minch had been dead right.
She told us that the people who were arrested would have been driving a lowrider car. There would be 2 men in the front seat, 1 in the back seat, that there would be no eyewitnesses, but that arrest would be made because the men would be heard bragging, that our best help might come from somebody in the media, and she identified who that person would be, an investigative reporter named Mike Gallagher.
But there was insufficient evidence to hold the 3 suspects, and they were released. Desperate for more evidence, Lois contacted Noreen Rainier, a well-respected psychic detective from Maitland, Florida. Working with a police sketch artist, Rainier attempted to create a drawing based on impressions she claimed to be receiving from Caitlin.
I have to get their scent. I have to pick up their vibes. And somehow something personal that was on at the time of the crime gives me more information. I can pick up the scent of Katie psychically.
During Noreen's session, Lois listened in on the phone from 900 miles away.
I was sitting in Albuquerque knowing that Noreen was doing this, and I knew what the alleged trigger man looked like because he'd been arrested. I was trying to concentrate on Kate, and I was saying, tell Mother why you were killed. Was it a random shooting, as the police think, or was it something else? Send me a symbol, send me a message through Noreen Rainier. And the picture Noreen sent me was a sketch of Mike Vamp, the hitman in Don't Look Behind You, exactly as he appeared on the jacket of the British edition of that book. Everything was there, even the little scar between the eyebrows. It's like seeing something had been copied from the jacket. And I just started to shake. I couldn't stop shaking.
Lois was shocked. Caitlin had been the only member of the Arquette family to see the new book jacket of the British edition.
I just was very confused when she was telling me I got some man on a book jacket. I'm saying, what are you talking? But then it made sense. Kate was telling us it was a hit. It wasn't a random shooting. It was a planned killing. It wasn't random. And that's what we needed to know.
Even more startling is a tape recording Noreen made as she supposedly channeled Caitlin's own description of her final hours. It's Noreen's voice, but Caitlin's words.
I'm meeting somebody at a shopping center with a C in it. I went up the hill towards the north to that big place up there, to this, I want to call it the Desert Castle. There's just an important person there that I'm not supposed to know is there. I saw things that I shouldn't have seen. They had to make sure that there was no way I would ever talk. And this was a way of silencing me. My crime that was committed against me was to silence me. I'll never be silenced. I'm not a bad person. I'm just young, and I just was curious. I was a good daughter to your mother. I told you almost everything. Almost.
The incredible revelations from psychics Minch and Rainier prompted Lois to write Who Killed My Daughter? And while the police have not yet solved Caitlin's homicide, Lois is encouraged by one psychic message Betty Minch believes she received.
She said that Kate was sending a symbol, that the symbol was a wolf with a collar around its neck, its head jerked back, and the message was that Kate was very sure that the wolf who had been after her was soon to be caught and collared.
The message was particularly significant to Lois, who originally entitled her book, One to the Wolves.
I couldn't explain any of this. All I could say to myself was, it's happening. Somehow it's happening. I have now come to believe that there must be some kind of transition point where it is possible for the dead to communicate with the living, perhaps when they have some very, very strong message to get across. I think Kate was killed because she was getting ready to tell the truth, and she couldn't do it herself, and now she wanted me to do it for her.
Lois Arquette is hoping police or psychic detectives will soon find out what horrible facts Caitlin knew and who stopped her from telling the truth.
Coming up next, the frightening Men in Black phenomenon surrounding UFO contact.
I'm not afraid of them because they haven't done anything to us yet.
But what are their motives?
There have been a few cases where individuals have died under mysterious circumstances.
And later, what miraculous power brought this boy back to life? Some believe it was this dog.
UFO insiders call them MIBs. That's an acronym for Men in Black. These Men in Black are one of the least known and yet most disturbing elements of the UFO experience. The phenomenon is reported worldwide, and the stories that witnesses tell are remarkably similar. Seeing a UFO can be an exhilarating experience, but for some, that excitement soon turns into desperate paranoia. After a sighting, some witnesses report that they're threatened and harassed by mysterious thugs known to UFO investigators as MIBs, Men in Black. Just who are these Men in Black? Where do they come from? And why do they seem to be tracking and spying on those who've had a close encounter?
There it was. It's a long, lit-up, cigar-shaped object heading just over the rooftop. Then it moved out of sight, and I went back home. And when I got home, my wife said, "You just got a phone call." I said, "A phone call?" And it said that if you talk to the media about this, that your daughter will die.
Immediately following a UFO sighting, the strange encounters with MIBs begin.
They would walk in seemingly from nowhere, be driving a car that may be as old as 25 years. It would be immaculate, shiny, without a mark on it. The individual, in several cases, drove down to the end of the street, turned, the guy ran down after them, and they were completely gone.
Men dressed in black, driving black cars, reportedly follow and sometimes even threaten UFO witnesses, and their motives appear to be strangely sinister.
Witnesses driving home from having lunch at a restaurant have reported seeing a UFO. Before they could get home, they had cars waiting for them, warning them not to talk about the case. An investigator was approached by a very Saturn-looking man. He said, "You know, people that look for UFOs sometimes find problems. There have been a few cases where individuals have died under mysterious circumstances."
Reports of contact with MIBs seem to follow a definite pattern and occur throughout the world. One horrified witness was harassed by MIBs after sighting a UFO near Toronto, Canada.
And it was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a knock on the door. I opened the door, and there was this very odd-looking man standing there. He had a photograph album in his left arm, and he didn't say anything for a full minute. He was about 5'6". He was extremely thin. He had a slightly enlarged head. His face was a very strange olive hue. He wore a black turtleneck. He wore black pants. He was dressed entirely in black. His eyes were not oriental looking. They were extremely long. They literally wrapped around his temples. I have never seen eyes like that. Those eyes held me. They held my attention. They seemed to be boring into me. I felt very intruded upon on a mental level by those eyes.
The Men in Black cases, for the most part, have stirred up great amounts of paranoia. In many cases, these people have attempted to pass themselves off either as government agents or in some cases Air Force officers. At one point, the FBI was very heavily involved in tracking these cases down and attempting to arrest someone, but no one was ever caught.
Composite drawings created from witness testimony lead researchers to believe that MIBs could be aliens who have come to Earth to silence people who know too much about UFOs. In Russia, one witness reported being harassed and physically transformed by a MIB. Professor Paul Stonehill translated the Russian newspaper story about the woman's MIB experience.
His touch was paralyzing and left effects upon the body of those whom he touched. His daughter, she became magnetic and she would attract metals. And like her hands became sort of electric conductors. Her touch caused electric shock. This is taking place now because the article is from April of 1992.
MIB encounters are so disturbing, investigators fear many valuable witnesses might never come forward. Those who do believe their lives are in danger and claim MIB surveillance intensifies when they contact the media.
I think what has happened is they've gone to the black helicopters. So I think that the men in black have just left their black Cadillacs behind and taken up black helicopters.
These helicopters, which have been described almost as a black Huey-type Army helicopter with no numbers visible, have appeared almost silently with no helicopter noise that you associate with it.
Shirley and George Coyne are the Midwest directors of the Mutual UFO Network, MUFON, a UFO research organization. The Coynes claim that they are being tailed by this silent black helicopter devoid of the necessary FAA identification numbers. This video, shot by Shirley Coyne, is the only footage of an alleged MIB encounter.
Well, this is the day we had a meeting and the copter met us about halfway between Flint and Flushing and followed us all the way to our meeting place.
I'm not afraid of them because they haven't done anything to us yet. And I feel the more vocal I am, the less they're going to do.
Is it possible that aliens with a secret agenda are harassing UFO witnesses? Or could MIBs be cleverly disguised humans trying to silence those who've had close encounters? Investigators continue to search for answers.
It's just something that there is no explanation for. And by working on these cases and trying to use a scientific and investigative formula, we try to get to the bottom of them, but sometimes there doesn't seem to be a bottom.
Coming up next, do animals have miraculous healing powers? Some say a dog brought this boy out of a near-fatal coma.
He licked me.
Yeah, maybe everybody should get a German Shepherd. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Alright, peace out. That was the 9th episode of Sightings. Alright. The Sightings episode, you should only watch them. They're all pretty good. I mean, some are pretty wacky, but